After months and months of waiting and anticipation, yesterday Clash Royale League finally returned here for all of you to watch and for the best players in the world to compete. And some things have changed, but some things stay the exact same, as we'll talk about our field today in just a little bit. But I know I'm so excited to be back. Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Slayton. My buddy right there, Andrew Guy, to talk you through the action today for this phenomenal kickoff for Clash Royale League. And Andrew, yesterday was a whole lot of fun to sit back and just watch you and Jackson have some fun.
Yeah, it was a great day. It was a great day one. It's so good to be back in the booth with you, man. I've missed you. This is year 8 for us. Is that right? Year 8? Is that that's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to think about that. But yesterday was insane. It's exactly what you expect at CRL. The best players in the world bringing the absolute best in the game. We had new names. We had world champions here, world finalists. I mean, it's absolutely everything you want. We had upsets. It's just CRL's back, and we can feel it, and I think the community can feel it as well. I can't wait to crown our first golden ticket winner today.
Well, not only is it back, but while we have some familiar items to how Clash Royale League progresses this year, there have been a couple of changes. Of course, one of the big ones, the number of people that we see here on the weekend. So, Andrew, talk us through the format here for Clash Royale League.
Yeah, so as we get into the format, there was a lot of people yesterday in the chat asking about how they actually get to this stage, Rich. And this is something it's funny because we've talked about it for years now, but as we pointed out yesterday on broadcast, some people don't even play Path of Legends. You told me that the other day, actually a few months ago, and I was like, really? And it's true. A lot of people just spend time on Trophy Road, maybe grinding challenges, but you got to get over to Path of Legends. You got to get in that top 1,000. After you get in that top 1,000, you will be invited to Clash Royale League qualifiers. We have event qualifiers that happen. That's stage 2, and here we are at our event finals. This is best of 3 dual mode, best of 5 in our finals, Rich, as we're going to talk about our actual event format. But if you want to know how to get here, that's how you do it. You got to get on Path of Legends. You got to grind.
On the other side of things, I mentioned 12 players rather than 8. The field expanded for monthly finals, and that's true across the board. Gives some real opportunity to those who finish high. Those first 4-round buys we saw yesterday, so valuable and so critical here in terms of moving up the points and the leaderboard. We're doing our best of 3 duels, and as you saw there, Andrew, what I'm so pumped about, for the first time in Clash Royale League, best of 5s in all the finals. Lower finals, upper finals, grand finals. We figured out that at this point in the card pool for Clash Royale, dual mode can support BO5s, and I'm here for it.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's not even that it can support it; it thrives in it. It's expanded the game of best of 3s. There's so many cards, so many evolutions, and while that's changed, this has not changed. We are still giving away a lot of money here today. $50,000 given away every single weekend. Now, we gave away just a little bit of money yesterday, only $4,000 to our 9th through 12th place players. But as you can see here, $15,000 on the line for first place, $9,000 on the line for second place, $3,000 on the line, or excuse me, $7,000 on the line for third place, and it just goes down from there, $2,000 apiece, then $1,000, $1,000 down, all the way down to where we're just at $1,000 per person yesterday. So a lot of money to be given away. You know you're going to at least get $2,000 today if you're in the mix, and maybe, just maybe, you can get all the way to that $15,000. But Rich, we have a lot of people that already make a lot of money playing Clash Royale. They've been competing for a long time. This year, our leaderboard points are so they're very important last year, but this is where we start giving away those leaderboard points for those top 6 players.
When you talk about what they're playing for this weekend, it's not just leaderboard points. Winner gets their golden ticket to the World Finals. Runner-up gets a silver ticket to get another shot at World Finals. And, of course, they all accumulate points, which are going to matter not only for making it to World Finals as the top 6 players on the leaderboard at the end of the season qualify, but also for that ranking for what your matchups will be when we have our finalists making their way to Worlds. And, Andrew, I know that we're maybe going to be teasing a little something here later today.
Oh yeah, we have some information for you guys on World Finals. We also have some questions to be answered that were put up on social media. A lot of you guys in the community have some questions about the game. We have a game tester coming in answering those questions for you guys, because obviously that is way above mine and Rich's pay grade. We just talk about what's in front of us, what's happening, and also like what happened yesterday, right? Let's talk about what happened yesterday. You know, obviously we're going to tease World Finals so we can see what's going to happen at the end of the year, but how about how we got to Sunday from Saturday? And as you talked about, man, those top 4 seeds were absolutely on fire yesterday. It's a conversation we've had for a little while, just in terms of like, you know, you kind of sit back for an hour and watch everyone else play. Is that good? Is that, like, do you want to get warmed up? Are you playing games in between that? Is it good to, you know, kind of see what your competition's up to? But for Adriel, Vitor, Ian, and Lucas, it was absolutely perfect. They get the first round bye, they come out, they all win that second round in the upper bracket. And as you can see, they're all going to face off against each other in our upper semis. And you look at the bottom of the bracket here, you see that Ta and Sub are still alive. That's going to be really, really great. They're 2 world finalists in 2024. And then, of course, Mohamed Light and Kazardi, or Igor, 2 world champions. We have the reigning world champion, the 2-time world champion, the GOAT in Mohamed Light. And then we have Igor, the greatest mortar player of all time, the best debut in Clash Royale League history, and, of course, our 2019 world champion. And as you can see, it was a great day. We had a really good field of players. We had some new names coming to the mix with Baton and Rooney. Both of them were eliminated in our first round, which kind of makes sense when you look at the competition. But otherwise, Rich, it's almost like we didn't take any time off. It's just all the names that you expect to see. I think one of the other great things that we saw yesterday was a guy in Vitor who we weren't sure what 2025 was going to look like, pulling off the upset over Mo. And then the other one was Ian. I think a lot of people are very curious about how well Ian is going to perform at the highest level. And there's been a lot of naysayers in the past. He's a one-trick, you know, he can't do it. He doesn't have a big enough deck pool. Well, honestly, yesterday it seemed like he put a lot of those people to bed, as actually he and Igor both played in bed. Separate beds, respectively, of course.
Well, it's nice to see Ian here. You know, you look at this lineup, what we still have. We have 7 world finalists and Ian. So the question for him is going to be this season, can he add that World Finals trip? And with the expanded field this year, back a little bit up from last year, that's a distinctive possibility. And what a great start to kick things off, to be in the Final Four of the upper bracket. A lot of game to be played yet, a lot of Clash Royale left to still to win, and he has a pretty hard out in front of him. But this is a great spot for Ian to kick off this season.
Definitely. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Ian. I would like for him to be able to expand his deck pool and prove that he is just as strong, or maybe close to as strong with other decks as he is with Hog Earthquake. We know he's one of the best ever to do that. And that was actually something that we saw yesterday. We saw some of these players that have comfort decks, or they're known for a certain type of thing. I think a great place to start is with Igor, because that's where we're going to start our day, is Igor versus Mohamed Light. You know, and you're a great guy to talk to about this, obviously, because of the history of Clash Royale League. Igor has been a guy that once we went into the singles format, we were a little curious about his maturity and his deck pool. And, you know, yesterday, one thing I can definitely speak on is he does seem a lot more mature. He seems a lot more relaxed. His deck pool, though, still seems a little narrow. Now, that could be by design, because he hasn't been in the competitive scene for so long. You might be like, well, what's Igor going to come out with? Well, he comes out with Minor Control, and, you know, he comes out with, you know, Mortar. And so he did that a decent amount yesterday, but he did it fantastically. It was just like watching him back when he was in his prime in 2019. But I think today is going to be about what else do you have to bring. Mo is one of the best in the world at looking through and analyzing and then beating you.
Well, you know, it went to script yesterday for sure, as you mentioned, with Igor running the stuff that he's most known for. Mohamed Light, as we get into this matchup here in just a moment between Mo and Igor, which, what a great way to kick off my CRL season as a caster, to have Mohamed Light and Igor as the first matchup. I couldn't be more excited. But it really did go to script yesterday, right? Igor coming out with his normal decks, Minor Control, as you mentioned, watching Igor play Mortar is always so fun. And as we've known in the past, Igor's one of those guys who can do that and still get things going, still get things absolutely completely tooled up. Other side, Mohamed Light also went to script, right? We saw Mo playing Royal Giant. We saw Mohamed Light playing Minor, playing stuff that we kind of think of when we think of Mohamed Light. Of course, we think of everything. But also, according to script, Andrew, he dropped into the lower bracket, a thing that we've seen. I mean, I think he's done more lower bracket runs than maybe anyone in any esport, not just Clash Royale. So it's one of those moments where Igor, you know, you're facing your back against elimination against a guy who does this over and over again. You have to imagine that if there's any time for Igor to have some nerves, right now is it.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's also the conversation of the old versus the new, who's actually better. But we're actually hearing from production that we're going to go to Sub versus Ta, which is actually just as exciting here, because we have 2 guys last year that performed maybe, you know, Ta was so good all year long. He showed up in so many of our monthly finals. He showed up in the finals of so many of our monthly finals last year. I think it was 3 of them. I think he finished in the top 3 times, obviously getting first place once for the golden ticket. But then when he got to World Finals, it just didn't all come together. And that happens
Sure.
to everyone. I don't know if it's the stage. You don't know if it's the matchups. Whatever. It could be a factor of many things. Sub, on the other hand, I think really impressed everyone and kind of shocked everyone with how well he performed last year in general. And you know what? Yesterday was an interesting day. Juicy did a really good job. I mean, obviously Juicy's very good at his job, but he did a good job of kind of calling out Sub's gameplay was like 99% clean, right? It was 99% clean, but that one mistake that he would make, Rich, was always so detrimental. It didn't always cost him the game, but it was just something that was kind of glaring as we move through, right? Everyone's going to make mistakes, I think, as you play, and obviously when you're at the very, very highest level, sometimes you will have games with maybe only 1 or 2 or 0 mistakes, but some of the mistakes that Sub were making, they felt a little bit too heavy of a mistake, and it felt like it was maybe all due to nerves and maybe just like losing focus towards the end of the game. So I'm hoping that maybe now that he's made it to day number 2, that he can kind of take pause, take calm, take a breath, and maybe clean up some of that stuff.
Well, Sub is, I would say, the consummate journeyman in Clash Royale, right? He's a guy who's always in the mix, but very rarely the favorite. Made it to top 4 in World Finals last year, and that kind of mirrored what he did during monthly finals last year, right? He made it to he made it to the broadcast 3 times, but in 8th place, a 6th place, and a 4th place. So I think that what you're talking about with yesterday is just absolutely on script for how Sub performs. My expectation is that we'll see Sub at World Finals this year. I'm curious whether the ceiling can raise up a little bit over where it's been for him in the past.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a really great call out that you're making because of the way that leaderboard points work, because of the consistency, already seeing him in the first month, already seeing him in the first month on day 2. I think that's a great call. Ta on the other side of it, I mean, I just think this guy just gets better and better and better every single month of the year, and now it's been 3 years of him doing this. One of the things that we saw from him yesterday was just a great showing of decksmanship. He was all over the place and he was playing them well. I mean, it's something that he's always been good at. He's always had pretty good versatility. He's the guy that'll bust out E-Giant when it's dead in the meta. You know, he just has a great knack for knowing when to pull the trigger on whatever deck he's going to run. And he also has a great knack for, as Mohamed Light does, of being a bit unpredictable. You know, you look at his final set yesterday against Sam, which was a really, really great set. It was a good best of 3. We love OP Sam. We're so glad that he's back in the mix. I would be so happy to see him at our next monthly finals, but he kind of had a tough showing yesterday. He only picked up 1 game out of 5, but this best of 3 against Ta was really good. Ta played Splash Yard for the first time out of anyone yesterday to start game number 1. He picks up the W there. Then he ends up being in a really, really tough matchup. Ta's running Archer Queen, Drill, Inferno Tower with no big spell, and he runs into Recruits plus Royal Giant plus Monk and Skeleton Dragons and Goblin Hut. So there was really, at the very beginning of that game, Jackson and I, or Juicy and I, were both like, oh man, this looks pretty bad for Sam. And then as the game went on, Sam was able to kind of find his feet and recognize he had a really great matchup. And then in game number 3, Ta comes out with Monk RG, which we saw a ton of yesterday, man. I mean, I think that was one of the biggest surprises yesterday, was actually kind of how small the actual meta was of the competition.
Well, it is the first CRL of the year. My expectation maybe is that, much like last year, things begin to open up as the season goes on. But, you know, you're playing on screen. You got the first big event of the year. This is where it all gets done. This is where it all matters. And, of course, you want to go to some things that you're comfortable with and maybe not make things too complicated. And speaking of, here we go. First match of the day. Elimination matchup, Ta and Sub, to see who will go on and who will go home.
Yeah, already starting with a bit of a stop and stare here. So you think maybe of the, the heavy things we saw yesterday. We did see Ta run E-Giant, as I said. I'd be surprised if he started the set with it. We could be seeing Graveyard, but it does just feel like it might be Royal Giant again.
Was Sub the only person to run Lava yesterday, or did anybody else do it?
A couple people ran it. I think Mo also ran it, and I think it kind of went like 50-50. I remember Mo lost to like Hog Earthquake with Firecracker, and then I'm having a hard time remembering how the other one went. But in general, Lava not seen as much as we thought we would. Bait we didn't see as much as we thought we would. We saw it more than more towards the end of the day. Same with Graveyard. First half of the day, no Graveyard. Second half of the day, a lot of Graveyard. And then sadly for me, Mortar started off very strong and then ended very, very poorly, other than Igor showing. And then Drill, man. Drill was everywhere. That was actually, I'm so glad we started with it because I keep wanting to call him Joss. Juicy and I were talking about how Valkyrie and then 1 elixir cards like Skeletons and Fire Spirit just might show up a lot today.
And the Mega Knight in the back. And, you know, I'm curious about this, getting to see CRL and this level of competitive play for today, and the Bar Barrel to hold things high almost creates a lineup for the Magic Archer onto the Little Prince. I'm very curious about we just saw the Goblin Hut being played in the middle. Obviously, Goblin Hut, massive rework. It's not an elixir bank anymore in the same way. Did we see, like, that seems like a strange play to me out of sub.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of Goblin Hut now. I think the biggest thing right there is maybe his cycle was a little bit off. You know, he needed those other cards just in case, more so defensively. The Goblin Hut, it just kind of takes up the map, right? Like, your opponent can come across the board, but they really have to commit to putting in a big push if they want to get rid of it. Otherwise, like you said, it becomes like a bit of an elixir bank. It just sits there. It doesn't really bank elixir, but it just kind of controls the map.
Evo Mega Knight into the middle. It's on that Goblin Hut. Valkyrie pulling everything together, almost pulls the Mega Knight away from the Skeletons, and will still result in a big hit. 2-0-0-3 on the right-hand side, and Ta with about a 500 HP lead and change as we go into sudden death.
Yeah, tough interaction there with the Evo Valkyrie, just pulling the Mega Knight close enough to not jump on the Skeletons. Obviously, Sub going for that King Tower activation, but not able to pull it off. And then this is, you know, the cool thing about Goblin Hut that we're seeing now is like, all right, we're going to play it up high so that the units that you're playing defensively on your side of the river or on your side of the bridge are going to spawn goblins, and now you have this swarm to deal with. And now you have to decide, do I want to use a big spell or do I want to eat damage? And Ta goes for the second option.
Poison's getting involved early for Sub as we reach the final 90 seconds of gameplay, and that's been the biggest chunk of damage so far. Golden Knight up high, Bar Barrel to try to get on top of that Ewis.
It's like Anton in the chat here saying Valkyrie selling and Evo Valk selling, and yeah, that's exactly it. It's tough when those Evos, you know, they have great interactions, and we were saying yesterday, Evo Valk, wow, and that is tough, man. Oh, boy. Just behind on the barrel. Magic Archer's at the bridge, does get on top of the Bar Barrel, so, but it should get a lineup here still on the Valk. Absolutely devastating. That's game right there. Sub knows it.
Yeah, that's absolutely rough, and I know a lot of that began with the Evo Snowball, taking everything and putting it back behind that Princess Tower on the right-hand side and clearing out a path. One of those many things where, you know, a Snowball in the past might have just knocked it to the side. Now able to clear the way for that Mega Knight to connect, and then you get the Magic Archer, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, Drill was just so strong yesterday, and this is a version of Drill that we kind of saw in the past as Golden Knight has worked its way back into the meta. It's interesting because, you know, Tornado is so much weaker now than it used to be. It's really just about lining things up and moving things around the board now, right? That's what it was really always about, but the extra added damage to take care of the bats or the spears or the skellies, what have you, was the added bonus that made it a super, super strong card. We've only seen NATO used a few times this whole weekend. It's not really used in the most popular Graveyard deck, even though we did see some Splash Yard yesterday. But this was just a great use of all of it, right? Mega Knight was such a nuisance that whole game for subs. So, you know, all of you guys at mid-ladder, don't worry. Even at the highest level, Mega Knight is still absolutely a nuisance. And, you know, just a couple of weird interactions there. It's the first game of the day, so maybe sub can clean some of that up. But that Mega Knight caused way more issues than it should have throughout that game.
Well, sub now with Graveyard out, and as we were talking about earlier, Graveyard so popular in the late half of the game, or the matches yesterday. Poison gone as well. When you're looking kind of what Sub has left, he had some success yesterday with the Royal Giant, some success yesterday with Bridge Spam, and I'm wondering if either one of those are on the docket for game number 2.
Yeah, I know. That was another thing that we were talking about yesterday, was just like picking what people are going to run after one game now has become so much more difficult than it used to be. The meta is so expansive, and then also like Now people are just going for, instead of like putting in a win condition because a spell is out, they're just going to put in a strong Evo. And Mo did that great yesterday. Just something as simple as archers being out game one, or excuse me, arrows being out game one, and then running Evo archers in game number two. And those Evo archers were impossible to deal with. So it's become this fascinating thing of, obviously you want your win condition to benefit based off what your opponent doesn't have anymore. But the other part of it is, sometimes Evos and champions are enough to win the game. How do you exploit that as well?
Well, both guys taking their time to get ready for game number 2. Both guys, of course, world finalists in their own right. You know, when you talk about the road these two players have gotten to this point, Sub, we were mentioning earlier, this journeyman who's been right there on the edge for a long time, maybe always a bridesmaid, never a bride out of the Brazilian contingent. Ta, to me, is such a fascinating character, though, because you and I both remember his debut in CRL back in 2021, and we've made this mea culpa before, but we were both surprised, very shocked by the run he made in that monthly final the first time he showed up on camera, and we were kind of saying, hey, we don't expect to see this guy back again. He felt like we've seen so many times over and over again, a flash in the pan, a good luck story in those moments, and then over time continued to get better and better until he was a legitimate threat last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a grinder now, man. Like, it just seems like he is always in these monthly finals. He just keeps showing up over and over and over. And again, like I said, I think at World Finals, I don't know what exactly went on that day number 1 for him, but I definitely seem to put a fire under his butt, because he seems to be back. He seems to be, again, doing what he does best, which is being very versatile and just having really great interactions. He's got a great macro understanding of the game, and he doesn't make micro mistakes.
So looking at the decks from game number 1, the drill and a full-on bridge spam set for Ta. Yeah. Magic Archer gone, Royal Ghost gone, E-Wiz gone. The Golden Knight, which we saw come in really handy on that defense against the Graveyard, but only NATO and Snowball. So spells open all across the board for Ta, whereas Sub, pretty traditional with the Graveyard play, Barb Barrel and Poison both out. Let's take a look at what they have in store for us in game number 2 as we're playing small ball to start things off. And a very different tenor.
Order deck. Yeah, absolutely. Just going. Looks like we're seeing maybe some minor control versus some mortar here, and we'll have to see what spell Ta's running. We saw some with poison yesterday. We saw more with rocket, and then Sub. I'm curious to just see what iteration of, if it is mortar, which it probably is with the, there it is. Which iteration we actually end up seeing, because the most popular one yesterday, this version, if it's got Skeleton King, just wasn't very good. But you know what? That doesn't mean it's not a good deck. It just maybe wasn't finding the right spot in the competition yesterday.
And you see that high Goblin Hut interaction with the mortar, shutting it down completely, first minute away, and so far just a little bit of chip damage on both sides.
Yeah, the Goblin Hut has become just so fascinating. It's like the way you play it is just so different than any way you've played a building before and any way you've played the Goblin Hut before, but as you see right there, just a nice, easy way to counter the mortar.
And you're also seeing just early, varied placement with the miner out of Sub. Knows the NATO's gone. Go ahead, put it wherever you like. And with that, he's gotten things pretty close, although it is Ta with dual lane damage so far compared to Sub, who's been just on the right-hand side. Minute 22 remaining in regulation time.
And those Evo bats being targeted by that Demolisher is just something that Sub's going to have to keep in his back pocket for most of this game, depending on what big spell he has. Usually, though, it's usually actually, he might have a way to take care of the Evo bats otherwise, but being able to do it with a Demolisher is probably going to be his best bet.
And Hut picks up the spears at the top into double elixir time. Demolisher high, Golden Knight set up in the back, little poison chip for Ta. And pressure on the right-hand side.
Yep, one of the worst things about playing Cannoneer, one of the best things about playing against it is just the ability to create pressure with 1 and 2 elixir cards like Skellies and Bats.
Poison value now for Ta, as the miner goes at the back and opens up a lead finally for Sub down to 22-17 on the left-hand side. And Demolisher clearing a path. Bats for bats. Golden Knight not going to activate here.
Yeah, and that was a really nice pre-poison there from Todd, just taking care of everything there. Evo Bats get taken off the board instantaneously. Definitely a bummer there for Sub. Evo Bats, just one of my favorite Evos in the game. Because when you don't have a response, as we saw yesterday, they can just really steal something. Mohamed Light showed Vitor that in a fun mirror match of wall breakers with Evo Bats.
And Gang has to come out just to pick up those juiced bats. As the Miner gets up front, Mortar will be picked up by the Mighty Miner.
As more time goes on, it feels like it's probably Lightning. That's what I was saying earlier, is like, you know, he probably didn't have a great spell to deal with it, but sometimes you see this run with arrows because you can kind of couple the arrows with the Demolisher to actually create kind of a big spell as one mortar shot comes in on that left-hand side. So Sub doing a good job of just being really annoying with the mortars, which is a lot of what you need to do with this deck.
Here we go. Final 70 seconds of gameplay approaching. Triple Elixir about to kick in.
Yeah, and for Triple Elixir, I mean, this is really where I think, both these guys are in a good spot because they have a 3-card cycle along with a Miner, but I think Sub needs to just keep up a little bit of pressure to make sure his opponent can't just go full offense. Wow, and he actually gets the mortar lock, Rich. I think that's going to be the game right there.
2 shots off of the mortar in the final 50 seconds, 831 to over 2,000 on both lanes. And it would take a pretty big mistake, it feels like, out of Sub to give up that quantity of damage in this time frame.
Yep, and there's the Lightning that we've been kind of waiting on this whole game. Obviously, as we saw the game kind of develop, we knew it wasn't going to be arrows. Holds on to the Lightning the whole time. Nice little final send here from Ta. I mean, this is one of the rough things about playing Cannoneer, which is why it's been coupled with the Demolisher so much, is you all of a sudden have a great way to just take care of everything piling up at the bridge. All those swarm units cleaned up by one Demolisher blowing up. And finally, we see this Mortar deck actually pick up a win pretty emphatically.
Lightning to kick things off, or to set things off. And, you know, we see, you talk about it picking up a pretty significant win for this deck, but it all really comes down to that Mortar escaping. Those 2 Mortar shots, we're already starting to see the shift going towards Sub. And then when you create that big of a gap in Triple Elixir, now you're just putting all this pressure where it could have been, hey, pick your spot, create some opportunities in both lanes, and kind of force Ta to go in one big direction. And to his credit, and to the, as you mentioned, the detriment of Cannoneer, he did close the gap significantly. But yeah, man, and you can't give up 2 mortar shots at that stage in the game.
The biggest thing for Ta that I think Sub started to recognize as the game went on was just there was not a lot of ground tanks to deal with the mortar, right? And that's something that happens when you have Mighty Miner in your deck, is the only tank is obviously you want to keep it on the board for the 3-card cycle, but then you don't have another tank to get on the ground anywhere else. And as that game kind of went on, the tough thing is if you're Ta, you can't keep playing the Goblin Head in the center of the map because it will tank for the mortar, but it doesn't actually provide any utility. So then you start playing the Goblin Hut up high on top of the mortar, and then Sub did a great job of recognizing that and then getting the Demolisher down in front of it. So as the game went on, they were playing this great game of chess where Sub was able to create a ton of pressure with the mortar and then also get the 3-card cycle going with his Golden Knight, but then his opponent and Todd just didn't have enough ground tanks. There's no way to keep that Mighty Miner where you need it at all times when your opponent has a siege unit that is just always on the board.
Well, looking at what they did in game number 1 and game number 2, just a little appraisal for everybody watching at home. For Sub, game number 1, Poison and Barb Barrel out as part of the Graveyard deck. Now adds Lightning alongside the Mortar Miner deck. Evo's used Bats, Mortar, Archers, and the Valkyrie. On the other side of things, Ta, Mega Knight, and Snowball, the 2 Evos, gone alongside the NATO with that Bridge Spam Drill deck. And then here, Miner Poison, Mighty Miner gone, the Ice Spirit, and the Evo Bats. And, you know, I'll defer to you here, Andrew. I know there's no way to call decks at this point, but as we were talking about, it feels like even you mentioned that it's hard to figure out what to do in game number 2. I'm still looking at this board in game number 3 and finding myself going, well, I can think of 24 options at this stage.
I mean, totally. That's exactly it. And I'm sitting here kind of trying to look through and see, you know, yeah, it's so hard because Sub now with with running Graveyard in game 1, and you look at what was running game number 2 from Ta, it's like, oh, okay, well, now Spears are out, Poison's out, Logs out, Bats are out. There's a lot of great ways to get on top of to punish him with Graveyard. Oh, we don't have Graveyard anymore, so what are things that are like that? You're like, oh, well, Skeleton King. Well, he's only paired with Mortar. We can't play Mortar anymore. So it just becomes this thing of, like, I honestly wouldn't mind. Yesterday, we did not see, like, any Piggies. I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of Piggies deck from Ta, just knowing that Lightning's out of play. Lightning and Poison are both out. I think with Lightning and Poison both out for sub, it also would be a really good idea for Ta to just go with Graveyard. I think it would be great for him to go Witch Graveyard with Evo Knight, I think that deck, will have Goblin Hut in it sometimes, but it doesn't have to have Goblin Hut in it. I think that's one of the things that you can actually change when you're looking at Lightning and Poison being out. The biggest threats in those decks that I'm talking about, the Hogs or the Graveyard, is obviously the Graveyard, and then the Witch and the Archer Queen, which with Lightning and Poison out, you can kind of exploit that a little bit. Also with Golden Knight, Valkyrie, and Archers out all for sub, it does seem like a lot of the best responses for Graveyard are just unavailable. So if I'm Ta, maybe that's where I'm going. Ta, on the other hand, has built a pretty great first 2 games here for sub that make it a lot harder. And I think a big part of that is game number 1. Game number 1, he did a really good job of using cards that weren't used a lot yesterday, and then also putting Drill and Evo Snowball together, because those two have to be together.
Well, Sub has been practicing a lot of Royal Giant lately. There is RG Goblin Curse on the board available for him still, which would at least give him some coverage on the Graveyard. And, of course, this is a deck he's been running a lot in various forms, whether it's a Evo Witch version or whether it's what I was mentioning before. So I'm curious to see if he goes back to something that's slow and comfortable and clean, like a Royal Giant deck here, or if he tries to continue to push the pace. Because when you look at these last couple of games out of Sub, you don't call them inherently super fast, but this Graveyard deck he came out, it's kind of a low-weight Graveyard deck. Same thing with the Mortar Miner deck, obviously a little bit faster. So maybe changing the pace here and taking the gameplay a little bit slower here in game number 3 is the move for him.
And what's interesting about Sub in game 1 and Ta in game 2 is they both suffered from the same thing, which was just not having enough tanks on the ground. In game 1, that Mega Knight was controlling the board because the Valkyrie had to be in different places, mainly on top of the Drill. So then you were trying to control the Mega Knight with the Goblin Hut, Skeletons, and Barb Barrels, and we saw that just did not work out. So Ta actually does go to Skeleton King, maybe instead of going Graveyard, or maybe he's doing both. We'll see.
Picked up by the Knight as Sub comes out running bait. And opting for Evo Cage, Evo Dragon is Ta.
Yeah, bait was actually, pretty strong yesterday, even though it didn't show up as early as we thought it would. Still did pretty well. Sub misses the log there and also loses the princess. So we see Ta go right in, and hey, it looks like Ta maybe was listening in. Decides to go Graveyard, which is, honestly, it's pretty, it feels like the most, if I'm figuring it out, the analyst is probably figuring it out, right? So you could see Sub there having guards, having log, having Evo Tesla. A lot of good ways to respond to Graveyard here.
Cannon Cart working on the right-hand side, Skelly King on the left. Plenty of Elixir to deal with that. Opts to pull to the middle for the Skelly King and pick up high on the right-hand side with the Knight. About halfway through so far for the regulation period, Andrew, and what do you think the rhythm is going to be as we continue to open up here?
I mean, that's okay, and there we go. So we at least have arrows here from Ta, which is good because he was thinking about bait just a little bit. I feel like the pace just needs to be pushed by Sub. When you look at how heavy Ta's deck is, and you look at the ways that you can respond to the Graveyard, especially with those guards, having arrows as a response. I really think that Sub has a good way to deal with Graveyards, and he has a good way to block at the bridge. So I think he just needs to keep up the pressure, and here we go. So Evo Barrel out, the first Evo Barrel out. The real goblins go to the left, and we see some good damage in.
Graveyard down, solid tanking from the Skeleton King. Evo Tesla to contend, log to clean up. It's a lot of Elixir spent, and there's still going to be some chip damage on that left-hand side and force to spend on the right. It feels like the Elixir exchange at least went in the way of Ta as we go into our final 30 of regulation.
Yeah, yeah, and I wonder what the mental battle was there because, if I'm Ta, even though the elixir was spent, I'm looking at that going, I did not get really a lot out of that. I don't really know how else I'm going to be able to break through because, once again, there's so many options for sub, and that's actually a really nice rocket pull there on top of the cannon cart. Gives Ta a little bit of information, obviously, but now having an extra way to get damage on tower is sub.
Well, you see the Evo Inferno Dragon, and you think maybe this was part of the idea of covering Royal Giant. Not the same value of targets here on sub side of the board for the Inferno Dragon as it would have been in that situation.
Yeah, it's almost like Ta is trying to cover too many bases right now with the deck that he's got, which you understand because RG was so popular yesterday. But, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, this is a very heavy deck, so it could be pretty easily controlled by this bait deck. But as we all know, small decks or faster decks can get overrun, and this is maybe a moment for that. Evo Tesla catching the cannon.
Cannon cart trying to work on that Tesla. Arrows to clear. Skeletons will get on tower, and that is a significant chunk. Just like that, Ta back in the mix. 1987 on the left-hand side, trailing by a little over 300 HP crosswise top right to bottom left.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the pressure here. One of these guys knows they're going to be going home after this game, and they're definitely trying to clean everything up as it seems damage is coming in no matter what either of them do every single time. It's just obviously about who's going to win that race as we see a nice big push here on the left-hand side.
And the Skeleton King does just barely get in front of the cannon cart to tank for it. And now we're going to have the Graveyard tanking for the cannon cart as it pushes in, forces the Ice Spirit to pick up. And now suddenly Ta roars into the lead, 40 seconds left, and he's ahead by about 30. Rocket Cycle begins, and you can understand why Sub wants to pin that cannon cart in the back.
Yeah, the fireball there from Ta to get that first Tesla off the board. Second Tesla has to come down, but damage already done with those skeletons piling up. Still in a decent spot is Sub able to get one more rocket out, which means that this push on the left has to do something here for Ta. That's why you see the high Tesla early to block.
15 seconds left. Graveyard getting some on, but not enough.
That should do it. He should be able to just get a rocket in and call this game.
Rocket goes. Graveyard going to hope for maybe a prayer of a skeleton. Not going to happen. Good game. Sub eliminates Ta to start off day number 2.
Yeah, that deck from Ta, I just feel like he was trying to cover maybe just a handful too many of bases. It just felt like maybe he could have dropped one or two archetypes he was looking for and taken that out. I don't know exactly what that deck looks like otherwise, but it just seemed a little bit too heavy as the game went on. It didn't seem to synergize that well. The Inferno Dragon didn't really seem to have a place in that matchup. I mean, obviously a big part of that is just because of the matchup, but just one of those things where the cards don't fall in your favor for Ta.
Well, and a great job, I think, deck picking on Sub's part. We talk about, hey, if I can see it, they can see it, and I was talking about the possibility of, hey, something that Sub really likes in this situation, something he's been playing a lot lately is Royal Giant. You go to his Royale API, and his second and third most played decks right now are Royal Giant decks. And it makes me wonder if sometimes there's some gamesmanship that happens with players doing their practice work. Like, hey, you know what? I'll go ahead and play 10 games of Royal Giant to make sure it's on my Royale API. So when you're game planning game number 3, you go, hey, he loves Royal Giant. Try to cover that direction. Next thing you know, I've opened up a pathway for me to play something different.
Yeah, and I think Sub did a great job just kind of doing the same thing as we were doing, looking at what was out, what was used, and maybe what he was most susceptible to in the graveyard, and he had really great ways to cover it. The Evo Tesla did a really good job. Princesses are always going to be a pain. It was at least good for Ta that he had 2 spells, so he did have a way to deal with maybe a barrel and a princess. The problem is you start dealing with Evo barrels. You got 2 ways, you wish you have 2 small spells in that moment. The princesses are played in good spots, so your fireball is not actually getting a lot of value. So then we saw the fireball being used on the Teslas that were used to defend the graveyard. So it was just a lot of gamesmanship, kind of Sub recognizing, all right, how do I make him play uncomfortably? How do I break up these big pushes? We never actually saw a 2 tank plus Inferno push come across the bridge. And if we did, I think it was maybe just one time. With Graveyard, you need to have good counter pushes, and you need to turn that counter push into a strong Graveyard push. And Sub just did a really, really good job of splitting his opponent's attention, which is what Bait is great at.
That's what Bait does and gets him one step closer. Let's take a look at our bracket as we have the update ready for you to take a look at. Sub, a valiant effort today, but does take Sub takes the win. Ta, a valiant effort, takes the loss here against Sub, and that will be the end of his day here in the top 8. Sub moving on and awaiting one of the losers from our upper bracket, and just a couple of wins away. You look where he is right now. 2 more wins will put him up into a grand final, and more importantly, Andrew, will put him into that silver ticket situation where he'll have at least a guaranteed shot at the LCQ. And so you think about the stakes that continue to happen. It's one of my favorite things about all the format stuff this year is the way that the stakes apply kind of all the way across the board to every single match, whether it be because of points that we have 6 players making it to World Finals because of points, or whether it be because of the ability to qualify for the LCQ from a thing like a second-place finish. Now it kind of gives us a little extra juice all up and down the bracket.
Yeah, I love it. I think the evolution of kind of like the rewards for where you land in the tournament, other than just being straight points and being straight cash, it's great that there. I mean, I love the silver ticket idea. I love the idea of getting second place and going straight to that LCQ. You know, second place is tough, and in Clash Royale is a game where sometimes, you know, with your hand, with the matchups, like you might feel like you could have actually done better. So the LCQ is a great opportunity for that. I love the leaderboard. I really do. I think having consistency pay off for players that, you know, sometimes you just can't get it in that final game, and that's fine. And if that happens to you 3 or 4 times throughout the season, then I think you do deserve to be at World Finals. Or if you show up at monthly finals, you know, 4 or 5 times or whatever. I mean, this year there's only a handful. There's only 4, but you know what I'm saying is, like, if you show up over and over and over, I do believe you should be rewarded for that. And as we've seen, a lot of leaderboard players have done very, very well at World Finals. It's just there's also Mohamed Light there.
There is also Mohamed Light there, and speaking of Mohamed Light, that's the matchup we're going to be going into next year, the one we were kind of teasing a bit extra at the top of the show. But we're here now, Mohamed Light versus Igor. And this is, I'm so pumped for this one. And, you know, I also like the change of venue for Mohamed Light. We're so used to the golden chair. Now we're here to the golden fainting couch or daybed. Kind of a, I mean, just the overall gold theme. Look at that, the trim, the crown molding. I mean, I know, his house is Goldfinger
baller.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually, I love this because I talked about this at the top of the show. You know, Ian played from bed. It looked like he was maybe recovering from a cold or something, or maybe it was just early. Igor playing from bed as well. And then Mohamed Light, like, he's like, you know what? I also would like to play laying down, and especially against Igor. So I don't know if this is the new meta in being on Clash Royale League cams, but apparently everyone's just getting real comfortable, which I'm okay with.
Yeah, well, it also brings up a
Honestly,
question
if
for
you're
me.
playing from home, you should.
Has that been Is that Mo's normal playing position? And we've just been seeing him play at the golden chair for so long because he, you know, if anyone who's met Mohamed Light knows that he's one of the most polite people in Clash Royale, right? You don't see him talking a lot of trash online. I wonder if he felt a sense of obligation to play in the golden chair in previous years, and now he's like, no, you know what? I'm the 2-time world champion. I will play where I want to play.
Yeah, if anyone's earned it, it's definitely Mo, and already seeing Mo come out with Royal Ghost Magic Archer, so I'm wondering if this is going to be kind of like what we saw Ta run in game number 1. You know, yesterday Drill was so strong. Maybe now that Drill deck has kind of evolved to include the Golden Knight NATO combo that we used to see and love with Drill.
Sure, and we saw some Drill out of Igor as well yesterday. And sets up in the back with the Witch, and I'm excited to see some Evo Witch CRL gameplay, or get to cast some CRL gameplay with the Evo Witch.
Yeah, I mean, she's still great. One of the reasons why I think Golden Knight has really popped into the meta. You know, that dash really helps clean up the Evo Witch, cleans up all the skellies, then obviously gets him right on top of her to take her out before she's able to get too much more HP. And I'm wondering if Igor is just running. There was a version out there with, it did have Boss Bandit, but he was seeing Knight here, Spears, Hut, Evo Witch, and he might just be going straight control.
Mega Knight plus Royal Ghost set up on the left-hand side. And now we see the Evo Witch and NATO to pull all of that together. But a good Evo Ice Spirit. Yeah, wow. Nice play to preserve the Evo Witch. And We'll see if the healing can keep her alive a little bit longer. Snowball to clean that up.
Yeah, alive long enough to bait out a snowball from Mo, and I guess we don't know if it was 100% necessary, but Mo felt it was, and now we're seeing Mo show his whole hand, going right back to basically what Ta was running, and this is the thing we love about CRL and the meta evolving over the weekend, is maybe this is the new drill deck for today.
When you think about how, at the end of that exchange, Igor came out ahead to Elixir. Igor, a.k.a. Kazardi, those of you who are saying who's Igor. Igor came out 2 Elixir ahead, and what did he do? He used that to chip on the right-hand side and put this thing pretty much back to even. So just slight little interactions at this level when you have 2 world champions. So fun to watch. Here we go, final 30 seconds, and the spears continuing to be a problem for Mo on the right-hand side.
Just going to say we got to see what spell comes out here for Igor, and it ends up being the poison on top of all that, crossing the bridge. There's the Evo Snowball on top of the Knight, and then we see a big push over on the other side of the river here for Mo. They got the MK and the Golden Knight there. Igor running out of enough tankage on the ground, does get the second Knight in. Wow.
And NATO to pull all that together, gets the lineup, and a couple of bits of chip damage, 17-19 left-hand side, as we go into sudden death. And you saw the...
Yeah, you can kind of just...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, we saw kind of this double move, right, where the Evo Snowball took the Knight behind the tower, and then the Evo MK knocked the Knight behind the tower, and none of it really got what he wanted, but that's what he wants. Mohamed Light with a huge leap, the Ice Spirit late in front of the King Tower for the activation, and that just blew this thing wide open.
I mean, that was just a beautiful predictive snowball there for Mo. He sees the spears come out first. He knows the second option has got to be either, an Ice Spirit or maybe a Knight. Whatever it's going to be, it's something he can push far enough away from the MK and gets the MK on top of that left-hand tower. And now we finally see, Igor doing a decent amount of damage on the right-hand side with his Graveyard deck. But damage done already on the left-hand side. But really, only 600 HP. GY can do that in a heartbeat, especially with an Evo Witch on the board.
Bar Barrel trying to get on top of that Magic Archer, Graveyard in, final minute, triple Elixir flowing. Opportunities now for Igor to try to get some back. Does get some chip on that right-hand side, not insignificant, 13-21, and he's forcing the Elixir conversation into the right-hand lane.
Yeah, Magic Archer, though, just like showing the absolute prowess of being able to take out those witches. Just absolutely a pain. The distance on it, the range on the Magic Archer, and then the ability to pierce through, take care of the skeletons. It's just so fascinating to see the Golden Knight and Magic Archer be used as much as they are because of the Witch. And again, a perfect lineup there from Mo. He's one of the best to ever do the Magic Archer NATO lineups.
And you know what, Andrew, I think you got it right the first time. I know you corrected it, but I think the Magic Oucher is actually the right thing to call it in that situation because, ouch, for what happened to Igor in that moment. Graveyard in, 8 seconds left. Does he have a poison here to juice this thing? Trying to get a little bit on top. Can't do it. Can he do it? And Mohamed Light able to hold up, and exactly what we wanted from game number 1 of these two. Fireworks right until the very end.
I honestly am shocked Mo was able to get out of that at the end. There was the double Evo Witch on the board. The Graveyard was in. He stopped thinking about the left-hand tower, defending the right, ends up getting more damage on that right-hand side. And, I mean, this is just why we love Mohamed Light. He's playing against one of the best players ever. He has some beautiful predictive plays. You can see he's hyped up there. And honestly, he just played it calm and methodical. On that left-hand side, the first breakthrough, we saw the MK and the Golden Knight. And if you're sitting there as his coach, you're sitting there as Mohamed Light, you're thinking, Igor has got to spend more Elixir to defend all that. And if he does get a second Knight down, he's got to play that second Knight low and near his crown tower, and then you get the Magic Archer piercing, then you get the Tornado lineup. And so he kind of painted Igor into a tough corner on that left-hand side. And then when you talk about what was going on the right-hand side, the defense, maybe if we have another couple minutes, Igor can run that over, but Mo just does exactly what he needs to do, which is he gets himself in the lead, he plays great defense, and he holds on.
Well, I was talking about, that actually kind of kicked up for a second. I was talking about that sequence on the left-hand side, the first big chunk, where you had the defense getting pushed back behind the tower by the Evo Snowball and then punched away by the Mega Knight. And we had Mohamed then go, okay, well, I'm not getting the Magic Archer lineup I want. Guess what? I still have a Tornado. Brought it all together. The Mega Knight putting a lot of damage there. And that opened things up. And then you start thinking about how Igor's responding, right? And so Igor's thinking about the damage that was just done. How am I going to kind of contend with the Magic Archer up there? What am I preparing for to make my counterattack? And that brings me to the predictive snowball on the attempted King Tower activation. Because I think that if Igor doesn't take all that damage, maybe he's tracking the snowball a little bit better. And when he does go for that King Tower activation, he's hedging against the Mega Knight, against that prediction, and ready to pick up in case the snowball comes in. But he takes that damage, he's focused in that direction, maybe loses track of the cycle for a moment or not thinking about it, and that opens up the opportunity for him to go for a pretty simple play and Mohamed to make what at this point is still a high-level prediction, but a pretty standard one you would expect from top-tier world-class players, and Igor not in rhythm, not ready to cover that when it did inevitably occur.
Yeah, I mean, when you get used to playing at the highest level again, you got to remember that those high level plays start to become a lot more standard, if you will. And the other thing that's wild is when you look at the map control and the ability to control the board with Evo Snowball and Tornado. It's absolutely insane when you couple the two of those together. I mean, it's actually like this beast that I'm worried has been awakened now when we see how strong this deck is, because so many people just opted to not play Tornado again. It's not quite the same as in the past when we've had cards get nerfed, and you know, we in the Americas and in this server have always been known for kind of overcorrecting once a card gets balanced. And in all fairness, Tornado really got nerfed pretty hard. But now you talk about adding Snowball and Tornado together, Golden Knight, Magic Archer, you get the drill in there, and all of a sudden you are able to just control so much damage that no one can do anything about. You really can't do anything about an Evo Snowball other than double and triple drop on it. And then if you double and triple drop, and you've got a Tornado that can pull it to the front with a Magic Archer at the bridge, now you're having to think about like 6 different layers of attack. You're thinking about the Goblins, you're thinking about the Magic Archer, you're thinking about the lineup, you're thinking about the Golden Knight. It just becomes an incredible synergy. So we'll see. I think we'll see a lot more of this deck today.
I think the only way to stop Magic Archer and NATO being a great team is to vault Magic Archer or NATO. They go together like coffee and donuts, like peanut butter and jelly. These are one of the all-time great combinations, and one of the most enduring combinations, right? You think about some things that worked together for a long time. I remember we did a segment in 2019 CRL that was the Fisherman P.E.K.K.A. and Fisherman Hunter combinations and how you would pull them in and, you know, pull things in and get them knocked away. Yes, that still exists to a certain degree, but doesn't have the same still staying power as NATO and Magic Archer have had.
Yeah. I mean, it's a match made in Clash Royale heaven, and looks like Igor here is ready to go. Mohamed Light still, he's got his tablet out, he's got his phone out. It looks like he's on call, so here we go. Hopping into game number 2 here.
And everybody watching at home, the players do have a significant amount of time to choose their decks between games, and as you can imagine, with this being an elimination matchup, these two players certainly taking as much time to make the right call as they can every single time. And here we go with the Mega Minion in response to the Miner.
Yeah,
you
never
talk
gets
about,
old, huh?
Go ahead.
I was just saying, never gets old, huh? People in chat telling us to start the game.
Well, you know, you talk about
8 years later.
8 years later. You talk about the evolution of the game and certain things having staying power. The Mega Minion's one of those ones that, I mean, there was a time when Mega Minion was in every single deck, and now not the same story for the Mega Minion as maybe once was.
Yeah, it just seems like there's so many other cards that can kind of do what the Mega Minion does and provide a little bit more utility. I mean, I think one of the biggest things to kill the Mega Minion was just the Phoenix. I think that's what so many people said, was the Phoenix coming into the game just made the Mega Minion a bit obsolete. I don't know if that's exactly the same sentiment that people still have, because obviously the Mega Minion is cheaper. But yeah, it's just one of those cards that very rarely shows up anymore. And it's a great card. Makes me a little sad.
And Inferno Dragon, a pretty easy response for the Giant. And interesting selection here out of Igor. It's kind of a classic beatdown deck with the Giant and Prince and the Boss Bandit. Not as classic with the Boss Bandit in there, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting deck from Igor. I mean, I don't know if this is the type of deck that I want to run against Mohamed Light, because essentially what you're hoping on is breaking through with a Giant, getting a good Heal Spirit in there, and then of course getting that Evo Bomber lineup. As Mo Light brings out, Mortar against the Mortar God, but a weird version of Mortar. I mean, obviously we'll see as this game kind of unfolds, but I'm just not loving this deck so far.
Well, I think that one of the feelings that you're having is that it's really hard to get directly on tower. There is almost the only ways you get directly on tower here are the arrows and the zap. You don't have a lot of ways, so you're counting on breaking through and just having a big push roll downhill, which is hard in general in this game, especially though also against what you see here.
Yeah, and then the Evo Inferno and only having a Mega Minion to deal with it, and, as you can see here, he's kiting it away, but that Inferno is jacked. It's amped. We got an Evo Mortar on the board, a Prince behind. Evo Mortar is, I think, locked on top of the tower, and, yeah, I don't know, man. This deck, not great. Gets the zap to reset, misses it. Prince gets caught by the guards, and that's all she wrote, man.
This game feels, completely 180 turn from what was happening last game. Last game, we had this pitched back and forth battle, a tight fight between these two. And then, you talked about the maturity with Igor. You talked about the decision making. I think you were kind of going back to the 2020 Solo World Championship where he ended up playing the exact same deck 4 games in a row. And same thing here. I question the decision making here on this deck picking.
Definitely. I mean, this is exactly what I was kind of worried about coming into the day, and I was hoping that this was not going to be the situation that we saw with Igor, which was just that, I'm very good at Mortar, I'm very good at Minor Control, and he needs to figure out what else he's really good at. Mo's hyped, and Mo should be hyped, because this is one of those matchups that we've like, if you're a Clash Royale League fan, this is a matchup for the ages. Seeing Igor, one of the best ever, to go up against Mohamed Light, who is the best ever. The problem is just the Igor deck there just didn't make sense. There wasn't a lot of synergy, doesn't really fit in the meta. Again, Mega Minion being in that deck specifically, it makes sense, I guess, because you need an air response, but just in general, the synergy of that deck and kind of what you're hoping to accomplish against Mohamed Light, I just don't think he's going to let you do it. He's too good to allow Evo Bomber lineups and then Heal Spirits to jump on top of Giants when he's got a building. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, just hey, I'm going to put things behind a Giant like it's the opening tutorial and hope that I can create a downhill push. I'd be curious as to have a chat with Igor or whoever he's working with on what the thought process there. What were you looking for? It also feels like one of those ones where, hey, maybe if we're in game 5 and you have 4 decks worth of information that you go, hey, for some reason this is a really sensible option right now. But it just seems like as a game 2 and a best of 3 pick back against the wall, not the thing I would have pulled out of the tool belt.
I think that deck, you're really hoping for your opponent to make mistakes, as opposed to you creating opportunities to outplay them. And that's just not the situation you want to be in against Mohamed Light. Will he make a mistake sometimes? Pretty rarely, but maybe. Can he get outplayed? We saw it yesterday. We saw Vitor beat him in a best of 3. I mean, Mohamed Light is obviously still the best ever, but you can still beat him with good decks played well in the meta. So, one of those things that is, it's just, that's part of the package when you talk about Igor. So we'll see if he can kind of clean that up as the year goes on, but still a great showing for him to make it to day 2.
Sure, absolutely, and his day does end here. Let's take a look at the bracket and the results and what the lay of the land is going to be moving forward as we see nothing we have not seen before. Mohamed Light moving up in the lower bracket. He will await the loser of Ian versus Lucas. So one of those two will go from a difficult match to the most difficult match. And as you see that sub waiting the loser of 15, that's the loser of Adriel and Vitor as we go up here. So Adriel and Vitor, our next match coming up here in a moment. And then Ian and Lucas after that one, as I said before. Either Ian or Lucas will be going ahead to our upper bracket final, and one of those two will be going back and facing an elimination matchup against Mohamed Light. But that's the next one. Right up in front of us, Adriel and Vitor. And, two guys who both world finalists. Vitor now on a run of world finals that's going back years at this stage. And, both talented competitors, really great guys. And I also have to say I'm just really enjoying Mustache Vitor. Might be my favorite evolution of Vitor.
I know, we were talking about that yesterday. It's just so funny. We've been doing this for so long. We've seen everyone grow up. Like literally every one of these people grow up. I mean, Juicy and I were talking about it. He was 16 when he started playing in Clash Royale League, and now he's in his mid or early 20s. So it's like we've seen the evolution of all of them. We saw Mo yesterday with facial hair. We're seeing Vitor today, and but Vitor still, when he won that best of 3 yesterday, his dad came in. They had a nice hug there. It was actually a really sweet moment. And it's one of the reasons why we love CRL, and especially because we love Vitor and Adriel. Adriel on the other side of it, he was classic Adriel, man. He was just like ice through his veins, quick 2-0 over baton. Just a really, really clean set from him. So I'm really, really, really excited to see our next 2 matches, just because these are the guys that we saw the least of yesterday, and they all came out and did exactly what they were supposed to, which is get that first round bye and then win pretty dominantly.
Vitor, yesterday we saw him with some minor control, some hog EQ, and then a little bit of bridge spam, and just continuing to dig into the deck pool, opening up drill on day number 2. And Cannon sets up high, takes care of the princess at the bridge. And just a little slowdown.
A lot of great responses for that drill.
Spears should get a little bit of chip, and they do. So first blood drawn, 28-64 on the right-hand side. Evo Cannon, though, will have some targets in a lot of these squishy troops on the board.
Like already that we're seeing Vitor kind of go and not be too shy about where he wants to play his log, and using that log to take care of Dark Goblins, using that log to take care of princesses, knowing that he's probably got other ways that he needs to figure out how to exactly to deal with the regular barrel. Obviously Evo barrel he's going to probably want to have log and cycle for, but that's one of the ways that you have to end up finding your way beating bait is you have to figure out a creative way to take care of the barrels that you can, and then end up using the logs to clean up those big pushes that come across the bridge, like Valkyrie plus Goblin Gang, or when you start to see princesses and Dark Goblins lined up in a place that you can't reach. You've got to learn to use those logs to take those out, and then play something else defensively for the gang, or excuse me, for the barrel.
I think that one of the most underrated elements of the evolutions are the aesthetics, and Evo Dark Goblin's fancy, and there we go, a little clear on the board. Evo
Wow.
Dark Goblin's fancy headdress is pretty rad.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, this sequence by Vitor, really, really nice here. Ends up getting some good Evo bat damage on the left-hand side, gets a lot of pressure in. He's able to clean up his opponent's, threats on the board while defending pretty cleanly. That Evo cannon was absolutely beautiful. I think it shocked Adriel there, cleaning up everything coming across the bridge and taking out his Dark Goblins. So Vitor did a great job there capitalizing with an Evo.
Well, that's the one thing, I mentioned that earlier about the Evo cannon, is it has a lot of things that are squishy out here for when it does drop. And Vitor, I'll see if the question now is, does Adriel make adjustments to not give as much value when it drops? How well is he watching the cycle of when it's in? And that's a lot of value for that log. Dark Goblin and Princess both taken care of in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and if you're Adriel and you're giving that log value, you've got to turn around and punish, and here we go. Doing a little bit of a better job. He gets all the goblins in the front because he's recognizing that Vitor's playing the spears off to the side to try to just take one goblin's worth of damage and then use the spears as actually a positive trade with a little bit of tower damage taken, and then the ability to keep his log in cycle for these Dark Goblin Princess pile-ups.
Minute 20 remaining. Board clear again. Drill into the right-hand side. A little bit of pressure on the left. And I like this play because he isn't a force out. At least some response. Gets the chip on the left-hand side. Opens the lead on the right-hand side. Vitor doing well. What does Adriel do here to get this one back?
I mean, it's one of those things where he's got to use this triple elixir. He's got to start using the princesses and the dark goblins to punish, and then you got to see more of what we're seeing right there, which is Valkyries plus gang plus barrels. You know, when you're in triple elixir with this deck, you've got to be absolutely sending it. Non-stop relentless. You've got to use that prior 4 minutes of figuring out how your opponent likes to defend, what their kind of tendencies are defense-wise for your bait deck, and then you've just got to punish. And as we can see right now, Vitor is... I mean, that's the other thing with these bait decks is they don't have a great way of getting direct damage on tower. It's all about overwhelming and capitalizing off of opponent mistakes. And because these decks have been so popular, it looks like Vitor's in a pretty good spot.
Princess is starting to stack. A Dark Goblin on the board. 2089 on the left-hand side, so Vitor knows exactly where it's all coming.
Yep. Adriel knows it. I mean, Vitor did just such a good job of never overextending. That's the other thing, is just you never have to overextend. You know your opponent can only get damage on tower from princesses at the bridge or you missing barrels, or obviously if they just break through. So Vitor just did exactly what he needed. Takes the damage lead, keeps the damage lead, stays a little bit on offense, and just make sure he does not get a Dark Goblin to break through behind a Valkyrie or something like that and then not have a log in response.
I mean, it's very clean, as you were talking about, for Vitor. I mean, kind of mistake-free. And you think about Adriel's kind of responses, and we talk about those moments that change how you think about the matchup or think about the game. And that board clear with the first Evo cannon drop, and suddenly Adriel's going, oh, okay, this can all wipe out in a second. How am I going to actually create opportunities? And to me, much like we saw, maybe in a more obvious degree than when we saw the prediction from Mohamed Light against the MK King Tower activation attempt, we saw a Princess and a Dark Goblin just put right next to each other. And it's not like they were put next to each other to be bait for the log. They just ended up being a -4 trade for Adriel, and that felt like the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and, you know, not to harp on Sam or anything, but yesterday that was something that we saw Sam do in maybe 3 of his games, was just giving a little bit too much spell value. And obviously when you're playing this fast of a log bait deck, you're going to give good log value here and there. But as you're just saying, you need to figure out a way to punish. So if you are going to make your opponent log your Dark Goblin Princess in the middle of the board, which is exactly what you're doing when you put them next to each other, any good player is going to look at that value and go, this is a +4 trade. Those are 2 cards that are a nuisance. This is going to be something that I have to do. So that is okay, but then you have to punish with, you know, a Valkyrie plus a gang plus an Evo barrel, whatever that is. I think the biggest thing here was we just didn't see Adriel taking good tabs on where the Evo cards were, right? Where he could use his Evo barrel to actually punish, and then where that Evo cannon was. Because the Evo cannon in that moment in the middle, you know, that doesn't just win the game for Vitor or anything when he played that Evo cannon up high and it cleans up the push at the bridge and takes out the Dark Goblin. But what it tells him is that his opponent is not paying attention to the Evo cycles. Because when you're playing bait, you've got to be in charge of, or on top of something like that, because you cannot lose one of your huge offensive opportunities by 1 3 elixir Evo card. It's just too much of a bad trade, and it's too much of a mental battle that you're showing you're losing.
And I love that you mentioned the 3 elixir card aspect of the Evo cannon there, because we were talking about the elixir trade situation and giving away that elixir value to the log. The value that was being given away to those Evo cannon drops was also super, super significant. And Vitor, good job recognizing, being opportunistic, and then punishing on the back end. So now he takes the 1-game lead. Both guys with log out, Rocket no longer available for Vitor. And one note thing, you know, I didn't think about this until the back end as I'm looking at the decks here, Andrew. No champion played by Adriel in this bait variation. So we had, you know, Valk as a tank. We had log, we had an Inferno Tower in there, which I don't remember I'm trying to remember how much I saw the Inferno Tower in the game, not often. But no champion there. So not able to take advantage of the cycle as things got in late, but a lot open to him as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, it's interesting because on ladder, a lot of times you'll see the deck that we just saw, or versions of the deck that we just saw, kind of run with Boss Bandit. But as time has gone on, we're seeing more Valkyrie in there, again, because of how popular Drill is. So you understand maybe why there's no champion in that deck, and it's already a pretty fast cycle deck, but obviously, the faster the cycle, the more barrels you can get out, the more you can throw your opponent off guard. So Vitor looking like he's going to go to his version of minor wall breakers. So his version of fast and loose, if you will.
Let's steal the show.
And the boss sets up in the back, ready to knock some heads. And in both directions, so get ready to see some strange interactions.
Yeah, I mean the boss bandit. It's I think one of the best things they did about the card was just not being forgiving about using the ability. That card would be way too strong if you got refunded that one elixir when the card died or doesn't actually get the dash. You know, like Skeleton King, whereas if you use the ability and it doesn't actually go off, you end up getting most of the time that 2 elixir back. The boss bandit, it's important that you do not.
Halfway through the opening chunk of this game, Vitor with a game in hand, and Adriel finally sends the drill to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and this is a really, I was just going to say, depending on what card we have in those last 2 spots, Vitor's actually in a pretty good spot defensively here when you talk about taking care of the drill and the Evo Snowball. The ability to get the bar barrel out early to clean up that very first goblin, bait out the Evo Snowball, or make your opponent hold on the Evo Snowball. It becomes this fun game of, okay, you play the drill, I'm going to bar barrel early this time, and you're not going to want to Evo Snowball till late. And then the next time, they go guards early while the opponent's holding the Evo Snowball, and then they play the bar barrel late. So Vitor finding himself with great responses to the drill, and that's because the drill's been so popular.
And after all that, one wall breaker does connect, so a lot of effort spent on knocking it back and trying to clear the board. Damage done, and Vitor's opened up a pretty good lead here, about 500 HP from the top left to the bottom right. 501 if you want to be precise about it.
Maths.
What is that? And Vitor just slowing things down a little bit, making sure he got the timing just right.
Vitor has just really found himself in just like an excellent matchup here. He's got the guards to deal with the boss bandit. He's got the guards to deal with the drill. He's got the dark goblin to be all over the board and not have an easy way to get to it other than, you know, trying to get a bar barrel on it or trying to poison. So the dark goblin is a nuisance. You've got all these ways to take care of the drill.
Oh.
You've got that goblin hut you can get on the board. King Tower activation comes in for Adriel here.
You know, you think about the King Tower activation and Vitor, maybe, I was going to say, like, hey, Vitor's putting that, maybe he was trying to put the miner right next to the Tesla because that was the least likely place to go, so a pickup move wasn't going to happen there, but he opened it up for that King Tower activation, and that's gonna save some shots as time goes on. Now miners can be ignored a little bit.
Vitor just getting a little out of sequence on that defense. You saw him kind of play a late boss bandit to get on top of the drill, and then he missed the timing on the bar barrel, and just all a little bit off sequence. And that's what we started to see yesterday, you know, as this final minute, as we're deeper in double and getting into triple elixir, the ability to keep the drills on the board when you have a champion in play and just get a non-stop drill barrage coming in, it really starts to make your opponents make a lot of mistakes, and that is something that Vitor needs to make sure does not happen, holding on to that lead right now.
And Boss Bandit picked up value on the right-hand side as the Goblin Hut going to get poisoned off. Guards almost all the way gone. 14:09 to 18:39. 30 seconds left. Snowball trying to make a little bit of room. Nothing's there to capitalize on that.
Dark Goblin. Evo Dark Goblin here should do a good job cleaning up the other lane. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Vitor's kind of panicking on his defenses, but he's okay because he's had so many responses to deal with it. He's done a good job of getting damage in, and he should be able to just walk away with this one as the time ticks to 0. Bar Barrel comes in. There we go. Vitor takes his clean 2-0. It was almost like Vitor had too many responses for the drill that he was like, which one do I play here? Where are we at in the cycle? I forget. Is his Evo in or is it not? But he ends up staying on top, getting a nice 2-0 there over Adriel.
Yeah, a little decision lock there for Vitor, and you saw that game ended relatively close considering how much had been opened up early on. But able to lock things down. And, you know, we'll go back to the same idea that we saw earlier. When something goes a little bit awry, the mental energy that takes, the space that takes up in your brain. And I think that if Igor had played that miner to the outside rather than to that spot and hadn't had the King Tower activation, we might have seen this won by a couple hundred more HP just because Igor wouldn't have been spending mental energy on
Vitor.
thinking about Vitor was spending mental energy there as opposed to spending mental energy, all of it on one thing, which was the gameplay. So it's always curious, the psychology. I know one of these days we're going to get heartbeat sensors on these guys, maybe at World Finals this year. Hope.
I know.
That would be so cool, and maybe we can... Yeah, EKGs on these guys would be great. Like, brain scans, just want to know what's happening in there.
I've been dreaming of the heart rate sensor for years. I would love to see it because you know it's getting amped. And you, especially at the end of that game, you know both those guys' heart rates were absolutely jacked. And to talk about Vitor, he looks really, really good here in 2025. Going through Muhammad Light and Adriel back-to-back, only dropping one game between those two sets. I mean, it feels like he is back, and he's back to stay. Last year, not quite the year that we were expecting out of Vitor, but it seems like he hit the lab, hit the gym, and he's back.
He is. Let's take a look at where he's going as we jump into our bracket view. And nobody knocked out from this matchup yet. We will take some steps forward and some steps down as Vitor, with the win, will move into our upper bracket final. One win away from a guaranteed silver ticket to our LCQ.
Yeah.
And a little bit closer to a golden ticket. He'll await the winner of Ian and Lucas. And Vitor, like I said, great quick work done here of Adriel on the bottom side of the bracket. Adriel dropping down to a matchup against Sub. And, you know, we'll talk more about that matchup as time goes on. But, you know, you think about some of the stresses, maybe the mistakes that began to pile up for some of their previous matches. Well, this is where the heat starts to turn up, and those heartbeat sensors would feel really nice to have.
Gotta make it happen. This next match is really, really exciting. I am honestly, this is, I think, one of the marquee matchups of the whole tournament. A lot of people wanted to see Lucas versus Ian. Not only are they both great Hog players, you know, I think Lucas last year obviously had an incredible year after having kind of a down year before that, or maybe, you know, you could see him online. He was talking about it. He wasn't having a great time in 2023. 2024, he turned things around. He ends up getting number 3 in the world. And then when you look at Ian, he's still in bed, but he looks like he's feeling a little bit better today. I honestly do believe that he was maybe not feeling better or not feeling too well yesterday, even if it is early here in the States. But he's looking like he's in better spirits. He's got the kombucha there. And Ian, right? The biggest thing with Ian over the years is he good enough to be in that top 1%? Is he good enough to be a CRL world finalist and maybe even one day a CRL world champion? He's doing great with the content. He's been playing more and more and more. He's been increasing his deck versatility or his deck pool. And yesterday was one of those days where you were like, okay, maybe 2025 is the year for Ian. I think this matchup specifically is going to be a really, really great test for both these guys.
And also, is Ian in college? That had kind of dorm room vibes with the bunk bed off to his side. Not sure. Either way, this is one of those years. We've seen Ian come to World Finals often, always as a spectator, always as a supporter. And
yeah.
I think that the one of the things that stands out about him is the attitude, almost like kind of different attitudes for Lucas and Ian. Lucas, a little spicy, a little salty, if you will, at times. Definitely one of the guys who makes you laugh, whereas Ian is always just so excited to be there, so excited to see everybody. So certainly someone you're rooting for to get a shot at that World Finals berth. We'll see how he fares. Does the King Tower activation pull off? And it does.
Nice. Yeah, looking like we're going to, minor wall breakers again and top the screen. We've seen this in almost every set. Looks like we're actually seeing a little bit of difference here with the Inferno Dragon. But Golden Knight plus NATO, a popular combination on the day.
Well, obviously the shift in Golden Knight's pathing, making Golden Knight so much more fun to play again.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a really necessary thing to happen. It felt like something that was kind of in need for the Golden Knight for a while, just the ability for it to be able to be, to move backwards. It should be when it's chaining. So here we go. Ian coming out with Electro Giant to start the day here. And, you know, E-Giant always has to be played with NATO, so it makes sense now that Golden Knight's getting a little bit better that you would see all three of them together again.
Hut to pull. NATO gets almost all there. One Spear Goblin just kind of hanging out, and that's going to kind of put a little bit of a damper on the push for Ian.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Ian breaks through, because any good Minor Wall Breakers player is going to keep up the pressure in whatever lane your E-Giant is not pushing. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have an ability to create so much damage in layered offenses, and I think Ian's recognizing right now he's in trouble. Because, you know, you can go Minor plus Wall Breakers plus Spears behind. You can go Minor plus Bats plus Spears behind. You know, you can just go Wall Breakers straight up. There's just so many ways to create offense. And the biggest problem with E-Giant is you need to be able to create a big E-Giant push. You can't just have the E-Giant be by itself, or else it's going to get taken out by a building and then some Spear Goblins. So this is going to be really, really interesting to see where Ian finds a place to sacrifice damage to actually create a big push. And I think the first part of that we're already seeing, which is that he needs to get a 3-card cycle in play.
And it kind of feels like Ian gave some opportunities for that Mighty Miner to get full value. And we'll see if he has anything. I mean, look, you also think about these other pieces here, right? The bats and the poison just able to kind of shut down a lot of things here at the bridge. The Inferno Dragon has targets, sort of, but it's another game here where we're seeing the Inferno Dragon in the deck and no real clear place it's supposed to go. There's lots of ways to protect the Mighty Miner if necessary, and of course it can always vanish and go to the opposite side of the board. Nice little lineup here with the berry for a bit of damage. But, of course, Mighty Miner goes and does its thing. But here we go, some Inferno Dragon value as it finally comes in.
Yeah, and there you go. Inferno Dragon on the right, E-Giant on the left. Bait out more defensive elixir there with the Wall Breaker push. Clean them all up. Now you have your ability to get your own Goblin Hut down. You don't even need to, honestly. He'll be able to do this with Spears and a Poison. There you go. Spears are in. E-Giant's slow, and the Inferno will just, yeah, I was going to say either need Wall Breakers or Bats to distract it, and... You know, Lucas is one of the best players in the world with fast cycle decks, and he's found himself in a very good matchup.
75 seconds left. Lucas in a good situation, but this lead isn't dramatic. It's only down to about 2,000 HP on each side. Needs to make some good decisions between here and there.
Theoretically, if an E-Giant broke through, it could still be a good game here for Ian. I just have no idea how it's going to happen. There you go. Lightning to help, but yeah, the 3-card cycle, he should be able to get this taken care of, and there you go.
And I mean, the other thing that Lucas wants to be careful of is just don't give an opportunity for a Golden Knight NATO dash. And if you can avoid those two things, you're in pretty good shape. Now let's keep an eye on this, though, on the left-hand side, 2379. Behind by about 550 is Ian. And setting up the Electro Giant to the left-hand side. Golden Knight now going to go back into the cycle pool.
I like that. Patience there on the right-hand side from Lucas, just baiting out the dash from Ian. It's really, really small, but it's just one more elixir used in the wrong lane. Lucas just held and just let that Golden Knight walk all the way to the tower. And if you're Ian, you're doing the correct thing. You're going, all right, my Golden Knight's on tower. I've got to make sure I'm going to use the ability. And then he uses the ability, one less elixir for the left-hand side, and Lucas just firmly in control. But that was really just a straight-up matchup conversation in that game. That's really all that comes down to.
And I'm trying to go through some of the matches from yesterday, and I'm trying to remember. I don't remember seeing any Electro Giant yesterday. You know, there are some E-Giant decks that are popular. Oh, you know, Ta played it once against Igor. So there was at least some Electro Giant. Slight variation on the deck that we just saw. It's, you know, getting a decent amount of play. Of course, your co-commentator from yesterday, known as a big E-Giant guy. But does the competitive meta currently support a lot of E-Giant play?
It doesn't seem that way, honestly. I mean, as you can see, there's parts of it that work. Golden Knight being back in the meta again. It did work out yesterday for Ta. He got a great overwhelm at the end of the game. But in general, it just doesn't seem like it. Between champions and the amount of damage they do, between, the crown towers and like Cannoneer, how much buildings are in play, it just seems like there's always a way to kind of control the E-Giant, you know, and even in that sense, Lucas did a really great job of late game recognizing, okay, now that we're getting close to triple elixir, this is when the lightnings are going to start to come out. So what does that mean? I need to make sure my Mighty Miner has already been on the board to activate that 3-card cycle so that I can make sure to have 2 Goblin Huts available. Get the first Goblin Hut down, pull that E-Giant in, bait out the lightning, and then get the second Goblin Hut down. And every single time that happens, there's no way your opponent's going to break through.
Well, not able to make it happen here as both guys try to dial things up for the next game. A little review for you again. It was E-Giant, NATO, Golden Knight, Inferno Dragon. Triple spell used by Ian on that one. Lightning, NATO, and Barb Barrel all out in that last one. On the other side of things, 2 spells gone, the Log and the Poison for the minor control deck used by Lucas. So as they're kind of figuring out... Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's another part of the conversation, Rich, is the amount of spells that, you know, E-Giant kind of has to have. It's got to have NATO, it's got to have a big spell, and it's got to have, like, a barrel, usually, right? So when you're looking at the competitive scene, that's a lot of really important cards that you need. You know, not having a Lightning now moving forward and a NATO and a barrel just creates too many options for your opponent. And I do think that's maybe one more reason why E-Giant hasn't been as popular in the competitive meta, is just because the spell synergy with it is kind of a heavy load.
You know, I'm looking at the situations, the room situations for both of these guys, and I don't know about you, but it feels like, I mean, yes, I see we see some figurines and that Safio trophy there for Lucas. We see this drawing, and a luchador mask maybe on the back of Ian's. I feel like I used to decorate my room so much more than these guys do. Even the space that I'm in, I have my green screen up, but there's so much stuff behind me. You know, hopefully.
You know who had a really good room yesterday was Rooney.
Oh yeah, Rooney. Well, I'll have to go back and watch his match again and see what he's got. Here we go into game number 2, and Lucas opening up Monk Royal Ghost. On the other side of things, the Skeleton King supported by the Cannon Cart. And a nice reflection there for the Monk. Get those arrows back over the bridge, plus the cannon, and we're back to a similar story from last time, as Ian's already emoting of what the heck do I do now. Lucas showing Royal Giant, and Ian maybe showing some buyer's remorse with his deck choice. We'll see as time goes on. First minute and 20 seconds away. And so far, just a little bit of chip damage on Lucas' side of the board. And here we go. Royal Giant, Firecracker behind, Mortar to pull to the middle. And good splash damage. Good sequence overall defensively for Ian. Gets the King Tower activation. Not critical against the Royal Giant, but able to get the Skeleton King onto the Firecracker as well. Bats plus Skelly King ability activation. There might be a King Tower activation the opposite direction, and there is. And that's going to make things just a little bit harder for the Miner, a little harder for the Bats. As we move into double elixir time.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting matchup here. The Monk has been coming out at the most unique times throughout this entire competition, and he has been very, very strong.
Trying to see if he can get the Monk across the bridge. Does not. Instead goes back behind, so RG tanking everything here. And Monk finally gets the reflection. Gonna get a little back, and whoa, the tower targeting the Monk just barely. And that gets the reflection back. 25 seconds left, and a little lead here for Ian, but a precarious one.
Yeah, what a weird set of interactions there for Lucas. I mean, it was like the Firecracker got almost taken out by the Skeleton King getting pulled in, and then the Firecracker was like shooting in a weird, wrong direction. All that ended up working out actually very, very well for Ian.
Sudden death overtime, and after a couple of missteps from Ian early in the, as I mentioned, the sweaty emote, now finding himself chipping away at a pretty nice lead, 17-16 right-hand side of the 22-99.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot for Ian to be in, honestly. I mean, there is the Monk to deal with that is a bit frustrating. He has a way to get on top of the Firecracker, but the biggest threat in the Royal Giant should, for the most part, be able to be controlled. And then he should be able to just get minor chip damage throughout this. And the reason I say it should be able to be controlled is because you should be able to bait out that Fireball in different places. We're seeing it baited out right there. The Skeleton Dragons are great bait. You know, there's pile-ups at the bridge that can be great bait for that. So it's one of those things where if Ian plays this right, he should maybe be able to hold on, defend out, and just get minor chip damage in. He's got to make sure, though, that he's not losing that 3-card cycle battle and that he also has his Skeleton King out as much as that Monk is out.
Just under 200
there you go.
HP.
See, Fireball to the center. Sorry to cut you off, Rich, but Fireball to the center there, and now there's no way to deal with the Evo Bats.
Fishboy trying to control here. Bats do go down. Now Bats behind the Miner on the right-hand side. But this is where that King Tower activation is coming into play a little bit. That was due to the Skelly King ability early on, and just saving a little bit of extra defensive support, 1525 to 1654. And Andrew, keep in mind here that Fireball,
wow,
that could be a difference maker as time gets short.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas using that Fireball there. Now he's relying on the Monk to defend everything. And Rich, honestly, that's kind of a brilliant pull. At least for the moment, it seems. We do get a little bit of a breakthrough, but the Fireball can come in and still steal the game.
Lucas
as
has
long
to be
as
able
we
to
see
defend
nothing
the
else
Miner.
here. Wow, and he
Miner.
catches
Arrows,
it again.
Arrows do it.
Oh.
Arrows do it, and Ian steals this one in the final second as time expires. 48 HP, and we're going to game number 3.
I mean, the Monk up front was a good idea there from Lucas, but it really felt like he was trying to have that Monk do just a little bit too much. You get the Monk in front, the ability comes in, but down here at the bottom, it is just the arrows coming on top. We see the Miner caught 1192 to 1240, a 48 point or HP game, and that's incredible there.
Yeah, I mean, you think about you were talking about the difficulty in trying to get on tower, and where the Fireball had to do so much. And you think, Andrew, you think back to that Fireball when the Fisherman pulled the Miner off the tower and the Fireball had to go and take off 2 Elixir Bats. Not even Evo Bats, just 2 Elixir regular Bats. And we come down now to a 48 HP game, and that 2 Elixir, that Fireball, maybe getting value somewhere else, maybe on a tower, and we're seeing a different tune. Instead, here we are, 48 HP win with game number 3 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I would have definitely loved to see Ian vary up that Miner placement just a little bit on the last few sends. I think he made it a little bit easier for Lucas to predict, but it's also tough. Like when you're late game and you just go to the number 1 spot over and over, it is one of those things where your opponent starts to guess that you're going to go to the inside or the back. Lucas did a really good job of catching it over and over regardless of Ian not changing position. And then, yeah, the arrows come in. Lucas he also did a really nice job of just kind of recognizing where he was at in the game with time and where his cycle was at and how many fireballs he could get out. But Ian, with the Fireball bait, having all those cards that kind of demand, as he gets a little flex in and a check in and on camera, that kind of demand that Fireball in places where Lucas didn't really want it. And it was just a really nice thing there at the end of the game where you saw Lucas is going for the Fireballs to finish on Princess Tower, so Ian is piling up at the bridge. Monk can't cover enough bases, and we see a very close game.
And, you know, I don't know how much better Lucas could have done with the defense on the right-hand side late there. You saw it. You talked about the Monk just carrying and holding so much all at once, using that ability, keeping things ever locked in, getting some reflection back and forth. But then you get down to we're in a late game situation, and how do you get your damage on tower? Lucas gets his damage on tower by fireballs, and then maybe hoping for a lineup for a firecracker, whereas the arrows and the Miner, not to mention just the general overwhelm, but the arrows and the Miner, 2 options. And you see that happen so much. We get down to the final 15, 20, 30 seconds, and it's who has more ways to get on tower, not necessarily who has the biggest ways to get on tower.
And I also like that, you know, Ian didn't force the issue when he didn't need to, even though it was very, very close. It was just like the moment that he saw Lucas start to Fireball cycle, he didn't start to build a big push in that moment. He just got a mortar down. And now, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly what Ian's doing right now, but he just got a mortar down, which is really good because it just slows and controls the pace of the game. It shows your opponent, okay, cool, you got the fireball damage in on my tower, but I'm not really, like, I'm not shaking in my boots because of it. I'm just going to set up defense now, and now your biggest threat, the Royal Giant, can't do anything for one more full cycle. So just really smart macro understanding of the matchup there by Ian.
And, you know, now it does feel like Ian is intentionally flexing, like auditioning to be the next Captain America or something, as the definitely been hitting the gym there. You know, Ian, people don't know about this necessarily, but Ian is also a pretty significant athlete, likes to do distance competitions, lots of long running, and maybe now deciding to switch up to bulk rather than speed. Either way, game number 3, that will not help. It's about your thumbs here, not about your biceps.
We see Lucas going with a Bandit here and the Royal Chef Tower, which I don't think we saw the Chef Tower at all yesterday. As of late, the Chef Tower has been kind of paired with these big beat-down Goblin Curse style decks, but I don't think that's what we're seeing here exactly from Lucas. So curious what we got going on.
Well, that Inferno Dragon will require a few distractions here as the Heal Spirit comes out. And Inferno Dragon staying up a little more. This is going to get some sizzle here on the left-hand side. Just a little bit of chip damage, but still forced out a lot from Ian, as the first minute was basically all about a juiced-up iDrag.
This is a really interesting matchup. I mean, it's definitely one that we haven't really seen at all in the competition so far. We're seeing double Bandit with Heal Spirit here out of Lucas with an Evo Inferno, Evo Bomber, and then top of your screen we're seeing, you know, something that you kind of expect. I think the issue here that we're going to see as kind of the game goes on, Rich, is that Ian is going to have to get kind of creative with having enough ground presence, right? Everything is really squishy on the ground other than that Mighty Miner, but only one Mighty Miner can be on the board at a time. So that's just something that Ian's going to have to be very kind of cognizant of as this game goes on.
And Lucas just content to play the setup game, right? He's not trying to push the pace heavily at the bridge, force Ian to make decisions, and that's everything we see here. You know, I remember harkening back all the way to when Mohamed Light started playing the Mo opening, if you will, with the wall breakers in the back rather than at the bridge, and it was just all about forcing your opponent to make decisions. And right now, it's what Lucas is doing. Although that Dark Goblin on the left-hand tower maybe takes some of that, makes that decision making a little bit easier for Ian.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas looking like he was thinking he was just going to be able to get away with a pretty light defense and ideally turn it into a good counter push, but that Evo Dark Goblin gets on top of tower. The Bandit actually dashes backwards, which is the big problem there for the Lucas. Bandit, he's trying to get out in the middle to tank for the Dark Goblin and ideally get that Dark Goblin taken out by the Bandit, and then the cannon cart behind is going to clear up the Goblins, but Bandit goes backwards, everything's caught behind the tower, and a great connection there for Ian.
And bait damage still comes in. 1034 left-hand side. Lead opening up to about 1,800 HP. And Lucas has to figure out something here in the next 2 minutes.
Exactly. The interesting thing about this that I was talking about earlier is, like, even though he is kind of wanting for ground tanks is Ian, Lucas just doesn't seem to be able to figure out a way to put a big push together.
Pressure on the right-hand side now. The Princess connecting a few times here. 3 shots get down. Evo barrel splitting. And look at the damage coming in on both sides. 674, 1025. Going from bad to worse for Lucas here in Game 3.
This is a nice moment to kind of create a little bit of presence, but that Inferno plus the smalls, like the Skellies and the Ice Spirit, because so much of your offensive threat is by these dashing cards. And now we see a good Ram Rider connection, though.
Yeah, and you
time
saw
for Lucas to kind of pull the ace up his sleeve.
When you also saw Lucas trying, and that's going to be it, as the Princess gets on target.
Wow.
That's going to be a log. 10 HP. The Princess finishes off, and Lucas certainly frustrated with how he let that one get away from him.
It's just such a weird deck, man. It's a weird deck that runs into not an ideal matchup, right? You know, you've got 3 ways to stop that Ram Rider charge in the Mighty Miner Bomb, the Ice Spirit, and the Log. You've got the Inferno Tower there, and then you've got all these cheap cards that soak up the dashes, the most threatening part of the Boss Bandit and the Bandit. And then obviously the other threatening part about the Boss Bandit is the ability, but again, if you have 1 elixir cards that can soak that ability, it all of a sudden becomes a non-factor. So while the deck was odd from Lucas, it also found itself in a pretty tough matchup. Lucas is a friend of ours. I would be very curious to hear what his thought process was in running that deck, like what exactly he was looking for from Ian. But like the Royal Chef still doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, I get having a level, a higher level boss bandit, or maybe I mean, I get it. Everyone wants a higher level card, but I just don't really understand bringing out that building. It just has not been good for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, we saw almost the payoff of it with that Inferno Dragon, and you think about this for a second. We're having this conversation now, but if that Inferno Dragon had just this tiniest extra sliver of HP in that first opening sequence, it could have gotten a couple more 100 HP damage. Now the whole meta of this matchup shifts a little bit. So you see the idea, but the premise does not always pay off, and the promise is not always there. Let's take a look at what has paid off, and that's the work here done by Ian, who's taking one step closer to a World Finals berth in our opening monthly final of the year. And there we go. So Ian, with the win over Lucas, will face Vitor in our upper bracket final. Winner of that will be guaranteed a silver ticket and a trip to the LCQ at minimum, and possibly more if they can go ahead and win in the upper bracket final. And Lucas, you saw some of the frustration there, and he'll drop down into one of the classic matchups of Clash Royale League, Lucas and Mohamed. And, we go from kind of a old school versus new school with Mo and Igor to open things up, and now we go into what really has been a matchup that kind of defined a couple seasons of CRL overall in Lucas and Mohamed. I know I'm excited to see that one a little bit. Maybe Lucas not as excited about that matchup as we are. But, we have that one coming up soon. Right in front of us, though, the other elimination matchup that we have on our docket right now, Sub versus Adriel. And when you kind of look at the past they've had, Andrew, do you feel like Adriel, do you give the advantage here to him overall, or do you feel like this is a pretty even matchup?
It's pretty tough to say. I was just kind of looking at, where they've been throughout the tournament and who they've lost to, and, getting 2-0'd by Vitor, is Adriel, and then getting 2-0'd by Ian is Sub, but then Sub comes out and beats Ta. So I guess, we always have this conversation of momentum and confidence and all that. So you would think that Sub is probably feeling better since he was able to stay alive and take Ta out. Adriel just coming off of a loss from the upper bracket, maybe not feeling quite as strong. That being said, Adriel's a really non-emotional player. He always has been that way. It's something that we love about him. It's something that we've loved about a lot of some of our favorite pros over the years. So both these guys, I think this is a coin toss, honestly. I could see either of them winning this. I have not seen either of them do something so exceptional, or either of them slip so far that someone has a strong, advantage in here. I'd be curious to see what the community thinks, but in my mind, I think this is pretty even, because I do think that Sub cleaned up some of his gameplay, and I don't think Adriel played poorly in that set against Vitor.
In our last matchup for Sub against Ta, opened up with a loss playing Graveyard, then went back-to-back, winning with Mortar Miner, followed by Bait with Rocket to put Ta away and keep his hopes alive here. Adriel, on the other hand, in that matchup with Vitor, the quick 2-0 loss, played Bait, followed by Drill with Ice Wiz and Boss Bandit. We'll see if they switch things up here as Adriel opens up Ice Spirit, which he did have in that Bait deck in the matchup against Vitor.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat today and yesterday asking about Riley, and Riley qualified for being in the top 1,000 and getting to the qualifying stages. He just wasn't in the top 12, and I'm sure we will see Riley in the top 12 and at a CRL monthly final very, very soon.
Fireball to the Firecracker. And Adriel showing us just a pretty classic Hog Firecracker, probably EQ deck.
Yeah, looking like it's going up against RG. The interesting thing about this RG deck is yesterday we were finding that the Hunter was just not doing a very good job. The Evo Hunter is just one of the weaker Evos in the game. However, being in this matchup, the Hunter is going to have maybe just a little bit more of an opportunity to have a good target in taking care of those Hog Riders coming in. But we'll see about that. In general, though, Hunter just hasn't been super great.
And King Tower activation coming in. Good job by Sub to pull the Mighty Miner out of the way with those skeletons behind, not letting the Hog Rider push it forward to the tower, and now we get the first RG push out of Sub.
Yeah, and this is definitely gonna be an interesting matchup here for Adriel, kind of as defense goes on throughout the day. I mean, having that log, having that E-Spirit, having ways to pull that Mighty Miner away. Obviously, the Fireball from Sub is there to take out that Tesla if necessary, and then you have the Monk there to reflect shots from the Firecracker. So I think this is gonna be a big, how does Adriel keep up the pressure to not allow Sub to have the perfect RG push come across the bridge, which is a lot easier said than done, especially as the game gets deeper into double and triple and you have more elixir to play with.
The reset and the retarget worked out pretty well beforehand. Now the reflection, so anything with a re in it right now, all those prefixes killing it for Sub as he takes the lead up to about 300 and change, 718 top left-hand side to the 2057. You know, what we did see Adriel do pretty well, Andrew, in the previous sequence was provide cover for the Hog Rider against that Fisherman in the middle, and he got that shot. And as long as he's getting that one shot consistently, same thing here, can he get that one shot? And the Evo Hunter with the trap will freeze here.
Yep.
And that's the magic as long as that Evo Hunter is in cycle.
And this is kind of exactly what I was talking about. We're seeing all of those pieces kind of come into play. The Firecracker getting reflected, the Evo Hunter putting in work, you know, the Hog Rider and the Fisherman and the Mighty Miner battle kind of happening, but then you don't have the Mighty Miner on the other side of the board to deal with the RG. So Sub doing a really, really good job of just continuing to make Adriel play a little bit uncomfortably here and make him overspend on taking care of getting those hogs on the tower. See, now you don't have the Hunter there that's evoed, you just have the regular Hunter, so he's going to have to spend, you see, a lot more.
And now into the right-hand lane. He does have some good damage there. We'll see if Sub can capitalize. Evo Tesla, a little bit of stun or reflection. Getting that right-hand tower down under 2,000 HP. The Royal Giant getting closer and closer. Fireball to clear the Evo Firecracker. Mighty Miner trying to do its job, but that's going to be a couple of shots and maybe 3 shots. 783 on the right-hand side. It goes from bad to worse for Adriel.
I mean, it's the redemption song for the Evo Hunter. You probably heard me talking trash today and yesterday. Juicy and I both just saying that Evo Hunter was not pulling its weight in these RG decks, and you see right there exactly what the Evo Hunter was designed to do. We saw it earlier with its defensive prowess, taking care of that Hog Rider, not allowing it to break through, and then we saw it here being able to get the damage in at the bridge. Again, stun the Mighty Miner so that it can't get damage in on the RG. And that is really, really well done by Sub.
And you see, can't even get the retarget, trying to knock the Royal Giant back and push it towards the Tesla. And Adriel just in a tough one from bell to bell in that matchup. Not able to, you know, he found some opportunities, got a couple of shots here and there, but it took him so much to get those shots, so much coverage needed to get the hog on tower, right? There was never a hog that just got there. You had to cover the hog for the Fisherman.
Yeah.
Then you had to throw a log behind the hog to knock the Hunter, and he wasn't getting the value. He'd spend all that and get so little of it. And then, as you called out one time really great, the elixir that was being spent in reverse on defense by Sub could always turn into a counter push, which is what makes this deck great. And it was just very, very difficult for Adriel. Got worse and worse as time went on.
Definitely. And again, that Evo Hunter just being in the absolute perfect matchup. I mean, that's like a 75-25 matchup, honestly, when you look at it. You know, initially when you're thinking in single elixir, oh, the Hog Rider's getting good damage. Oh, they can switch lanes. But then, as you just pointed out, you can't really switch lanes against RG. You might have to switch lanes against RG, but the problem is that they can also then switch lanes. And as you see with the kind of the synergy of all those cards, I mean, this is, again, something we were talking about yesterday, is just RG is built, those decks are built for a very, very specific reason. Every single card in an RG deck has a very specific job in every single matchup. And this was just one of those absolutely perfect matchups when you're running into Hog Riders. So Sub does a great job, doesn't get in his head about what happens in single elixir, which is what you have to do. Take the damage from bait, take the damage from Hog Riders in single if you have a heavier deck, and then in double and triple, figure out the sequencing and absolutely punish. And as much as I hate playing against RG, and as much as I actually hate playing RG, I do love watching a brilliant offensive sequence.
Oh, no, put together very well. And, one thing to think about on top of all of this, Andrew, is Adriel was playing essentially a 7-card deck. EQ, a dead card in that matchup. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you get some lucky and try to find some skeletons at some point, although you're -2 trading and you have the log, you have the Ice Spirit there. So the whole time playing handcuffed. And you think about that, not just that you're playing with 7 cards the whole time, but that you have this Earthquake that's taking up physical space. It's one of those 4 cards sitting there ready to be played, and also taking up mental space. You're sitting there going, I've kind of mentioned this idea a lot today, but I've been seeing it and thinking about it a lot, is how much do little things take up mental real estate in your game? And you're just sitting there going, will I ever get to use this Earthquake? Am I going to be able to get myself to a situation to have a spell cycle at the end? Or am I just going to sit there and watch this thing in the corner like a painting I paid too much for that now I'm realizing I could have gone on vacation? Instead, I've got this picture of a tree on my wall. Same thing here, this Earthquake just doing nothing.
Yeah, I think it's the latter, 100%, because I think if you're Sub, you sit there and you look and you're like, I cannot, as much as it seems like I should Earthquake the bridge to get on top of the RG, Fisherman, Monk, and Hunter, there's no follow-up to it. If I just put the Earthquake in, great. They all have a little bit less HP, but the job is not done. We need to get more damage out. We need to get it out right now. And, yeah, I mean, again, just a brutal matchup there. And now it's all about, can Adriel bounce back and kind of clear his mind of, okay, that just sucked. That was just a bad matchup. I can still win this set.
Ghost for Adriel, Phoenix to open things up for Sub.
Mother Witch. Saw her a few times yesterday, especially as the day kind of came closer to the end. We were seeing a lot more Graveyard, and Mother Witch ended up being a strong factor in a couple of those matchups.
And easy King Tower activation for Sub. Bridge spam here for Adriel. I was going to say, with the Phoenix and the NATO, are we expecting Golden Knight? And there he comes. One thing about Bearded Juicy is he no longer really can cosplay Golden Knight the same way he used to.
No, he's growing up.
Well, I know, these kids. Maybe that's what we'll have it. We'll add one thing to World Finals as a best glow up competition. And just compare everyone to their pictures from the early seasons of CRL.
You and I will have to judge because we've just gotten older and older.
And
I like that NATO there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And just deal with the Mother Witch. Yeah, that's good.
First 2 minutes away. Nothing significant here. That pig will go ahead and touch Snout to the tower. But slow opening for both of these players. King Tower activation, maybe the most significant moment.
I mean, it's really looking like E-Giant at the bottom of the screen again here, and I'm very curious, and I think Sub is too, as to what else Adriel has in his deck to deal with that. Is there a big Mama P.E.K.K.A. in there? Probably not a building. So, like, when do you actually pull the trigger on the E-Giant? Because you don't want to give away too much, you don't want to attack at the wrong time. And if you can get damage from lightnings and bombers, then you might not even need to play it for a while. So just kind of curious to see how this game goes. I like the patience from Sub.
Pressure play from Adriel doesn't result in a ton. Now Sub able to set up into his strong side. Sudden death overtime on its way. And you have to imagine that this is where maybe Adriel, as we see it with the Ghost going on the left-hand side, it tries to maybe create more dual lane conversations and force Sub to split things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Adriel's just really trying to make Sub show a little bit more of his hand, maybe make him make mistakes, because as of right now, Sub has this game completely locked up because he's got the lightning. I don't think Adriel has a spell that can kind of compete with that. And if this game just goes on for another 30 seconds and all of a sudden you're in triple, then it's just about getting Golden Knights out and lightning value in, as we're seeing right there. So I really like that Sub has now forced the issue on his opponent just based off of spell power.
And you see the King Tower there, just the pressure bar barrel from Adriel getting to the tower, should have gotten one swing. King Tower activation says no, and so that chip damage he was hoping for, that 2 elixir, not going to happen.
I also like that Royal Ghost in the back. I don't know if Adriel's just trying to get Sub to pull the trigger on the lightning when he shouldn't. If that's what he's trying to do here again with the Golden Knight, and Sub not biting. Love that.
Bridge Ghost under the Phoenix, bar barrel to cover. Things are pretty close right now, 25.99 to 25.14. Lightning from Adriel.
Wow.
And now that opens things up and maybe changes the math a little bit.
And the backwards dash from the Phoenix Egg. I mean, again, right there, we were talking earlier about Mega Minion versus Phoenix. If that's a Mega Minion, it goes off the board and that Knight gets on top of tower, or your opponent, or you have to spend more to stop your opponent there. Nice Phoenix Egg to soak up the charge, as we see a Lightning come in on the right-hand side here from Sub, who I'm sure is feeling the pressure now, knowing that his opponent does have the Lightning, and he is behind in damage, and he has not played his win condition. So with only 18 seconds remaining here, wow! The Phoenix gets on top of that right-hand tower, though, but it's still not low enough.
10 seconds left. Lightning to come in, does connect, 20-27. NATO. Lightning not going to do it.
Trying to get the lineup. Man. Ugh, that's tough, Rich. That's a real tough one because, you know, you're looking at your opponent and they have so much straight DPS, but a lot of it is melee DPS, so maybe you think, oh, if I play an E-Giant, then maybe it's the E-Wiz and the Mother Witch that come out, and I'm not going to be able to lightning both of those. You know, if I give just the E-Giant, I don't have enough, you know, support behind it, then he's going to get a huge counter push that he can just throw an Evo Ram Rider behind. So it's just like a really interesting situation where both players hardly played their win condition. I mean, one of them didn't play them at all. And then the win condition just became the big spell. And it was just all about controlling the bridge. So maybe just a little too patient if you're Sub. I really think, you know, you talked about that last game, Rich. Like, there was no target for Earthquake. That's a little bit different than just not ever playing your win condition. I really do think you've got to try to find a way to force it in double and triple.
Well, and looking at the decks now, Adriel did have P.E.K.K.A. in the Evo slot, Sub.
Yep.
So maybe sitting there going, yeah. So that's a tough one. You know, the other one though, you know, hindsight's 2020 as we often get that hindsight here as casters for CRL. There was a lightning plate on the right-hand side in sudden death overtime. It was on a tower, and I want to say it was on a Mother Witch Ewiz. And we come down to a game that's won by like 120-something HP, and I didn't call it out in the moment, but I was sitting there going, that seems like a lightning that has to go to the left-hand side, and Adriel just did a good job of maybe baiting Sub into not playing lightnings for value, and Sub took
100%.
it and took the loss.
Yeah, and I think that's a great call out because I think it was probably a moment that all of us watching, I think Adriel and Sub were also watching to see how they're going to respond, right? Because Adriel is sitting there trying to bait out that lightning, and then he finally goes, all right, I'm going to give you way too much lightning value where you don't want it. And the biggest problem with that is if Sub doesn't lightning that right-hand tower and take out the Mother Witch and the E-Wiz, then all of a sudden he's given his opponent too much of an elixir advantage. If you have an opportunity to get a positive elixir trade and get damage on tower, it feels like it's impossible to trade up because, you know, you can't deal with that E-Wiz and Mother Witch coming to the bridge on the right-hand side. So I completely understand and love the play from all of them. I love that Adriel goes, I'm going to make you make a bad decision here because it could get worse for you at the bridge. We don't know, but it definitely could get worse for you at the bridge. Whereas if you just lightning this right now and take care of it, then you've started to control the pace of the game again. But as you said, Rich, and it's a great call out, and it's a great play by Adriel, he was only one lightning away with Subs. So that's just brilliant Clash Royale right there, brother.
Yeah, I mean, hard place rock, as it's been said.
Yeah.
You know, and we can litigate it on the back end, but I also wonder, you talk about maybe it gets worse at the bridge. You know the Lightning's going to take out two of those troops, and I wonder if the play there is to let those troops come towards the bridge, and you can still get the same value or more value on troops if you do let that go. And I don't know how much of that math it changes, but if you do get a little bit more elixir value at the bridge there early, like if he does double down in that fight, maybe that changes things a little bit. Either way, I don't do the old my inside the play videos anymore where I'm able to go back and rework time. Those videos took a long time. They were fun to make. But that's one of those ones where if I were still making those, I would go back and see if I could run the alternate scenario and just see what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see that too, because then you start to think about, oh, well, then maybe Adriel gets baited into playing a P.E.K.K.A. on top of that push, because then all of a sudden he thinks that, oh, well, now if he's going to lightning a P.E.K.K.A. and my 2 squishy cards, and then I can throw an Evo Battle Ram behind it. And then in that sense, Sub goes, okay, well, now maybe I can play my E-Giant in the opposite lane. So there's just so much that could have happened there. And again, that's why I love Clash Royale at the highest level, is Adriel just does a great kind of, not a bluff, but, a will they, won't they type situation, and Sub decides that he will go in with the lightning, and it ends up not working out. And here we are, game number 3 for all the marbles. One of these guys going home, one of them moving on.
One little stab on the right-hand side. First blood drawn, 29-32 on Adriel's top right-hand tower. And again, this is the same thing, I talked about this earlier on in the match. Old Goblin Hut, Elixir Bank, right? It's not full-on bank, but you put it down and you immediately get value. New Goblin Hut doesn't do the same thing, and maybe it's a cycle question, whatever it might be, but I am really curious. Maybe I'll get a chance to talk with some pros later about thoughts on, hey, I don't have much going on. I'm going to hut here and just have a sleepy building in the middle for that elixir cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the parts of it are that, I'm putting it back at the end of my cycle. And the fact that it's on the board right now means that my opponent can't really get too crazy with anything hyper-aggressive like a Lumber Loon at the bridge or an RG at the bridge. And then since I am throwing it back at the end of my cycle, we know that's going to be back in cycle if they do decide to go pretty aggressive here over the next minute or so. And also, I just think the opportunity for, if your opponent also plays hyper-aggressive in the beginning, you've already got bases covered and a counter push in the spears. So it is something that I think I maybe need to get a little bit more comfortable with, seeing pros do it a lot today. It's one of those things where I'm like, oh, well, it's not doing anything on the board. Maybe I shouldn't play it. But I think really what it is kind of just like controlling the pace of the start of the game.
Well, pace so far had been in favor of Sub. That reflection, though, doing its work. Damage on both sides, plus the princess is gone.
So curious to see what the little prince's what the response to the little prince is going to be in this matchup, especially if Curse and Zap are the 2 cards for Adriel. It's going to be one of those things where he's going to have to start to kind of hold his monk wherever the little prince is, and then if we see the monk come out, if I'm Sub, I'm trying to get that little prince wherever he is not.
Well, Chip on the left-hand side, haven't seen a phenomenal response to the Goblin Barrels, and there's probably not going to be one, so it's going to be about trying to break through and out-muscle, out-DPS these Goblin Barrels, which will get away from the Tesla on the right-hand side and force the snowball out as Adriel closes the gap just 15 seconds away from sudden death.
This is a fascinating place to be in. We kind of had a similar matchup yesterday where we would see an Evo Valkyrie just completely stop any gigantic RG Monk Witch push on the Vine. And there was no way to stop it with a Tesla and an Evo Valkyrie in cycle. And Ta always made sure he had that Evo Valk in cycle. The difference in this matchup, though, and probably Adriel learned from that matchup yesterday, is there was no Fisherman in that matchup. So now that you have the Fisherman in the works, now you can deal with that Evo Valk in a different way. And now if you're Sub, you have to think about playing the Evo Valk very late, as you're seeing right now. But now the damage from the witches might be overwhelming. So it's just a bit of a different interaction than we're seeing yesterday, and an evolution because it did not work.
That defense from Sub was something special, though. What a huge downhill push, and just barely able to get the redirects, to get the slowdowns, everything he needed. And that could have been really, really bad. Instead, as we go into triple elixir, Sub maintains the lead off of that performance.
Nice catch there from Adriel, just expecting that princess was going to come down at the bridge, but it does bait out the fish boy and the goblin hut. So now with the Evo Valk going to be back in cycle for the next RG push, going to have to make sure that Adriel's going to have to make sure he can get back around to the fish boy. But then if you're sub, you're like, I'm going to protect my Valk with guards. So again, the layers upon layers of this I absolutely love.
Well, we saw some of the problem there defensively for Adriel on that last barrel to the left-hand side where, you know, one option is to double spell those barrels off, which is a negative trade and doesn't give you as much utility as you might like. Other option is you throw some troops at it. Snowball made more than enough room, and that 1-3-3-7 now 1-1-0-7 and growing, getting worse and worse, and even with the zap, not able to shut it down. Princess connects as well, and Sub gonna KO Adriel and stay alive here in our Dragon League Gold Edition.
Love it. Love this from Sub. I mean, yesterday he was a little rocky, little up and down, and I love the patience. I love the poise in this entire best of three. So much mature, calm, great little Prince ability there at the end. That was one of the reasons why we saw so much damage come in so late. Somehow the little Prince gets the Guardian on top of tower, then tanks for the Goblins, and Sub just doing an excellent job in Game 3 and in Game 2 of never overextending and always having the appropriate response. And like I said, during that long conversation about the Fisherman and the Evo Valk, he saw the Fisherman was in play, and then he actually got more aggressive with the Evo Valk. As we saw on the left-hand side of the board, there was an RG coming down the lane, and then there was a Fisherman behind it. He plays the Evo Valk early to pull everything back to Adriel's side of the map. So really great, innovative heads-up plays from Sub. And, I mean, this is the guy that impressed us all last year, doing it again here in 25.
And, you know, we haven't had a lot of chance to see Sub looking relaxed, looking happy. He's always kind of look aggrieved throughout his CRL career, the stress. And seeing him kind of with a little bit more of a relaxed position, seeing him smiling, seeing him more comfortable here, that's one of those things you need to see from a guy to make him take that next level and become all that more dangerous. And speaking of next level, what's up next for Sub? Let's take a look at the bracket as he does eliminate one of our players and take us down to, I want to say, our final 5 here. As we do have, just Lucas and Mohamed Light on the other side of the lower bracket. And, man, I mean, the route for Sub, the win against Rooney on the bottom side of the bracket, the win against Ta is huge. Taking down Ta and Adriel, 2 world-class players back-to-back. But now he's going to have the truest test of his 2025 campaign as he'll take on either Lucas or Mohamed Light with momentum. And I know which one he'd probably rather see, but either one's going to be a bad situation.
And this is also where we really started to get into the nitty-gritty of getting close to those best of 5s, and we start to see these sets going really long. And you know, that is, again, where I think the analyst and the coach really, really comes into play. I mean, we already talked about how important those guys are, but when you start to get into those best of 5s, it's some dangerous stuff. But before that, we have one of the best matchups in Clash Royale history. We've seen it many, many times before. We saw it at World Finals last year. Usually it does go in favor of Mohamed Light, as do most sets against Mohamed Light. But if anyone can do it, Lucas is definitely one of the guys, all right? I mean, we were talking last year, 1, 2, and 3, Lucas, Riley, and Mohamed Light in opposite respective order. But these guys all work together. They all train together. They're all good friends. And, you know, this is, you know, obviously I'm sure Lucas feels a little bit more pressure here because I'm sure he just wants to find a spot where he can beat Mo Light again. He's done it in monthly finals before. But, of course, Mo Light, heavy lies the crown. I'm sure he wants everyone to still think that he's the best ever to do it. So this is a really exciting one, Rich, that could honestly be a preview and probably is a preview of World Finals.
Well, I mean, I think that'll take, it will take years. There are very few people who are even in the running of being able to try to put together the idea of catching up to Mohamed Light as the best to ever do it. Lucas has a claim to Mohamed Light in the regular season. You mentioned Lucas being the guy who's been able to take Mohamed Light out during monthly finals, during regular season type stuff. And I think this is a good spot for him to do so. It's, do you also then show up when you're on the big stage, when you're under the bright lights, when you're there with everyone cheering, everyone excitable? And the last time these two met on the biggest stage was, of course, at World Finals last year on the upper bracket semis, where Mo took the 2-0 victory, running some minor control. And then we had a lava for lava matchup that went Mohamed's way. We'll see what the game plan is here for these two who've played too much.
Starting this one already, Mo kind of tilting his head, not looking too happy about the matchup. And looking like he's going to go to the skies here. Lucas, though, is going to have so much of a presence on the ground. Looking like lava versus bait here, and it's the bait with Suspicious Bush and the Dark Goblin and the Princess and the Goblin Gang. So you talk about ways, and the Fire Spirit to get on top of the pup. So this is already looking very, very good for Lucas. You can see that the arrows come out from Mo Light. It might be a double spell lava deck. Even if that's the case, the Princesses and the Dark Goblins on the board, along with the gang, along with the 3-card cycle, it's a tough spot for Mo. And you can see he was visibly bothered as soon as he saw the Suspicious Bush, hard name for me to say, come into play.
It is. Honestly, I think that was created and named primarily just to mess up casters, because there's too many weird sounds in that one Suspicious Bush. You have to think about it when you say it.
And right now we're seeing Mo do what you have to do as a lava player, which is just sacrifice a ton of damage on the right-hand side, although I don't really love Lucas sacrificing that much on the left. But here we go. Let's see how he wants to defend.
And Mo holding on. I think he still has the arrows. Going to hold on and not worry about it here because he has this problem that's a little bit more prescient. Instead decides to eat damage and then cover on the right-hand side with the guards. And yes, the bush. I'm never going to say, this is the last time you hear me say suspicious on a broadcast. Just the bush.
Dark Goblin already just showing what a pain it's going to be throughout this entire matchup. Just cleaning up both Skeleton Dragons, cleaning up that Goblin Brawler, getting on top of defense over here on the left-hand side with the guards. Like, it's been on the board for over 30 seconds at this point. Mohamed Light has created such little offense. He just uses arrows, so now if I'm Lucas, I get back on offense right away. Maybe a gang left-hand side in front of this Princess. There it is.
There you go. Evo Dark Goblin in the middle. And Lightning has to do some cleanup, and just on those two. But look at this damage. That's going to be right-hand tower down, and short work made by Lucas. Solid matchup and great execution by Lucas X Gamer.
100%. I mean, this is, again, another reason why I love being a commentator at the highest level is you could tell who was going to win that game right when the second card was played. Literally on both sides, it was the cage came out, the Fire Spirit came out, and then the bush came out. And already right then, Lucas had a little smile on his face, and Mohamed Light immediately was frustrated, put his hand in the air, and started talking to his team. And you understand why. There's literally, basically, I mean, if he was playing me, he would win. But if you're playing Lucas, there's really no way to get through that. You don't have enough spell power. You don't have enough ground presence. And as you were pointing out, Rich, oh, the arrows come out there, but now he's got this to deal with as a double barrel push comes in.
Yeah, it definitely stretched a little thin. And it's one of the reasons why you see bait being one of the most popular decks amongst top-tier players is because you have the ability to make things just annoying from top to bottom. And then you put a situation here where Mohamed Light is facing someone who knows how to do it at the top level and knows he's kind of hamstrung. We saw that lightning come out, and I think it was on a Dark Goblin and a Princess, and he might as well have lightning the King Tower at that point. It was kind of like a waving the white flag, if you will. We all knew it was over. He knew it was over, and now he has to regroup and figure out what you do in Game 2 and beyond.
I know, it's one of those really frustrating things where you finally decide to pull the trigger on the lightning. You get great value, take out a Dark Goblin, get on tower, and then you realize there's already another Dark Goblin and Princess on the board. And you're just like, there's absolutely no way for me to keep up with this. And, you know, he did have the arrows and he did have the lightning, so he did have two spells. He had the Valkyrie to help deal with Swarm. So, you know, maybe on paper you might look at this and go, this is a little bit more even than you think. And maybe it is. But at the end of the day, when you have that deck in the hands of Lucas, when you have this matchup being what it was, that's just an uphill battle for Mo. That being said, Mohamed Light has and continues to work with the best teams in Clash Royale League and in Clash Royale periods. So I can't imagine that game number 2 is going to have as brutal of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we'll we'll find out as we get there. And you think about the way that game progressed with Muhammad Light eating a bunch of damage and looking to make that big play on the left-hand side. And just the pieces he needed to turn that play, it felt like that was the only opportunity, was that one Lava Hound push on the left-hand side. And if that one didn't go, it wasn't going to go at all. And you mentioned kind of the preparation and how the teams make their choices. As the game expands, and that's why I'm so excited for BO5s in these last few matches today. As the game expands, BO3 prepping gets harder and harder and harder. And it becomes almost an analyst versus analyst battle in some ways, where you're just trying to hope you get inside their head, harkening back to the conversation earlier about playing a bunch of Royal Giant on your main account so it shows up on Royale API,
right,
so someone
right.
thinks that maybe that's what you're going to play in that situation. This is why I think the best of fives, maybe one of the best things about this season's format, is putting best of fives in those final matches so that you really can start getting to the game that's deciding. If we get to a game 5, the amount of information both players have and the ability to actually get into it on an intellectual level, it's going to be fascinating, and I cannot wait.
100%. And again, it just feels like it was a necessary evolution of the game with how many cards are in the game, how many evolutions are in the game now. It just makes sense. There's just the ability to make 5 great decks out there. And, again, we've said this for years. I don't envy being an analyst because the job has gotten exponentially harder as time has gone on. And as you guys can see right now, it's actually another thing that's funny to point out, as we've talked about, and of course the chat has complained about, is the time in between games. Today, all the players are taking way longer in between their games than they did yesterday, even when there were elimination games yesterday. And it's just good. It's just good to feel that pressure of Clash Royale League. It's back. These guys are both so locked in. You got the best in the world on the left-hand side. You can see he is really trying to figure out what he wants to run. He's not sitting there waiting to, on Lucas to accept the game. He's still strategizing with his team. So Mo definitely feeling the pressure. Remember, guys, this is the lower bracket. This is game 1 in favor of Lucas. So if Muhammad Light loses here, he will be eliminated for the first month, and our first golden ticket will not go to Muhammad Light for maybe the first time in 2 years, I think. I think that's correct. But I could be misspeaking.
I mean, I'll go ahead and do some quick research as we get into this one, and I will confirm it one way or the other for you, Andrew.
Looking like we're seeing GY here from Mo. And just a Tesla
minor
miner and some
control for
archers
Lucas.
out. Yeah.
All right, hold on. I've almost got this. I'll find it. All right, let's see. In 2024, the first... Oh, where the heck are you? Oh, I thought I had it. I'll find it one day, Andrew. Oh, prepare it for the next broadcast.
And just kind of a slow start here, looking, like I said, like GY from Mo, and now the GY finally comes out. Rocket right at the bridge, ready to go. Lucas was ready for him to pull the trigger. It is interesting how much more we're seeing Graveyard come out in single elixir than we had in the past. Yeah, it's just something that we're seeing a little bit more of these days, especially when you obviously are going up against Cannoneer, which we're not seeing here, but Muhammad Light still felt that it was a good time to pull the trigger. Obviously not ideal to have Skeletons, Archers, and Tesla. I mean, defensive building is always going to be a bit annoying, but Skeletons plus Archers are going to really help clean up those graveyards. And also, as we were kind of talking about yesterday on stream, something that we really applauded Mo Light for, and I talked about at the beginning of our day-to-day, Rich, is just if arrows are out, doesn't always need to be a big thought process. Maybe, you don't need to play Minion Horde because arrows are out, but Archers, Evo Archers, all of a sudden are so much more of a nuisance when you can't get arrows on top of them. So you see the poison come out here from Muhammad Light instantly on top of those Archers.
And a little bit of work getting done on that right-hand side. 2463. This miner plus the reflection going to chip down that lead a little bit and change his hands for Lucas. And I've confirmed for sure it was the first 2 monthly finals. 2024 and 2023 Mohamed Light won the first monthly final. The only
Osceola
season.
and Adriel. It looks like he's who he beat in the finals, respectively, in 2023 and 2024.
It looks like it was. I think that if things are in order, then the first golden ticket of 2022 was won by Samuel Basoto. So there you have it.
Not able to go, 3 years in a row is Mohamed Light. The one of the things he hasn't gotten, and washed as he's down by about 260 HP here, but obviously running GY so he can get that back in a heartbeat. So he gives some, I should say, good rocket value to Lucas.
Graveyard in on the right-hand side one more time.
Yeah, nice block at the bridge there with the Monk. We get the second set of archers down to help, and you can see Lucas really unhappy about that exchange. It's just way too much elixir given away, way too much damage taken, and all that came maybe from just Mo getting that rocket out early on that Witch.
And I was just trying to confirm it, and yes, the first ever monthly final in 2021, Mohamed Light did win. So 3 of the 4 monthly finals to open up the CRL season won by Mohamed Light. And I feel like maybe he didn't play in the first one that Samuel won. I can't actually remember now. I'll have to go back and double check. Either way, he's pretty good to start off the seasons.
Yeah, he's pretty good, that guy. So we see Monk in here tanking for that miner. And you got to remember, there is that rocket damage that can come in. So Mo's going to keep the pressure up, try to not have enough elixir in Lucas's bank to get another rocket in. And these graveyards are relentless.
Yeah, just absolutely nonstop. And that's what he needs to do here. 22 seconds left. And we're just about tied here. Slight lead now for Mohamed Light, and he just does not want to give any breathing room for these rockets. Poison down.
Lucas can still take this.
Oh, boy.
Spears are in. Log comes down.
Spears gets some spears off. 721. Wow. Will the graveyard do anything?
Wow.
It's not going to do it. And Lucas holds on for the 2-0 victory. And for only the now second time in CRL solo history, Mohamed Light will not win the opening tournament of the season.
And you can see he is not happy about that. And honestly, you can even see that Lucas knows he needed to play that game a little bit cleaner. That might have worked here in month 1, but he knows it's got to clean it up if and when he gets to World Finals. But for right now, beautifully played by the Brazilian. And I mean, it's crazy. He just eliminated Mohamed Light, and he does not look happy about it at all. Probably incredibly stressed about that game. But that's going to do it for Momo in month number 1. After a very, very strong showing, really. I mean, he went 6-0 against 3 opponents in Igor, Katashian, and Rooney. And then he went 1-2 against Vitor. And then, as you can see here, gets swept by Lucas. So starting off with a little bit, very strong. And then gets a little rocky against Vitor. And then here he is, eliminated on day 2, halfway through the day. A bit of a surprise, but you know what? We're here for it. We know he'll be back.
Yeah, and just a little correction. In 2022, the person who eliminated Mohamed Light in that first opening tournament of the season was Samuel Basoto. So the Brazilians proving to be the kryptonite to Mohamed Light on the days where he does get knocked out. And I have to do I want to go back and look, because most monthly finals have been won by Mohamed Light. But how many times in history has it been a Brazilian who stops him from winning a monthly final? And if my memory serves, it's more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt that, 2 of the best players in the world for the last several years have been Lucas and Samuel Basoto, so it does make sense. And also the fact that they're all buddies and they play together a lot. They also maybe are more used to playing and seeing the name Mohamed Light on the other side of the screen. I mean, as ridiculous as that sounds to say, when you open up Clash Royale and you play a bunch of numbers and symbols with a purple heart at the end of their name, and you're like, okay, I've never seen this guy before. I don't know if he's that good or not. We'll see what happens. But if you open it up and you see a bunch of number 1s in the name Mohamed Light, you've got to feel a little bit of pressure. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure for sure. Now, we're gonna take a little bit longer to get this one going, because we are now, as we look into our bracket, moving into some of the big stuff. meaning that now players don't have the same break time between previous game and next game, as they have to reset themselves very quickly. As coming up next, we're going to have our lower bracket semifinal between Lucas and Sub. So up on the top of your screen, Vitor and Ian in our upper bracket final. Those guys waiting to see what happens down here. Sub versus Lucas. Winner will end up in 4th place, or the loser will end up in 4th place. Winner will be in the top 3, and we'll move into the best of 5 portion of today's broadcast and move up into a matchup to play for a guaranteed silver ticket, a guaranteed trip to the last chance qualifier. So big stakes here for Sub and Lucas at the moment.
Yeah, and as you know, I've seen people in the chat ask, even though Rich put it pretty succinctly there, if you get first place, you get the golden ticket and you are going to World Finals. If you get second place, you get a silver ticket and you're going to the last chance qualifier for a second opportunity to make it to World Finals, even if you never make another monthly final, even if you never get in that top 6 on the leaderboard of CRL points. But money and points still to be given away. Obviously, the points a huge thing as the season moves on. And here's the cash. There we go. Producers on top of it, as you guys can see. And then there were 4. So every single match here moving forward, we always love to say this, is worth $2,000 respectively as you move forward until it's that second first place match. And then all of a sudden it's a $6,000 difference. And I don't know about you, man, but thinking about getting $2,000 more for every game that I win, and then potentially $6,000 more if I'm able to run it out. I have a really hard time not focusing on the prize and actually having to get there first. So we'll see if our players can make sure to not let the bright lights get in their head, as there's all this cash to be given out. And of course the points, man. I mean, the points conversation was such a fascinating thing as the season ended last year.
Yeah, it's going to get real tight, and half of our positions being done by CRL points. That's going to make things continue to matter more and more as time goes on. And remember that as players win golden tickets from those points, they take themselves out of the points conversation. Yes. So a lot of the players who will be up high on that points, they're not going to be playing for, they're not going to be affecting who gets golden tickets anymore, which means that sort of the fight there at the bottom could get really tight. My expectation here is, with 6 spots in the mix for points this year, that we're going to see it come all the way down to those final couple of weeks, that Definitely. Final monthly, where people will be switching spaces back and forth. Now, you know, you talk about sort of the nerves here with the money and the points in the line at this stage. When we do, obviously, I think either one of us would be sitting here going like, oh gosh, I have $2,000 on whether I put this Ice Spirit in the right space or not. With the people that we have left, they've all played for the big bucks. Yeah. Right? They've all played, not just for the big bucks, but they've played for it with, you know, the on stage in front of a live audience with tons of people. This one, to me, my expectation here is that we're not going to see the moment-based nerves out of any of these players, except, you know, maybe Ian out of the players who might have some of that challenge, just because he's the one who hasn't had that happen for him yet. But other than that, I expect everyone to be pretty cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point that you make. I was thinking about that as I was talking about the money, and I was like, all these guys are doing pretty dang well when it comes to making money from Clash Royale. Yeah, I think you're right. I especially think in the, you know, 3rd, 4th, 2nd spots. Obviously, 15K is exciting, but I do think maybe in that finals match, in the grand finals, we will see it, just because of the idea of like, how nice it must feel to not have to think about competing until the end of the year, right? And we saw Sam do that, and then we saw Sam actually do pretty well at World Finals. But he did that, right? He showed up, he won his ticket, and then he was like pretty hard to find for the next several months. He was like, I'll compete when I want, or I'll show up on ladder when I want. But you've already got that golden ticket to World Finals, whereas getting the silver ticket is so much different, because not only are you in another monthly competition, but you're in a monthly competition against all the other guys that won 2nd place. So the competition is incredibly steep. And so here we go. Let's get into this match. It's coming up soon. This is the lower bracket semifinals here between Lucas and Sub. It's our final best of 3 here. Lucas coming right out of a big win over Mohamed Light, and we'll see if he can carry that momentum in here Obviously, Sub coming off of a couple nice wins here today, played a lot more Clash Royale than most of us, or actually, I should say most of the competitors in the competition today. So here we go. A little bit of a stop and stare to start. Lucas going back to just fast and loose, which I really like. I think Lucas has been doing a really, really good job of kind of playing, making his opponents play out of their comfort zone by creating a ton of pressure. And that's something that we've always loved about Lucas, is he's a very, very good micro interaction player. And also just selfishly, as I was saying yesterday on broadcast, minor wall breakers, wall breaker spam, you know, Magic Archer, Valkyrie, NATO wall breakers. I've always loved the wall breakers in the meta. They're just right there behind Mortar for me. Coming across the bridge here. Goblin Hut taking care of that. Again, like, you see these guys, and this is something for you guys to take, you know, back home and put in your back pocket. It's something that we've talked about yesterday, something we've talked about for years, and it's a tip that I got from a pro back in the first season of playing or of commentating CR, which is, you know, when you're playing against Logbait, and we saw it work out earlier today, when you're playing against Logbait, you've got to make sure that you can find other ways to deal with that Goblin Barrel than just your log, because that log against a good Logbait player is going to be needed on top of the Dark Goblin or Princess or Valkyrie plus Dark Goblin plus Goblin Gang at the bridge. You've got to figure out other ways to make that log impactful. You've got to figure out other ways to deal with the Goblin Barrel. Other than what we see right there, which is when obviously the Evo Barrel comes out, you really need to be on track of it, and you've really got to have a way to deal with both lanes, taking as minimal damage as possible, which usually means you've always got to have your log ready.
And the miner, you see, almost able to turn that into a problem. But Princess covers on the bats. Dark Goblin to snipe here at the bridge, create a pathway. Wall breakers going to release. The log plus the spears do their job. And so far, so best effort from Lucas in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps trying to get on top of the barrel, as I was talking about, with not using the log, and you saw right there he tries to use the Mighty Miner plus late wall breakers. It's just Lucas needs to start thinking a little bit, a couple more steps ahead about what's coming, not what's on the board, what he's about to see as opposed to what he's seeing, if that makes sense.
And forced to log back, Evo Valk will still get a pretty big swipe, 15:49 on the right hand side. We are in the final 2 minutes, sudden death overtime. And Lucas needs to find some way to... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, is I don't know if Lucas needs to start, like, minor poisoning straight up, but then you can see right there, the poison's getting baited out in opposite lanes, so now the right-hand tower is actually the lower of the two. He's only got 80 seconds to do about 1,000 damage here while playing insane defense, and I just don't know how he's going to do it, to be honest.
Well, Mighty Miner plus Miner now does have a 3-card cycle. 70 seconds left. 10 away from double elixir. Bats to the inside to help clear here, but that Princess, man, and that's a couple times now where he's been just a half step short on trying to make that Princess do something other than kill bats.
I know, man. That Princess, she had no right actually getting that shot off, and it was right before the bats were out of range and right before they started to actually be able to stack HP. So just a beautiful interaction there for Sub, as Lucas is kind of feeling the pain of maybe what he just put on Mo here. Obviously not running Lava Hound like Mo was, but just being in a situation against the bait deck and not being able to deal with it very well. 13:09, 1953, 30 seconds left. You need a wall breaker connection at this point, Rich.
Dude, this Princess on the left better start paying rent, because she has been squatting on that left side of the bridge for almost the entire final minute of gameplay. And there was a nice little Valk to protect that Sub got out. But that Princess, I mean, she must have gotten 9 elixir value out of the 3 that was spent for Sub. And that's kind of the story of this entire matchup, right? Is the Princess is just being an absolute problem for Lucas from bell to bell.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't really even know how you play through that. I have no idea how you win that matchup, because obviously Lucas is one of the best players in the world. He's playing with a fast cycle deck, with log, with the building, with the direct way to get damage on tower, with a way to protect his miner with poison because, you know, that Valkyrie's going to maybe be somewhere else. He's got a lot of options, but Sub just did a really good job of just making all of them kind of non-factors, man. I really don't know what Lucas does there. And if you look online, it only says it's a 60-40 matchup. But as we've heard pros talk about and coaches talk about for years, is just because it's a 60-40 matchup on ladder, it doesn't mean it's a 60-40 matchup at the highest level, right? Or else we would see people play Expo sometimes, but we never see people play Expo because it's always a 10-90 matchup, basically, when you're playing Expo.
And, you know, just you mentioned Expo. The number of players who have of the pro players from this weekend who have the deck that's showing as their selected deck as Expo, when you go check their profile on in-game, is really kind of shocking. Maybe it's a troll, not entirely sure, but a bunch of these guys have Expo Cycle as their selected deck on their accounts, which always tickling me as I was looking through their accounts the other day.
Well, it's just fascinating because it goes to show you that even in the top 100 or 1,000 on ladder, these guys are so far ahead of the curve that a deck like Expo's outplayability is just, it's easy for them at that level until they probably get into that top like 50, top 100, right? Like, you see these guys play decks on ladder that they can't play competitively because on ladder they're like 5-6 steps ahead, whereas competitively their opponents are also thinking that many steps ahead. And I mean, man, Rich, when's the last time you and I commentated on a match with Expo in it that won? You know,
my word,
at most once a year. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and I'm pretty sure it hasn't been for years.
I mean, maybe. I feel like, yeah. I mean, I
feel like there's been random times when we've had one Expo show up in a random best of 3, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe. Maybe is there somebody out there who can do the research and figure out how many times Expo has been played on broadcast in CRL in the solo era? I mean, I feel like maybe we've commentated it in other third-party events, but in CRL, I mean, to me, I have to go back. The only time I can think of it actively is like Pain Gaming in 2019, because they had a bunch of guys on that team who were all IceBow players. Wen, I remember being one of the guys. I think Carnage played some Expo. So they had like three or four guys who were all Expo guys back then. But you have to go back to you have to go back to 2019 for me to make that actually sit in my head effectively.
Right now, these guys just trying to figure out what they want to play here in game number 2. Lucas obviously feeling the pressure now, going from a great set against Muhammad Light, now feeling his back up against the wall against Sub. And we'll see if Lucas can bring out any of that magic that he did in his deck picking, like he did in that set against Mel. Looks like we got Ian77 here in the chat. Shout out to Ian, who's been playing pretty well. It might be him, might not. Who knows? There's a lot of people who like to impersonate people on the internet. Who'd ever thought? There we go. Game number 2.
Yeah, lately the number of fake Joe Rogan endorsements I've been seeing with AI has just like got me shaking my head.
Well, already Lucas got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, played the high, the counter, probably just because of the cycle situation. Didn't want to go ahead and get the King Tower activation, I guess.
Yeah, so fascinating. I mean, it's just hilarious because Juice and I were just talking about how bad Hunter was yesterday, and now I think we're going to find Hunter again in a very good matchup. So, you know what? That's the caster curse in reverse, apparently, for the Hunter.
I was thinking the exact same thing as I saw this one. I was like, we saw this one play out already once today. I think we'll see some shutdown play from Lucas here.
Yeah, you should think so. You know, Lucas already got a great kind of course on how this should be run. It's just, can he do it as well as Sub did?
And the Rage is not quite doing enough to create the breakthrough there. A little touch of the drill on the right-hand side. despite what we've said so far, it is Sub with the advantage. Damage on both lanes. And just a little twinge on Sub's left-hand tower. Might change here, though, with the Monk Reflection.
That's interesting is, there's obviously the ability to activate King Tower against that Monk, as we're seeing right there. Great job there by Sub. But the other thing here, Rich, is while we are, I don't know, maybe not. Ouch. Maybe Sub went for a little too much too early on. Wow. I was going to say Sub has a great advantage here in this matchup because the last one we saw Fireball. I believe it was Fireball. There was a way to get on top of the Firecracker, and I'm pretty sure it was Fireball. I don't think it was arrows. Whereas in this, Lucas only has Rage and Barrel. So Firecracker should be a big problem, as we're even seeing right there. Problem is Sub has already given away so much damage early in this game. I don't know if it's going to actually matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is massive, the 1173, and just able to get away with a ton there for Lucas, and the reflection will take the fire. And that also might end up being a big chunk of the Firecracker defense, is just those monks making sure that they can reflect pretty easily. Here we go, transitioning definitely into sudden death overtime, 1173 to 1913. And what we didn't see in that matchup, Andrew, as well, was Earthquake getting involved at all. Here we see some Earthquake cycle very early by comparison.
Yeah, and just like you're calling out, Lucas is making sure that Monk is dealing with the Firecrackers, and Sub, conversely, should be making sure that he's getting more Firecrackers out. He's got to be looking for that Fisherman, though. He's got to know the Fisherman's going to be the #1 response.
Looking down the left-hand lane for the Royal Giant. And I'm surprised maybe a little bit to see the Evo Hunter here, but maybe Lucas feeling confident about other methodologies of handling those hogs when they come in. Good reflection from the Monk.
Wow.
And, the Evo Hunter staying alive long enough to take care of that Mighty Miner.
Yeah, and I think what we were looking for, I think what Lucas was looking for, was he thought maybe the Mighty Miner was going to come out earlier from Sub. That's why the Evo Hunter comes out. And regardless, the Mighty Miner doesn't come out. Evo Hunter's just still on the board to deal with whatever later on. So I just like that play by Lucas. He's only ahead by 500 HP. That's just one hog hit, really, in an Earthquake. So this game is not over yet. And I do like that Lucas now is thinking, Sub is now thinking more defensively. And just, there you go. Yep, Tesla down, Earthquake in, early cycle the Firecracker, bait out the Monk ability, get that second Firecracker down. Oh, but that's a big factor right there, taking it out without the ability.
And there we go, stays up. Hunter does get reflected a little bit. 2 RGs down, Tesla to hold, 27 seconds left. And just the RG cycle right now is really aggressive out of Lucas.
Yeah, Sub getting another Earthquake in. He's got to get a hog plus a Mighty Miner in. There you go. Early Monk out. Love the play there from Lucas. He saw it coming from a mile. Oh! No way!
And the Fish Boy looks the wrong direction. And that's it. GG. Well played. Sub with the 2-0 and goes right in to our top 3.
Oh my gosh. The guard just close enough on the other side of the board from Sub, behind the Mighty Miner. Fishboy played too high, and my goodness, I really don't think Lucas should have lost that game, man. That was crazy.
And,
I don't think Sub can believe it.
Oh, Sub, and again, seeing the big smile from Sub. And, Andrew, this takes me back to, I want to say, CRL 2020, back in the Teams edition, and when Lucas lost a similar game where he was playing Fisherman against Hog, and a great distraction at the bridge from the God RF to get the Fisherman to look the wrong way. The Hog snuck on by and got the shots on tower, and that was one of the big plays of the year at that point. Now, of course, it was Pain Gaming and Lucas who got the last laugh as they ended up qualifying for World Finals, but this is not the first time Lucas has been beat by the distraction play at the bridge to sneak a hog on by.
I love that from Sub. Honestly, I think that today has been such a great day for Sub. He's had his back up against the wall playing against the best of the best of the best. He was a little rocky yesterday, but it's the first day of the first competition of the year for CRL, right? So you understand there to be some cobwebs to be shaken off. I think it was just the juxtaposition from his competition that had like the first round bye. It was like, oh, yeah, we got the first round bye. We were perfect in qualifiers. We were perfect on the day. So it felt like it just didn't feel like Sub was where he needed to be. You come back 24 hours later, and I'm super impressed, especially with that matchup. There was things in it that he needed to exploit, and he figured them out very early on, and he never got desperate, even with taking so much damage in just those few moments.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw him. I think that you're talking about lessons learned from watching that matchup earlier on from Lucas, lessons learned from Sub from playing the other side of that matchup as well on things that maybe he saw his opponent needed to do, and he applied those here to get the job done against Lucas. And he did get the job done. Let's take a look at the bracket and the journey for Sub so far and where he's going, as he's going to take a break and have to wait a little bit to find out his next opponent, as he has made it into the BO5 portion of our show and awaits the loser of Vitor and Ian for a chance to play for a silver ticket, a guaranteed trip to our last chance qualifier, and a possibility to go ahead and get that golden ticket and lock up World Finals in the first of our 4 monthly finals. We'll say goodbye to Lucas, who I'm sure, as you said about Muhammad Light as well, we'll see again. But Sub right now, taking down Adriel, taking down Lucas back-to-back, and now with a shot to take on either Ian or Vitor. Great showing here for Sub.
Yeah, incredible stuff for Sub, and honestly, I feel like everyone's favorite competitor that's in the competition right now is Lucas. Because you go, hey, you took care of Mo, and then you left the competition. So you get rid of the biggest threat, and then you get rid of the guy that was the guy that took out the biggest threat. So it's a very actually interesting spot to be in, because you think either Mo or Lucas is just going to make the lower bracket run then, and Sub coming out with honestly, I think another big upset. I feel like him going through Ta, Adriel, and Lucas, every one of those, I think if I was a betting man, would probably have given them to his opponent. And that's not really saying anything about Sub. It's really more so saying about how good Adriel, Ta, and Lucas X Gamer are. And I actually don't think that's really hyperbolic. I think that's actually pretty, by the numbers in the World Finals finishes, it makes sense. But man, Sub showing up today. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Well, we talk about that confidence. You have to wonder how much things have changed for Sub after making and then getting to top 4 in World Finals last year, right? We're seeing a different level of calm, a different level of confidence, maybe some of the weight off his shoulders, having done it last year. And I'm thinking about what you're saying, and in my brain, like initially, or in my gut reaction initially, is to agree. Right, because that's how we would both view him. But then as I break it down, I go, no, this is a guy who got top 4 last year, who's not the same guy necessarily he was last year. I don't know if I can evaluate where I put him head-to-head against those guys the same way as I could, as I kind of look at the full picture.
And I think that's actually probably the more correct way to do it, instead of just being influenced strictly by history. What's happening right now and what's happening in front of us is... hey, maybe it's the Sub show in 2025, because he did way more in 2024 than I think we ever would have anticipated. And here we go, talking about 2025 and things that are a little bit different. Best of 5s, and I love it. I'm excited for it. I'm very curious to see how both of these guys do. You already talked about Ian and his deck pool and playing at the highest level. I think this is going to be a bigger challenge for Ian than it is Vitor. And then for Vitor on the other side of it, I think this is kind of a set where he needs to come out and continue to show his dominance and experience. I think Vitor needs to win this set, and I would love to see it go the distance, but I really want to see Vitor... It sounds a little more biased than I think it's intending to. Vitor, based off of history, I think needs to win this set. Ian, I would love to see him at least pick up 2 games. I really would, because I think he needs to start building that confidence and momentum for the rest of the year. I mean, if Ian straight wins the golden ticket at this event, I will be a little bit surprised, but obviously he's a guy that can do it.
No, definitely has the capability. And, I'm trying to think about this one. I know that Ian has obviously never won a monthly final, and I believe that neither Sub nor Vitor have ever won a monthly final either. I'm just double checking to make sure. But I think we're going to have a first-time monthly final winner today, no matter what happens. Vitor won, I think, his golden ticket in 2023, getting second place at a monthly final. So this is an exciting moment for everybody. And we've seen Vitor kind of wear the stress a little bit on his face in the past. But same thing as we talk about Sub being different. Sub made it to 3 monthly finals last year, went deep in 3 monthly finals last year, made it to Worlds, got fourth. Vitor, he's now become, we saw him as a new guy coming into the league, having worked his way up through the amateurs. And now he's a seasoned veteran, and this does feel like it could be his moment. But Ian, certainly one of the ones who everyone is waiting with bated breath to see if he finally does do whatever all of his fans have been hoping for him to do.
Yeah, exactly. All of his fans. One of the biggest names in all of Clash Royale, as we see both these guys not wasting any time to get into the action, and both of them rocking Rage here in game number 1, which, again, you think about going to a best of 5, it makes sense that spells like Rage are going to be used, spells like Goblin Curse, maybe even seeing some Zap, which we see very little of these days.
I do wonder how much the best of 5 aspect impacts their decision making in the early matches, right? Are there adjustments you make in game 1, game 2, especially game 3, with the anticipation that you have to have viable, good stuff available in game 4 and beyond?
Definitely, and I truly believe the strategy is earlier in the best of 5, because you do have extra lives to give, you get a little cuter in the first couple games. I think it's important to see, feel out your opponent, see which direction they went in. Are they going comfort? Or are they also going a little bit out of the box? And then save some of that really necessary stuff for later when you have to win. You want to have a game, maybe 2 or 3 games in, where you have that Evo Snowball plus Drill combo.
And bridge spam for both to start out. Arrows and Rage. Haven't seen the spell for the final card or spell for Vitor yet. But so far, Ian with dual lane pressure and damage, Vitor only getting stuff done on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Mama P.E.K.K.A should actually be a pretty good factor in this matchup for Ian, and then obviously having that E-Wiz to deal with the Inferno Dragon is also going to be a great piece of the equation for Ian. So I like that right now they're both not really playing too aggressively and just kind of waiting for their opponent to make a mistake, and then they can ideally capitalize on it, and here we go. Now we see the E-Wiz come out to stop the stun. You imagine the Inferno is going to come out on top of the P.E.K.K.A, so you see Ian turn up the pressure on the left-hand side like that.
Yeah, I mean, happy to go empty on this one. Mama P.E.K.K.A raged up, gets past the Evo Inferno Dragon for 2 shots, 464. Ian absolutely decimating that right-hand side, and a miscalculation from Vitor is going to lead to a game 1 win for Ian, 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, pretty decent matchup there for Ian, but then Vitor just getting caught not tracking cycle. I don't think he recognized that, because of the late play on the Inferno, because of the pressure on the left-hand side, which was really great by Ian, he baited that Mega Knight out, so the Inferno had to come out just a step later. And because that Inferno came out a few seconds later than originally planned, Ian was already back around to his E-Wiz that got lightning off the board. So that's what I'm talking about when you're talking about playing into someone's mind or playing deep into someone's mind. And this is something that I love that AC used to say about Lapicati. And Lapicati, a notorious trash talker, but he would literally be playing the game and someone would use like 2 cards in sequence, and then Lapicati would be like, oh, this guy, what an idiot. He's about to lose in 30 seconds. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what he would do every time. I love this play by Ian. Get the E-Wiz out early instead of something big on that Ram Rider. Bait out the big spell in the Lightning. Push pressure opposite lane. Get back on top of the cycle. Deal with the Inferno. Win the game.
Oh, and that also raises this question. I mean, the Lightning is tempting there, but is it too early to be throwing 11 Elixir down that right-hand side to be making a -2 trade with that Lightning for some damage from a Ram Rider, right? And that's one of those this is a few times today now where we have seen Lightning, which is such a hard, it's a card that feels like it's a hard decision-making card, right? Because you're either going to completely swing the game your direction, or you're going to completely swing the game your opponent's direction, and it's not always obvious when you use it.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point that you make. And for a lot of us that have started using Lightning a lot more over the last couple months because of the way the meta has changed, you'll see that decision happen where your opponents will make you make the decision as their unit crosses their princess tower. And then all of a sudden, when they're at the bridge, you're like, oh, well, now I can't target the units that I want. Should I have used it earlier? We've heard early on in our careers that Lightning is a much more offensive card than it is actually defensive, which we saw right there in spades from Vitor trying to create offense. But I think that's a really great call out, Rich. I mean, what I was talking about was like layer after layer after layer. But what you're talking about is just simple elixir trades and situational awareness. And yeah, that negative trade to maybe get a Ram Rider on tower isn't going to win the game. So what are you actually trying to accomplish in that moment?
Here we go. Game number 2. Miner for Vitor. And
we saw some really cool Evo Wizard stuff yesterday, which was really wild. Just Evo Wizard being played at the bridge because the opponent had so little to respond, and they only had swarm units, so the Evo Wizard would just cross the bridge. Any unit dropped on top of it would get destroyed by the shield going off, and then the Wizard would get like 2 shots on tower. And that's just another brilliant like recognition of cycle and response.
And Vitor, again, playing very aggressive early in this one. You know, the ability and then the miner send there on the left-hand side, and similarly put, getting punished for it as the Evo Wizard goes off on that right-hand tower and gives a significant early lead to Ian.
Yeah, and you can see him tilting himself because of it. You can see him already super frustrated, as anyone would be with a Wizard on tower this early in the game, only a minute and a half in. And I think you hit the nail on the head, man, and it's just way too aggressive, and I think you can always attribute that to nerves.
Halfway point through our opening 3, and it's 1793 to 2677 from your top right to your bottom left. Vitor setting up with some lightweight stuff. Miner goes to the Evo Wizard, plus the log. Fireball to clean all that up, though. But we will end with a 4 elixir Vitor advantage. Can he pressure?
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do a little bit, but it's really important that he doesn't get too crazy here. And man, the E-Spirit, he's got to be thinking about that. I've been here before with whether it's mortar bait or, you know, wall breakers, bait, whatever it is, and right here you're seeing with the bats and the spears and the Mighty Miner as responses for RG. It's just a really frustrating spot to be in. You got the Fisherman to pull it away. You've got the Monk to deal with the Spear Goblins from the hut and the Spear Goblins on the board. You know, there's just a lot. You've got the E-Spirit to deal with the bats. You've got the Fireball to deal with the Evo bats. So I do not envy Vitor in this moment.
Well, and you saw what he was going for here. Rocket trying to clean things up, knows that there's no Monk ability. The Vitor, he had a log on that E-Spirit on the right-hand side, just the log was a half step short and a half step slow and not able to clear it out before the bats got through. And then here on the right-hand side, this was actually a really nice sequence from Ian where you had the Mighty Miner on the Monk, Ian just letting the Mighty Miner, or letting the Monk do its knockback to reset that Mighty Miner ramp up and get the Monk in a space where it could do the reflect on the other side of the board. So good situational awareness. Although that Fireball, maybe not what he had hoped, but it does clean up the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little desperate there. The Evo Wizard just a little farther away from those Evo bats than I think Ian would have liked. Does get the Fireball out, which I think is the most important thing. But I think the other thing to note is just Vitor's body language and frustration in general. You know, he's got to slow his play down at the beginning of game number 3, or else he's going to find himself just in a really tough spot. I think he's playing like he's tilted, and he's getting punished for it, and that's a pretty nice miner to distract there, to protect. Fishboy's still alive.
Letting that Monk ability, letting the Monk knockback do so much work and saving the ability. And for those of you who are maybe checking this out for the first time, who are newer players, the ability is so valuable. It's so precious, and Ian's showing exactly how to use it here, how and when.
Yeah, I mean, Vitor's finally getting some decent damage in, but with only 45 seconds remaining, he's going to have to really make something crazy happen. And yeah, I was like, I really like that fireball because the RG still needs to be responded to now.
And RG still gets one, and the Evo Wiz on the left-hand side gets some done as well. 676 and RG pressure. 19 seconds left, and it's not going to be, there's not going to be really enough for Vitor to do in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really tough because this has been an incredibly one-sided set, and it's gone the direction that I think it needed to go the other direction. You know, Ian is still pretty new to CRL monthly finals. Vitor is a former world finalist, and Vitor is playing, they're playing like they're wearing the opposite shoes right now. Ian playing very calm, collected, recognizing his matchup, and kind of letting the game come to him. Vitor just getting very, very aggressive early in both of those games, and getting punished for it. And, you know, I'm happy to, once again, I'm always happy to be wrong about players because, you know, Ian in the past has shown at this level, he just kind of starts to run into a wall. But between matchups and gameplay, Ian has been doing very, very well here against Vitor.
Yeah, I mean, really calm, as you were saying. And, you know, now with a 2-0 lead, Ian kind of has a lot of room to play here. And, you know, you also think about it, too, that I mean, this is the case for both of them, I guess, playing the Rage decks in game number 1. But you think about what Ian still has left. He, of course, still has Hog Rider left, which is the thing that Vitor now has to be worried about for 3 games in a row. Is this the game where Ian goes Hog Rider? Do I have to cover that every single time? Or is Ian going to just completely avoid it? And so from a like a mindset standpoint, you got to wonder how much that's weighing on Vitor and his team with deck selection going into the next 3 games that are all must win.
Yeah, and if I'm Ian, I honestly just start going to Comfort in the next 2 games. You know, maybe you don't go straight to Hog Rider in the next game, but I don't even dislike him going to Hog Rider in the next game, and I'm okay with him going to it in game 4 as well. I would love, I mean, not only would I love it, but I think it's a necessity that he comes out with his Comfort deck in one of these next 2 games. There's no reason not to run it at this point. You're already working through your deck pool. You're going to run it eventually. Let's end this set as soon as possible. I think that's the mentality that Ian needs because, as we've learned in Clash Royale, it's also a total mental game. And if all of a sudden you're up 2 and then you're down 2 and that becomes a best of 1 in game number 5, the momentum is firmly in your opponent's hands. So I think this is just a spot. I think that's a great call from you. I think we go Comfort here for Ian, whatever that looks like. Ideally, Hog Rider might be a little too obvious. So like I said, maybe he brings it out in game 4 if we get there. But Ian just so firmly in the driver's seat now, I don't think he needs to get cued at all in his deck building.
I mean, you think about, we're talking about the gameplay stuff from the last couple of games and Vitor getting too aggressive early on. What Ian also did really well in that last game was he never gave Vitor a chance to get an early rocket for value, right? The first rocket I think we saw was to clear up some stuff at the bridge, but there was no cycling wizards or even fishermen in the back in a way that gave Vitor easy value, easy decision-making. The whole time he was forcing Vitor to make choices over and over and over again, especially kind of once it seems like he got the read on Vitor that he maybe was playing with a little bit too much adrenaline. And the worst thing that adrenaline does for you is affect your decision-making. So smart stuff from Ian.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Ian, and I mean, even at lower levels for all the rest of us that play on ladder, you can tell when you're playing against a hyper-aggressive opponent. And they will show you from the get-go that they're going to be hyper-aggressive. And if you kind of play their game and you play at their pace, it's not going to always work out. So I really like what Ian did there is he punishes you early on. He starts to make you think about how aggressive you want to be. And because of that punishment early, he's just firmly in the driver's seat. And not only for the game, but now for this entire set.
And I don't think we've seen Berserker today. Is that right? Is this the first one?
First Berserker today. And for anyone in the chat saying that we hate Ian, we both love Ian. He's just had way less competitive experience than everyone else that is still in this competition. That's all it comes down to. Ian and I, Rich and I both really, really like Ian.
Yeah.
We've met him in person. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that.
Yeah, Ian's someone where you see it when you see him in World Finals, you know you're like, oh, here comes a big smile. I'm super excited about him, and hopefully we see him in a competitive standpoint for the first time. And look at that. I mean, look at this. This deck is we're now going into completely different direction than we have seen all day today, and I like Vitor trying to do something different.
Yeah, well, what's fascinating is that ridiculous machine curse giant bomber deck that's all over ladder has not been seen once in this competition, which absolutely makes sense because decks like that, those gimmicky decks, they don't really work at the highest level. That being said, I did think we'd at least see it maybe one time. And then also to add on to that, since we're not seeing it at all, I really didn't think we were going to see Goblin Machine other than in that deck. So just a lot of weird things kind of going on here. Vitor literally going, what are all of the newest and strongest cards in the game? Let's just throw them in a deck and see if they work together.
Well, we've seen we're kind of going back to what we saw out of Igor earlier, right? Just kind of going with a giant beatdown deck. This one a slightly different tune, but still same idea. Can he find a way to just flat out break through and get on tower? And he's doing an okay job so far.
Great
and look at
Evo
that.
Valkyrie
Wow.
there.
Yeah. And that shuts down that whole conversation.
Defensive ability of that Evo Valkyrie is absolutely insane.
Yeah, pretty bonkers to clean up all of that. To clean up practically Vitor's entire deck with one card.
Yeah. And that's what it's going to happen every single time.
So Vitor has to find out some way to do that when there isn't an Evo Valken cycle, or find out some way to deal with an Evo Valken. As I'm looking at the board, I don't know what he does to, other than find it when it's not in cycle. I don't think he has any way to contend with an Evo Valk.
And what's brilliant about the Valk is it makes the curse so much less powerful. So now you see the curse coming in very late once the Valk is basically off the board, because those goblins then actually cannot do anything, right? They can't do anything when the Valk's there, so they have to wait till the Valk's gone. Then the push is out of sequence. And while we do see Ian taking a little bit of damage there, it's also with the King Tower getting activated. So even though damage lead, was not in his favor, I think that the decision overall is definitely better.
Yeah, near King Tower activation there against the boss. And Evo Valk once again just pulling stuff together. Final 75 seconds left. And Vitor with a slight lead, but now he has to actually play some defense.
And Goblin Curse, he met with the poison. Boss Bandit totally deleted by these guards, but a zap comes in.
1905 to 2061. And that Boss Bandit ability not going to turn into any actual damage. Graveyard down one more time. Berserker going up against the Graveyard. And oh boy, that just opened things wide. And Ian very close to a straight sweep in 3.
It's a good push on this left-hand side. I like the giant opposite lane just to kind of split things up. Evo Witch now getting responded to. Boss Bandit comes back right into that Valkyrie, and man, the defense here from Ian is so clean. And I mean, I think part of it is just like this deck. It doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense to me.
11 seconds left, and Vitor is forced to spend all of his time, focus, energy, and elixir on defense.
Wow.
And Ian, 1, 2, 3, the clean sweep, and he is headed to our grand final and a chance to win a monthly and guarantee his first spot at CRO World Finals.
Absolutely nuts. I mean, just beautiful stuff there from Ian, top to bottom. I love the decks he picked. I love the way he played. I love that he played his own game at his own pace. I mean, all of it. It's just all of the things that I think in the past have been issues with Ian. And mainly, I think the biggest issue with Ian was just kind of his deck pool. That is not a conversation here in 2025. Bro's been grinding, apparently, and he's doing it now against one of the best in the world in Vitor with a very quick 3-0. Remember, Vitor put Mo down to that lower bracket yesterday in a great 2-1 set. Not to say that, any great pro can't win a 2-1 best of 3, but when you look at what just happened there and you look at the way how strongly Ian dominated that, I'm I'm excited. I'm really excited to see what he's going to do here this year.
Yeah, I mean, and he has one more set win in front of him to lock in that golden ticket to World Finals, and I know that the chat will go crazy in the event that that does happen. So we're all pretty pumped for it. And on the other side of things, Vitor. I mean, from the gameplay to the deck selection, and maybe I know we have some of our group chats with some of the pros going. Maybe one will chime in. This is twice now we've seen pros in back to the wall situations going with a fairly simplistic giant beatdown deck, which just doesn't feel like it's it. That's it. Doesn't feel like that's the choice. But we've seen it now from Igor, seen it now from Vitor, and both situations that felt like they were playing like an outdated version of Clash Royale against modern mechanics.
Yeah, and you understand like trying to be unpredictable. You understand maybe trying to catch your opponent off guard, but you gotta just really know that it's got to have synergy, right? And you've also got to really think about what cards are still in play and what cards aren't. Obviously, it's really hard in a BO5. There's so many cards available, so many cards that have already been played, but like, you know, just that Valkyrie Poison combo alone kind of just took that game, right? The ability for Ian to defend with the Poison and with the Valkyrie, which also makes the Goblin Curse completely useless, and then the inability to get on top of the Witch. There was just so much about that deck that also, again, I think relies on a big beatdown push that means your opponent like kind of messes up their defense. And I think what we were saying before is that you really want to go for decks that allow you to outplay your opponent. And I don't think that's the situation that we were in there.
Well, speaking of our situation, let's take a look at the bracket as we've gotten into our final three, but the math has shifted just a little bit for some of these players as Ian moves on to our grand final. He only has to win one more best of three, once again, to secure the Dragon League Gold Edition ticket and his trip to World Finals. Vitor dropping down into the lower bracket. This will also be a best of five. Everybody, Vitor and Sub playing for, and not just a chance to go up against Ian, and they would have to win a super grand final, have to beat him twice. More on that as we get closer to the grand final. But the winner here between Vitor and Sub will get a silver ticket locked in for a shot at the last chance qualifier, the chance to grab one of our final golden tickets of the year. And so even then, that would be more in front of them, but a nice little piece to win here between these two.
Yeah, I mean, what a great run for Ian when you talk about his whole entire tournament, right? Getting the first round bye so he doesn't have to compete in the first four matches, kind of gets to watch what the tournament, you know, meta is evolving into as he doesn't come until halfway through the day yesterday. A very quick 2-0 over Sub, who we have seen is playing very, very well this weekend. And then it's just a nice upper bracket run, 2-1 over Lucas, 3-0 over Vitor. Now he's guaranteed himself a silver ticket. I mean, it's just so crazy what can happen in a year, right? I mean, I just remember, what is it? It's June now, so 7 months ago, I remember sitting there 8 months ago in the lobby in Finland talking to Ian about him really, truly wanting to make a run here in 2025. And we've heard so many people say that at World Finals about the next year, right? There's so many ex-pros, up-and-coming players that talk about it. And we're already seeing now that Ian has already guaranteed himself, obviously, in the first monthly final, obviously in the LCQ, and a good chance to already be at World Finals. So, you know, what a difference a few months can make for you if you are grinding.
Well, and the other thing, too, is let's say that worse comes to worse here and Ian ends up second with a silver ticket. The points he'll stack up from going this far are already great. Yes. And the confidence and knowing he's capable of doing this. And keep in mind that the 12-player monthly final, that extra 4 spots creates so much more opportunity for someone to show up this weekend, on weekends like this one, and have a big moment. So if somehow Ian didn't win the golden ticket here, you'd still feel pretty confident about his chances of fighting for a shot at World Finals throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, and also, you know, think about the fact that, you know, Ian coming into this with the first round bye, there were the Rileys and the Moogies of the world in our qualifiers. There were huge, huge names in the qualifiers that did not make it. So not only getting to the top 12, but being in that first round bye is really, really crazy. So here we go. This is the battle of emotions here right now, because Vitor coming off of a really, really rough 0-3, going up against Sub, who is going on a great run on day 2 here. You know, I feel like Sub is already probably looking at, you know, who he's had to play and how his day's been, going, all right, man, I'm just pretty happy to still be here. Vitor having a very rude awakening in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, they're in the same spot, right? They're both in the lower bracket final in this best of 5. But emotionally, as you mentioned, it's been a great day for Sub and a not-so-great day for Vitor. So how does that affect their decision-making going into this final one? We'll kick things off right here as Sub going with a little bit of a small ball here. And Vitor all medium-sized for the moment. Rage to try to clear off against the barrel on the left-hand side. And as the first minute starts to tick away, a little bit of work for Sub on the left-hand side. Vitor rams up and able to handle the wall breakers with the Golden Knight. Dual lane possibilities. Valkyrie to pick up the Golden Knight up top. Good connection, though. Vitor going to take that right-hand tower down to 22-45 and maybe a little bit less aggressive this time. Either way, after 3 games in a row where he found himself in kind of an early hole, here he finds himself with an early lead. Almost halfway through our opening 3 minutes. Good damage in both lanes. A little slowdown here after these early blows delivered. And Vitor decides to P.E.K.K.A up. Very slight elixir lead, maybe a 1 elixir lead, either way. Decides to put the mama in the back. Maybe reading the cycle here and knowing he had responses, or his best responses to both offensive pressures. And there he goes, Rage onto the barrel, and then Golden Knight once more onto the wall breakers. And P.E.K.K.A getting very close, gang up high. Vitor didn't quite feel like trying to get aggressive at the bridge there to deal with that gang, and Sub able to escape, and now with a counter push of his own. Slight lead as well, and the Evo Valk plus the Goblin Barrel going to change the story once more as Sub takes the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just so happy to see him just put a little more pause in this game, even if he is down in damage. I mean, that mental reset is so difficult, and I gotta tell you, man, that Evo Battle Ram is one of the most frustrating cards to deal with in the game. I love this Golden Knight. Wow.
Oh, and that was one step away from chaining into absolute devastation. Vitor with the lead and the momentum as we go into sudden death overtime.
Yeah, that was just a great, brutal downhill push. You know, the Mama P.E.K.K.A up front, the Evo Battle Ram behind. Just honestly still one of the most frustrating Evos to deal with. Perfectly timed lightning. And Vitor having a really nice bounce back thus far, Rich.
Yeah, he needed it. He really needed it. And so far, and the wherewithal, to put the P.E.K.K.A behind King Tower while still in single elixir. It might have been an early double, actually. I'm trying to think of the timing. But either way, knowing he had the 2 best responses he has for the offensive pressure. Now, you know, we're seeing some life out of Sub here, but of course, Lightning will finish things off. But to be able to put that P.E.K.K.A down, know he could give use a little bit of HP as that resource, get some elixir out of that, and defend effectively against those 2 offensive pushes, then turn that into all the big downhill. And you saw, I really liked how he used that to work both sides of the board. P.E.K.K.A went to the right-hand lane. The damage was all done in that left-hand side. Nice stuff from Vitor.
Yeah. I mean, and again, that's like, you need the mental reset more than anything. He needs that win right there. I again like that he went with something a little bit heavier so he couldn't be making a lot of small micro mistakes early on. Sometimes, you know, we've talked to pros about this over the years. Sometimes it's just better to play a heavier deck when you cannot control the pace that you are playing at, whether it's nerves, whether it's, you know, frustration, whatever it might be. You see right here, Vitor just slowing it down, like literally in the weight of his deck.
Oh yeah, slowing it way down. And Again, this is another best of 5, but when we look at the first couple of decks here, one thing to note, Sub didn't have any spells in that deck. It was a bait deck with Fire Spirit and Cannon, but no spells used there. Lightning and Rage both gone for Vitor, and I'm very curious to see how Sub thinks about playing the long game, right? How does this affect if we do go to Game 4, Game 5? The deck pool and decision making ability when we get into deep waters.
You know, I would actually really like Sub to kind of just take the information that he has and go relatively basic with it to kind of force this evolution of the cards that are available or not. And I guess what I mean by that is when you look at what his opponent ran in game number 1 with Mother Witch and Lightning being out, I want to see him just go real simple to some sort of graveyard deck. Could even go with some weird heavier graveyard deck like Graveyard Freeze or something because P.E.K.K.A is also out. I just like the idea of, all right, Mother Witch and Lightning. Mother Witch is the best response to Graveyard. Lightning is the best response to Evo Witch. P.E.K.K.A does a good job of dealing with Evo Knight, or like I said, if you want to go like some weird version of like Graveyard Freeze, then, the P.E.K.K.A's not there to block at the bridge. That's not as much of the factor, but the Witch and the Lightning being out, I kind of want to just see him lean right into that because there are so many more games to be played. There's so many bases that you have to cover. With the information that he has right now, Graveyard does seem to be the best option. And then on the other side of that, if you're Vitor, you got to think about covering Graveyard. So that's why I'd like to see maybe a funky version of it out of Sub.
Well, also with the Lightning down, we've seen some success with Cannon Cart overall today. Whether it's like the Ian playing the Mortar Cannon Cart deck, he played against Lucas earlier, and we saw some. I think we saw some Graveyard Cannon Cart decks as well. And so you talk about that same idea. Lightning's gone. You can't really stick the Cannon Cart in the back the same way. Using that as you talk about a heavier graveyard deck, a Cannon Cart graveyard deck. Yeah, that was. It seems like that might be an opening that could be functional here today.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like those weird graveyard decks, like Mortar Graveyard, Heavy, Graveyard, Graveyard Freeze, whatever it is. Like I said, just to kind of see what will happen as this evolves in game number 3. When we get there. But it looks like Sub instead wants to go with some form of something quick. It's actually kind of surprising to see Suspicious Bush out when you look at the other cards already used. Suspicious Bush usually paired with or coupled with, Wall Breakers, Dark Goblin, things like that.
Just say Bush, Andrew. Don't do it to yourself.
I know. Even every time I say it, I'm like, just say Bush, dude.
Has anyone ever... Has anyone... Hey, CR community, have you ever dressed up as the Bush? Can you share it with at Esports Royale on X, Twitter? Love to see your Suspicious Bush cosplay.
I want Juicy to do a Suspicious Bush cosplay. I know he does cosplays sometimes. I don't think he's done them in a while, but I want to see a Suspicious Bush one, and I want him to just go outside and be in a bush, and I think I would be very satisfied with that.
He needs to have someone dress up as it in the background and be in the stream for 2 hours and then suddenly stand up, right? Like someone really committed to the bit.
Yeah. Give me a call. Give me a call, Juice. I'll do it.
Hey, people who are planning World Finals, that's what we need at World Finals this year is at least one, if not a couple, Suspicious Bushes around. Photo ops left and right.
Sub again, man. He is really thinking about games 3, 4, and 5 here when you talk about spell power. He's just gone to Zap, and that's it. You got the splash from the MK and the Royal Ghost, but just using Zap here. So definitely going for the long game, if you will.
And it's working, right? I mean, he's going to take a little bit of damage from this drill, but he's ahead 1941 to 2495. And that's kind of the gamble that you play. Can I go with something that really preserves later options, but still pull out a win? If you get a win, if you can turn this into a best of 3, and you have created a better deck pool for those remaining 3 games than your opponent, that's a huge dub.
And I also feel like as this game goes on, we might be able to see Vitor get a little bit more in control here. As of right now, kind of struggling to figure out where he's going to get those drills in, where that Evo Snowball can come into play. Obviously, the poison he feels like needs to be used on the Archer Queen. But just having the Valkyrie to deal with all three of those guys on the left is tough. The Royal Ghost, the MK, and the Prince.
MK with a little knockback against that Valk. Doesn't get the last one off. 2 Ice Wizards, 2 Valkyries, and now the drill in. And MK comes out high to deal with everything. Sub's going to eat some significant damage here.
Yeah, both lanes just taking a ton of damage from that Valkyrie, man.
Oh, that Valkyrie just hung out for so long. Take your coat off. Stay a while.
And
look at this
dual
Prince
lane pressure.
connection.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
The MK just creating too much of a presence in the center of the board. Not enough elixir to get to the guards. And the Prince comes a-charging in. And Vitor feeling the pain there. Lightning, Rage, Snowball, Poison, Evo Valkyrie, Goblin Hut, all used so far in the first 2 games. Sub has only used Zap. That's it.
Hey, wow.
Pretty dang well.
Yeah, I love the thought process. Now, he has to pay it off. He does have to pay it off for sure. But now what this does let him make some choices. He has so much information that Vitor's given him and has provided so little information in kind. And you also look at the decks that Sub ran alongside these two, having used 1 spell over the course of 16 cards. There's not a lot here that he's used that provides him, that leaves him hamstrung either, right? Like, there are other things you can use besides the cannon for lots of spots. If we haven't seen Piggies yet today, but if he needs some big splash, he has used the Evo MK and he has used the Evo Valk, which might be the only kind of soft spot in what we've seen out of Sub yet. But man, is he making it difficult in Game 3 and then Game 4 and beyond. We're going to have a guaranteed Game 4 today. He's going to make this pretty hard for the team on Vitor's side.
Yeah, and I really loved what Sub did with his Prince in the left-hand lane, his MK in the left-hand lane, just like making Vitor spend so much elixir on dealing with all these big tanky cards. It was kind of a cascading effect of like 2 MK pushes plus a Prince in one of them on the left-hand side that just made Vitor spend so much over there. And there was a point where, in one push, the MK was tanking for the Prince, and then the MK jumped backwards, and the Prince was tanking for the MK, and then the second MK came down, and that second Mega Knight was the one that you saw Vitor have to kind of play that Ice Wizard up high to pull to the center. You know what I mean? So there was this long game that Sub was playing, recognizing there's only one ground tank again. It's something we've seen people get punished with quite a bit this weekend. And then you're like, all right, well, if he's only got one strong unit on the ground, there's no way that one unit can deal with a Prince, a Mega Knight, and a Royal Ghost back to back.
And it's interesting, just the longevity of this minor MK Prince trifecta over time, and how it's ebbed and flowed to different pieces around it. Ghost has often been a part of that. But here we are in the evolution era with the bush in there and just finding different ways to make that combination of 3 cards really, really annoying.
I really love the Suspicious Bush. I think it is a fascinating card that is always demanding a response. It does so much damage that you can really only ignore it like once a game if you're going to, or once per tower per game if you're going to, unless it's like a desperation moment. And just the ability to make your opponent annoyingly have to make negative trades or mess up their cycle. It's just a very, very frustrating card to play against.
Well, the disruption element, I think, is one of the biggest things about it, right? Is there's nothing else that you really defend the same way. Right? Every other card, you can put some stuff on it. But the combination of all the factors that it puts together, it makes you think about defending differently. It's almost like it's kind of like a skeleton barrel, but you can't. Skeleton barrel, you have to deal with it. It's in the air, sure. You have to deal with it once it actually pops, but at least you can do things. You usually have at least something that targets air in your deck. But here, the fact that it's just this little invisible, annoying collection of goblins that doesn't do any of the things you expect. Really, again, disruptive is the best word I can use.
And remember, guys, as we are getting towards the end of our day, we do have some exciting information for you guys about the end of the year, answering some community questions, and that'll be coming your way in just just a little bit, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. And obviously, we'd love to hop into this game, but as you guys can see, Sub and Vitor still working very, very hard, using their full allotted time in between games. Obviously, after coming from a back-to-back set for Vitor and then going into another best-of-5, there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. So obviously, your patience is very much appreciated here as we get into game number 3 to see who starts to take favor in this best-of-5.
And just a little getting your hand in position for both of these guys. Tesla in the Evo slot for both players. And we're actually seeing, we're seeing a third spell from Sub as the bar barrel comes out. Or second spell, not even third.
Yeah, crazy. Again, and not even one spell a game on average here for Sub. Vitor, I mean, it's hard to say. Who's doing the more correct thing? There's a lot of spells in the game, and you don't know if you're going to get to game number 5.
And Rocket there to shut down the Hog Rider. So a little minor Rocket for Vitor. Hog for Sub.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. You got the Prince there to soak up the charges from the Boss Bandit. Then you got the Skeletons to come down to take that second charge. The Miner is going to get you direct tower damage, but you've got the guards there to always worry about. Not really a good way to get on top of them. So I think this is going to come down to who can play better defense. Can Sub get some piercing shots through with that Firecracker? And can Sub have a big enough lead to where Vitor cannot rocket cycle this game?
And just we'll probably see those Skeletons do a fair bit of that. I wonder if at some point Sub tries to maybe go for some prediction work and get that retarget, but it almost seems like it'd be an overspend to do so.
Yeah, and this deck from Vitor, it makes me just a little bit nervous. They always do minor rocket control decks at the highest level because they're really, really unforgiving. You make one mistake and, you misplace one Tesla, and all of a sudden that Hog Rider's on tower, and you cannot be in a big damage deficit. So while minor control is one of the favorites of the pros, it is one of the most difficult to pull off at CRL.
And a little negative trade there to defend the tower. And we're starting to see, we're seeing kind of the rhythm, right? Vitor is going to use that rocket for some of those hog defenses. This time sets up Tesla early high.
Yeah, and I really do like just always having a Dark Prince on the board. I think it should always be cycled in the back towards the lane you think your opponent is working towards. I mean, obviously, unless you need it up high, but I do think Dark Prince is a card that we just need to see a lot of from Vitor.
Low Tesla, EQ will get it out of the way. Hog should get one, and it does. Does it get a second? Does not. 21-59. Lead starting to go in the direction of Sub as he's back to Hog.
Yeah, Vitor just trying to get a little bit too much out of that interaction there, trying to send in the Miner, trying to get a lot out of that recruit, or the Royal Delivery, before it's the recruit, and, just ends up taking a hog shot for it. And now already down 600. Well, now he's starting to narrow it up a little bit with this Miner. Only a couple hundred HP, so he's in a great spot at the moment.
80 seconds left. And I was about to say Delivery gets on top of the Boss Bandit, but she's tricky.
And this Hog already all of a sudden feeling a little scary. And yeah, does not end up getting a hit with all that spent.
And I think that Sub expected that Barbarian to cover for the Firecracker, didn't get it. But now we're into EQ cycle range, 1552 to 1945.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 400 HP and you have a champion, Rich. I think, honestly, you don't even worry about getting another Hog in, and you just try to not give Rocket value, which he doesn't there, I believe. Yep, gets away. Yeah. And just try to EQ cycle this out. Hog Rider does come in behind, Firecracker behind, though.
Tesla stays up high. Firecracker doesn't get on tower for either of those. 25 seconds left. Another Hog.
That Boss Bandit staying on the board is just absolutely devastating. That's it.
And,
That's it. I mean,
yeah.
that Boss Bandit was such an issue. I mean, that's
Wow.
the thing again. Boss Bandit's not always about it getting on tower. Sometimes it's just about it baiting out so much defensive elixir from your opponent and then playing their cards out of sequence so the Firecracker is going to line up. And that was really, really nicely done by Sub. And I love the deck too, Rich. I mean, obviously we're seeing Bar Barrel instead of a log there, but that's okay. He's still building a basically perfect meta deck.
Man, how brilliant would it have been? And I wonder if we'll see this. I mean, maybe you've seen this, but if Vitor, when he played the rocket to hit the Boss Bandit, if he'd predicted and played it on the tower, but to the back of the tower, anticipating the Bandit ability, sending her back that direction, right? I am very curious about, like, is that the play? That would have been mind blowing either way. And this situation didn't happen. The Boss Bandit stays alive a whole lot longer, and Vitor now finding himself back against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, that Boss Bandit was just all over the board at the end of the game, just going back and forth, doesn't matter. Really the biggest thing is about it just staying alive. And, you know, these Hog Rider EQ decks with Firecracker, when you have a champion in triple elixir, they just become so difficult to keep on top of. There's another Hog Rider in, all of a sudden you're defending down low. Now that Firecracker that you've been taking care of the entire game has a lineup shot. You can't send your Miner in behind the Firecracker because you need to get more damage on tower. So it just becomes this incredible kind of, just all of it kind of coming together. And Hog Rider in those moments is just so difficult to keep up with.
Yeah, the dance back and forth, very hard. So now having played a total of 3 spells, is Sub, EQ, Barb Barrel, and Zap gone. And, you know, to continue on that same thread we've talked about of making it hard as we get into the championship rounds, right, down into our first game 4 of CRL, which I'm really pumped to be a part of. The EQ pretty much only plays in this deck, right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of other places you play Earthquake. So still kind of making it very difficult for the game planning from the other side. Vitor, on the other hand, has now played Lightning, Rage, Poison, Snowball, Log, and just went triple spell, Log, Delivery, Rocket. Right? So now you're looking at it going, okay, so you have Fireball left, right? You're the list of things that you have Zap left, right?
Yeah.
The list of spells that are still available for Vitor are very thin, and thin in a different way. Tornado, you know, you've already, if you're on Sub side, well, you already played Hog, you already played Miner, NATO's less of a concern. This really, I think, puts Vitor in a tough spot.
Yeah, and, you know, now that more time has gone on and now we're seeing, you know, Log and Tesla out and Skelly's out, Poison out, Lightning out, and Mother Witch out, I really still like the idea of going Graveyard in one of these final 2 games for Sub. You know, if we do get to that 5th and final game, if Vitor is able to take this. And then Vitor on the other side of it, just like you're saying, Sub doing a really good job of kind of making it difficult to figure out, you know, where Vitor can exploit the cards that have been used. I think Sub has also done a really good job of like, okay, now that you've used Drill, I'm going to use Barb Barrel and Guards. You know, now that you used X, I'm going to use these cards that are available. So I still really like Graveyard from Sub here. I just don't know if it's too obvious, but there's just so many responses out for Vitor. And then, as I'm saying, for Vitor, Sub doing such a good job of building the deck. I mean, maybe you go to the skies, but then you have to worry about Inferno Tower or Inferno Dragon, just because Firecracker and AQ and Dark Goblin and Princess are all out. But there's still a lot of really good responses to Lava Hound.
Well, also, Fireball and Arrows are the 2 primary spells. Fireball, Arrows, and NATO, right, are the primary spells still left for Vitor, which, to me, I'm less worried. Vitor has to win the game in front of him, right? But I'm less worried about this game and more worried about what he does, the information available for Sub in Game 5, right? Because Vitor has to win 2 in a row now, and this is going to be a very interesting Game 5 situation as maybe Vitor is going to the skies here.
Yeah, it could be Lumberloon Freeze with Zap. Could be some weird, you know, Lava Loon version. Berserker. Okay, can do a good job here.
So maybe a bridge spam variant.
Yeah, both of them looking like they're going a little bit spammy. Ram Rider coming out.
And right into P.E.K.K.A. He was not there, but not going to be too much sizzle. Now Vitor has to contend with P.E.K.K.A. on the board. Dual lane pressure from Sub.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see what the plan is with this P.E.K.K.A. moving forward. And there we go. Berserker late. Going to soak up 2 shots with the Inferno. Nicely played there. That's obviously just the one time it's going to be completely unsupported.
And Vitor was not going to get caught by that same thing twice. Just happened to him against Ian.
Yeah,
didn't want to see it one more time.
You will be very on top of that Electro Wizard cycle.
So Vitor does have a little bit of a lead. And, you talk about ways to get on tower. Magic Archer, always a game changer, always a potential problem that Sub has to worry about.
Yeah, that Monk coming out is interesting because I was trying to think about ways that Vitor has to stop an Evo Battle Ram behind a Big Mama P.E.K.K.A, and he doesn't really have a lot of good options. Obviously, the Zap is there to kind of stop the charge, but as we know with Evo Battle Ram, you need a little bit more going on. I mean, a lot of times you need more than even just your defensive building.
And that's a very good reflection. Very well timed. Magic Archer getting value.
Ooh, Lumberjack.
And wow. Oh boy, Lumberjack all over it.
And that is a huge hit early on. Lumberjack just sneaking on through. Well played there by Vitor.
Here we go. Full send.
Yeah, big pile up. Ewiz
And Ewiz goes down.
And
that, yeah, wow. Just shut down. Tons of work, and now Vitor just putting the pressure on. Trying to pile up here. Fireball to clear. Will the Berserker get away? Not going to. Vitor with a little bit of a head shake as now he has to play way down on Elixir against an Evo P.E.K.K.A.
Exactly. I think he was overextending a little bit there. I like the pressure that he had for his first little bit, but that last Lumberjack plus Berserker was not what he needed to do. Just way too much spent. Triple connection from the Evo Battle Ram. Nothing there on the ground. Rich, this is trouble.
4 times. Wait. Still going. Still going.
That's it.
And
Vitor
has to block a lightning. What a play by Sub. I don't know if Vitor has any way to block a lightning. No. And GG, well played, Sub, with a 200 IQ game, 200 IQ set here to take the 3-1 win over Vitor and move his way on to our grand final.
God, man, Vitor just got caught up in it just a little too much. We always talk about the blood in the water, the sharks are circling. Vitor had a great offensive send, but then he just got a little too greedy, right? It started with a good Monk reflection, then we get a good connection with the Lumberjack, then we get the Ram Rider coming in, all these things working well, but then he sends in that extra Lumberjack, the Berserker. They're met by a Mother Witch that gets fireballed off the board, and then it's basically a fireball onto a dying Mother Witch and a P.E.K.K.A. And you could see right when that moment happened, Vitor knew he had just sold the game.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just set this thing up to you're down 6-7 Elixir. And not just a P.E.K.K.A, but Evo P.E.K.K.A in cycle as well. So, yeah, that was, we talk about those moments, and that's one of those moments. And Vitor, much like we talked about earlier, Vitor's one of those guys who we expect to be back here regularly, but that's one of those ones I really know the last 7 games, I think he wished he had a lot of those back.
Yeah, and it's really, really tough when you're in that spot of being in the upper bracket, getting sent to the lower bracket, and then having to compete back-to-back. There's no time for you to get the mental reset. There's, not a lot of time for you to think strategy on what decks you want to play against the opponent that you're facing now, because you were probably spending the time on the opponent that you just faced. So really one of the most unfortunate positions to be in Clash Royale League is when you are in that upper bracket on that golden run, and then you have to go back-to-back. So while we are bummed to say goodbye to Vitor, I'm sure he's happy about the paycheck and the points, and hopefully we'll see more of him as the year goes on. But Rich, there were 2. That's it. There's only 2.
That's it. Let's take a look at our bracket. And our final 2 For this first monthly championship, Ian77 and Sub. Sub, what a great run today. Beating Adriel, 2-0ing Lucas, and then now the 3-1 victory over Vitor. But he has one more big mountain to climb. Ian, who got the first round bye, then today has put together a nice little run. 2-1 over Lucas, 3-0 over Vitor. And remember, Ian is the upper bracket champion in this double elimination bracket, meaning Ian still has a life to give. If Ian wins that grand final, he wins the golden ticket, wins this opening tournament. If Sub wins the grand final, we do a bracket reset, and he has to come back one more time to get himself a championship and beat Ian not just once, but twice. So we'll see if he can do it. But we have a little bit of time to let these guys prepare their decks for this big moment. And with that, we have a special guest coming on to the broadcast with us. We're both very excited. Some questions to answer from you in the community and some special announcements here. So Marco, if we have him ready to come on and join us. Marco, a game tester on Clash Royale. What's up, Marco? Really excited to have you here on today's broadcast.
Hey guys, it's such a privilege and pleasure to be here. I've watched the entire thing today. Really exciting matches, and looking forward to answering some questions and being there for the finals.
Yeah, love it. Love that you're here, man. Really appreciate you taking the time out to answer questions from the community. I'm gonna steal a question though. What does a game tester actually do in Clash Royale? You know, I think people hear the name game tester and they think they just play video games all day. I don't think that's all the job is, Marco. Can you break it down for us at home?
That's a great question, and one I get asked all the time, actually. Yeah, so I mean, in essence, part of the job is just testing the game, and therefore the title game tester is somewhat correct. But in reality, the one I actually prefer is QA, or quality assurance. And what I do is actually I'm part of every stage of development. I give my input on everything that we're working on. I kind of specialize on the gameplay aspect of our game. So I was the leading tester, or the guy behind any of the gameplay changes, the balance changes, any of the new cards, new evos coming in. When we reworked pathfinding, I was one testing that.
Wow.
But then I also do some of the more technical stuff. So for example, our entire matchmaking, most of that is tested by me, or any of the changes to any of the background systems that you don't necessarily see but you experience every day. All of those are sort of I give my input, I test my stuff. If something's not wrong or something's not right, or I don't feel like it's looking correct, then I go to people, I talk to our designers, I talk to our developers, and we kind of get a agreement on what things should be.
So you're a pretty busy guy, it sounds like.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening all the time, so yes, definitely.
Well, Marco, we have some questions fielded from the community here we want to pass along to you. So I'm going to go ahead and read the first one for you, coming from one of our longtime players, SK555. What's up, SK? How are you? Here's your question ready for Marco. Clash Royale has always had matchups as a factor in gameplay, but recently matchup has become an especially prevalent concept. Do you recognize this from a game development perspective? What are your thoughts on it? Do you want to implement changes to address this in the future?
Okay, hard-hitting questions right at the start. No, it's a great question, actually. So let me start by answering part of that, where if it's something we recognize, it definitely is. It's something we're aware of. Internally, we call this matchup polarity, or how matchup-based a card actually is. And it's something we've been recently starting to look at a little bit more. I think maybe for the last year or so, our balances were more focused on getting the usage rates in a correct place, or the play rates, or the win rates. That was the main focus. But now that the game, I feel like, is in a state where a lot of cards are usable, a lot of them are playable, we are starting to focus a little bit more on what it means for a card to be very matchup based. And it's something we're working on, but it's actually not the easiest to detect and also to fix. So I think there's two ways to look at it, or two questions to answer. The first one is, what exactly is the stat that would confirm this to us? What exactly are we looking at? And so that's the first question. And the second one is, obviously, once we know a card is very matchup dependent, or is only strong in certain matchups, weak in others, what is the thing that we need to fix about it? And it's not quite as obvious, because all of the cards are actually in generally balanced, but then have really good and really bad matchups. And so a straight nerf to that card might push it out of the meta completely. A straight buff to that might take it to a place where it's unhealthy. And so it usually needs to be kind of like a mini rework or a buff plus a nerf that addresses some of the polarity. But yeah, like I said, these are conversations we're having, but they're not maybe the easiest to answer always.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many layers that go into what is actually not working about a card, and it's the decks, the synergy, the meta, all that. One thing that's a little bit kind of more detached from the game and more for us that spectate, and honestly for the guys competing here, this is asked from a guy named Air Surfer. I don't know where I've heard that name before. It sounds familiar. Big shout out to you, Air Surfer. Miss you, buddy. Question is when are we removing Elixir spectating? It's not even asking if we're going to or not. He is just saying, when is it going to happen? Marco, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that's the correct way of like phrasing the question. You should ask when. It's a great question. It's one that I've spent some time discussing with the team for a while now. We've talked about it a little bit, and as soon as we like figured out what's behind it or how it works, we're like, yeah, there's no way this should be in a competitive game such as Clash Royale. But it's an interesting one because I guess it only really touches on Path of Legends players, people going competitive, and then almost all the way to the CRL. But regardless, I'm happy to say that with the next update, we will be removing Elixir spectating. So you'll have to hold on for a couple more days, but we're very close to the update. And then once that's done, you won't have to worry about seeing that one person spectating and knowing you're at a disadvantage immediately. So yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's a big one, Rich.
That might even be bigger than the announcement we have at the end of this interview. Oof. That's absolutely, yeah, that's maybe one of the biggest. Like that to me feels like a level of change right now, as going from 6 minutes to 5 minutes and going to triple elixir. Right, that's a big one. Very curious. Wow, that'll be interesting to see. Well, let's get on to our next question from Fluffy Potato 99 _CR. I mean, great name there.
Sweet name.
Question is, how do balance changes get determined? Is it purely based on quantitative measures such as use rate and win rate? Or are other factors considered too, such as whether a card is frustrating to face, impacts the pace of game, etc.?
Yeah. This one I'm sure a lot of people are very invested in. Most of the time I talk to people about Clash Royale, they're like, oh, you should nerf this or buff this, or how did you decide? There's two ways of looking at this. The first one is, as mentioned, like the quantitative data. It's very key to understand if a card is, like, the data is very key to understanding if a card is in need of a change. So oftentimes we'll see, Goblinstein has 35% use rate. Yes, that's definitely too high. We need to change that. Or sometimes we'll look at a card, it's at 0. It's been at 0 for the last 6 months. It deserves a buff, right? So those things are quite obvious. But the other part of this is, I think every time we look at data, we kind of need to contextualize it. The way our game works is certain cards should have a higher use rate and certain cards should have a lower use rate. That's how I see it. Some very like staple cards, like Arrows, Log, Knight, these are cards that are not necessarily problematic if they have like a 10 to 15, maybe sometimes even 20% use rate. But then certain very niche cards that players feel very frustrated by or like really hate, those should probably be looked at if they get to a very high use rate. And so when seeing those cards, then I think we mostly just play the game a lot and listen to what the community is saying. We can't always do the exact thing that the community is asking us to do, but we do recognize that certain cards are like frustrating to play against, and so we are addressing those. Usually with more mechanical changes than just straight balance changes. I think a good example would that recently be when the Hunter Evo in the June balance changes. We changed it so he's no longer like perma-stunning a unit. Personally, I don't think Hunter actually needed a buff or a nerf. I think it was in a reasonably okay state. Played in obviously the RG deck a lot, but but we gave that change. We went forward with that change anyway because we thought it just made it more fun to play against.
Well, speaking of changes in cards being more fun to play against and cards that we hate, this is a great question from Vadauki. He says, hey, Marco, we got a Goblin Hut rework a while ago. Can we expect changes to other spawners like the Barb Hut? I'd like to say no for you, Marco, but obviously that's not my job. And I do really love what you guys did with Goblin Hut. So what's your thought here moving forward with some of those other frustrating buildings?
Yeah, it's a perfect way to continue on the same trend, actually. So I will say I am definitely in the hate spawners camp. There's a couple of people on the team that are
Knew I
on
liked
my
this
side. So I'm gonna have to unfortunately
Good man.
disappoint you a little bit, Andrew. But yes, I think generally speaking, right now, most of the spawners we have in our game are not in a good state. They're not fun to play against. I would say they're not fun to play, but some people probably have a different opinion. So we are looking at them quite seriously. We've already changed the Goblin Hut, and I think from how much I've seen it today, it seems like it's been a success. And then the other ones are coming up. Let me say that. We are looking. I think Donald, our game designer, mentioned in a previous video that we are definitely looking at Barb Hut. We're looking at Furnace. We're looking at basically all the spawners, but the exact lineup or how these are going to come out, I can't spoil at this point yet, but they are definitely coming.
All right.
Well, anything about Barb Hut, Andrew and I can both tell you that the powerful Barb Hut meta was one of the worst that ever existed. So we've been happy to see it hamstrung for a while. We'll see what you excited to see what you guys do with the Barb Hut. Speaking of what you guys are doing, next question from Yaya: is the June update only about Clash Mini, or is it gonna be big? And I don't know what they mean by that specifically, but is there more to the June update besides Clash Mini? I think is another way of saying it.
Yeah, so the very quick answer, no, it's not just going to be about Clash Mini. Clash Mini, or maybe I should say rather what Clash Mini has been turned into, is a very big part of the update, and it's something very new, you could say revolutionary to Clash Royale, but it's not the only thing. So we're doing a lot of stuff. We're changing some adding some new systems, changing the look and feel of things, obviously new cards, new evos, all of that. But at this point, I will say that there may or may not be a TV Royale coming soon, and I might be in that as well. So I'll save all of that more detailed talk and save it for the TV Royale. So not gonna spoil more here.
All right. Wow. That's a lot coming down our way. I mean, you and I are also learning this on broadcast with everyone else, and I'm even seeing messages in our caster chat. So I'm excited to see what everyone else is thinking. We only got 2 more questions, and obviously the big one about World Finals is coming. This one is from Nitrum Gaming G. How important is balance and competitiveness versus casual fun to you, and which direction do you think the game is taking in that aspect right now? You know, how much of your time do you spend worrying about casual players, and how much do you spend basically dealing with pros and kind of the demands that they have being the people that play the game the most?
Yes, great question. This is a very fine line to walk for us. So much of Clash Royale is basically having fun while also being competitive, right? So immediately we have this divide in our game where it's we have these players who are super competitive, super devoted to the game, and really know how to push it to its limits, and then massive portion of the people playing the game who don't care about all of the competitive things but still want to compete, you know. So these are 2 separate groups of people that we need to think about in separate ways. So many times a small change will, for a card that's popular right now, will push it in the top 1000, let's say, push it from a 15% use rate to a 2% use rate, but it won't change anything in trophy road or any of the other game modes. So it's a fine and a hard line to walk, but with that being said, we do recognize that there are certain cards that are frustrating for the community or are making the game less fun, so to speak, and so we are looking at addressing those. I think the 2 big ones that always come to my mind are Mega Knight and Witch, at least pre-Evo Mega Knight, I should say, because Evo Mega Knight is now obviously popular. But those are both cards that before they got their Evos, they were nowhere to be seen on Battle Legends, nowhere to be seen in Ultimate Champion, and they were very, very, very popular, in the mid ladder, and they were honestly frustrating. I know climbing through all of the ladders, they are frustrating to play against. So we are looking at them. I will say maybe not everything we've done has been with this in mind, but it's becoming more and more something that we are focusing on, and so you should keep your eyes out on the upcoming balance changes, and there will be things in there that address this.
Okay. Well, that's Mega Knight. It's such an easy rage bait out there for the Mega Knight for a lot of people. Our last question for you, Marco, comes from one of our longstanding, very critical community members in Alpi, who is part of who's made Royale API work so well for so long. Thanks for all you do, Alpi, and for the Royale API team. And this is the big one. Where will CRL World Finals be in 2025?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is the one I know everyone's been excited about. To be fair, as soon as I heard it and I got the news, I was very excited to share it, but I couldn't up until now. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to announce the Clash Royale League Finals is coming to DreamHack Atlanta. So, from the 31st of October to the 2nd of November, all the best players in the world will be in the United States to compete for the title of the best Clash Royale player. So this is like your opportunity to see your favorite players, favorite content creators, coaches, or even be part of the Clash Royale team, and really experience the very, very peak of what Clash Royale competitive has to offer.
Wow. I'm so excited to be stateside again, Rich. You and I were there commentating at the Shrine in 2019, that live crowd in the States. I mean, not to say it's not great in Finland the last few years as well, but there was just something a little bit different about that venue. So, I mean, I'm going to miss Finland, but this is pretty dang exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy flight for me from Texas, too, so a little less than changing all the way across the world. DreamHack Atlanta, and, of course, DreamHack, one of the biggest collections of gamers all throughout the world coming together for Clash Royale and beyond. Marco, this is kind of a big deal, taking Clash Royale World Finals from being its own separate thing and bringing it into the larger gaming community. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting. I think it deserves a place among, the esports greats out there, and so I'm excited to join up with other games in DreamHack Atlanta. And also, I was there last year to witness the finals in Finland, and I know how hype it can get in Finland. Yeah. So if Andrew's saying the crowd in the US might be even better, then I'm even more excited now.
Well, another thing that we heard, Marco, as we are ready to move into our grand finals, don't worry, everybody, we're still playing more Clash Royale, is we found out that you actually have some play-by-play commentary experience. So we thought we could maybe invite you into the cast for the grand finals. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I love to step back into the commentator's shoes and join you guys in the booth. You guys have done a fantastic job so far, so it'll be hard to step in, but I'll do my best.
Well, here we get ready for our grand final. Both these players have already secured a silver ticket to our last chance qualifier later in the year, but you don't want silver. You don't want to be on your last chance. You want gold. You want a trip to Atlanta, to DreamHack for the Clash Royale League World Finals. So let's get into it. This is going to be a big one because on one side, we have a guy who's already been to CRL World Finals in sub, who has had all the momentum today in this run towards the grand final. On the other side, a potential first-timer, one of the most popular players in the world, Ian77, with a life in hand in the top spot. Andrew, this is obviously a big hill to climb for sub. What kind of chances do you give him now to beat Ian not once, but twice in BO5s?
I mean, it's so hard to say because Ian has been untouchable, but there's part of being untouchable where you finally get that first hit in the jaw and you're like, whoa, all right, this guy's fighting back. Not to say Ian hasn't run into hard players along the way or difficult competitors along the way, but he has been lights out. Sub, on the other side of it, has battled through the lower bracket. He's played against almost everyone in the tournament already. He's played 3 sets already today, so it does feel like Sub at least has kind of like that grit and wherewithal to think he can do this, but Ian has been untouchable. Marco, you said you've been watching the whole broadcast. I mean, Ian's a guy, as Rich is just saying, has never been to World Finals. He looks absolutely perfect today. What are your thoughts here on our grand finals?
All right, my first thought, seeing Ian play, he just looks comfortable. He's in his bed. He's the most comfortable out there, and that's why he's winning. No, but to be serious, I think this is an incredible run from Ian. I think, to a certain extent, definitely unexpected, but I've loved seeing it happen. And now that we have best of fives, I think the fact that we have best of fives and it could potentially be 2 best of fives if Sub manages to pull it off, there's so many mind games to be played by their coaches, like how to build your deck. What do you pull out in game 5 of a second best of 5? It's such an impossible question to answer.
Well, we saw Sub really do a great game planning run in his lower bracket final against Vitor, kind of hiding the cards up his sleeve for a while, if you will, and then really painting Vitor into a corner. Marco, as we're talking about your perspective from the game tester side and trying to figure out the balance and things like that, I know that it's not this front and center thinking about how BO5s will interact with the game overall, but considering where the game started with fewer than 50 cards and now where we are with all these different cards and evos and combinations, it feels like this was kind of not just an inevitable step, but a necessary step for competitive Clash to have best of fives.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it makes for more exciting matchups that we otherwise would never get to see. A best of 3 is, a very limited pool of cards. You just play the best cards, the ones you're used to, and then a best of 5 is a completely different thing. I think the spell situation specifically is very interesting, as you guys have already pointed out so many times. It's, I've used up like four of the spells in these first two matches. What am I saving for match 4? What am I saving for match 5? There's not enough big spells in the game to keep bringing them out, right?
Yeah, and again, you see not necessarily leaning so heavily into it, but you'll see a direct response. Like in the last set, we saw, the Lightning is out. Let's get Archer Queen out in game number 2. And then you see in that next game from Vitor, okay, now you've got Lightning, Rage, Snowball, and Poison out. Let's see if we can get some cards on the board, like guards that can be really annoying to deal with, because you can't arrow those off the board. So it's just these really small adjustments, kind of like what we talked about yesterday and what I was saying to you earlier, Rich, as we finally get into our grand finals here, is just like, it's not always about win conditions. Sometimes it's about utility cards really shining. And talking about utility cards and building shining, we have seen so little Bomb Tower all weekend.
Yeah, and yet here it is.
Bomb Tower is an interesting choice.
Oh, sorry to step in, but I think that's maybe what we're talking about with best of 5s is if you don't want to show your hand in the first game, bring out a building that you think is going to counter something, and it is countering the Hog Rider, but you don't want to reveal too much.
And Minor Loon from Ian to open up our grand final. Very curious to see what he puts around this. And gonna get the pull from the cannon. So I like seeing Sub going Hog here against Ian to open things up. Might as well go ahead and try to hit him with what he knows.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike it at all. The one thing I do worry about is just air defense in this game. This is going to be a fast cycle balloon deck with a miner getting to the back of tower. How do you get on top of the miner? How do you control the balloon, especially with arrows in place? So there you go, miner to the back, firecracker up high, arrows should be coming in, and then we get a late cannon. So great sequence there.
Yeah, but with arrows being out, it's another one of those things. Arrows such a crucial spell in our game. You talked about it before, how I think it was Mohamed Light yesterday bringing out the Evo Archers just to punish the fact that Arrows is out, and we might be seeing a similar thing happen here.
Well, still very early. Lots to be played, and of course, a win in the hand is better than, how would I say that, 2 in the suspicious bush?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
And a little bit of chip damage early on coming through from Sub. We'll see how much these chips can actually mean in the grand scheme of things towards the end.
Oof. Wow, that is, I think, maybe one of the last cards you want to see if you're Sub, because now there is not only the arrows, there's also the monk. So you have an ability to deal with the cannon. You have an ability to deal with both firecrackers if you're able to get 2 down, which is why we're seeing one firecracker go opposite lane to try to create pressure offensively. And so far, a very good deck pick from Ian.
And we're also looking at
Whoa.
double balloon coming in fast.
And will the first one be able to create enough room? This balloon really just going to force out Elixir more than do anything.
Wow.
And that actually might be enough for some bomb damage, and it is 1783 on the Death Bomb, as we are just 15 seconds away from sudden death.
I'm looking at, as we enter overtime here, I'm looking at the Inferno Dragon as well. There's absolutely nothing to reset it, and there's only one proper anti-air for Sub, so this might get very tricky.
Yeah, and we saw Sub do just such a great job of cycling 3 firecrackers and 2 cannons on that last defense, and that's just going to be the name of the game here. 3 firecrackers, 2 cannons, gets a King Tower activation here, which I love. So this is all really clean gameplay from Sub.
And actually manages to deal with the Inferno Dragon Evo very nicely here. Thought it was going to cause a little bit more trouble, but does it really nicely here.
EQ cycle early, 90 seconds left, and trying to open up this lead a little bit. That first hog does get a hit, oh my word. And now trying to sneak a
Wow.
second one through. Doesn't do it. Damage done either way. 7-21, and Ian calling good game. He knows that he just faltered one too many times with this relatively unorthodox deck pick.
I agree. I really thought he had this one in the bag with just the way the decks were shaping out, but it looks like a little too many mistakes coming in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ian also has the ability to 3-card cycle, and, you know, we saw him get 2 balloons out. I just think maybe it's less balloons, more miners, and more arrows. You know, the 1 balloon is going to bait out the firecrackers, then you can get the arrows on the board for that. But, you know, the miners are going to be ideally going to be getting damage on tower over and over.
And with that,
just maybe...
yep. Hog Rider comes in. Hog Rider finishes the game off, and that is Sub going 1-0 up.
He has been playing so incredibly well. Again, like, this matchup doesn't look great on paper. He looks all the way around it. He get, like I said, 3 firecrackers on the board, constantly keeping up pressure in that left-hand lane. Even when he was playing that massive amount of defense, he still got the Mighty Miner to get damage and give him the damage lead on that left-hand tower. Really nicely done by Sub.
Yeah, just good recognition, way to play a clean game from top to bottom. And you know, I have to wonder the minor loon here. What was the thought process on Ian's side going to minor loon in this situation? I don't think looking through yesterday, I don't think we saw that played yesterday at all.
No.
And it feels like one of those things where, hey, if you pull it out in game 4 when you have information, maybe game 1 when you have none, it just feels like there's too many traps out there for you.
Yeah, well, what's really interesting about it, and it's something that Marco was pointing out earlier with, like, the arrows. Like, I get the bomb tower. Obviously, Inferno Dragon, Evo, and Zap have not been super popular. Balloon has not been super popular. But when you're looking at Monk, Guards, Arrows, and Miner, you know, Monk is being paired with RG a lot more with Balloon, and it's actually been pretty successful. We see Miner paired with Miner Control, Miner Wall Breakers, Miner Mortar, and it's been a little bit more successful. So I just wonder if maybe Ian was trying to get a little bit too cute here in game number 1 and try to get unpredictable, when in reality he might end up needing these really important cards. Once again, the Miner, the Monk, the Guards, and the Arrows, just for some other game in this set.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, right? Was this the right place to put those key cards in this construction at this stage in the game? So gone for Ian, the Zap and the Arrows. Sub, you know, kind of not the exact same story as last time, but the Earthquake, like we said before, not super big anywhere else. So really mostly just burning the log in this one. And it's, I think, one of the things, Marco, when we look at a deck like this one, you have a few cards that play a similar role, right? You have a few cards that play the cannon role, a few cards that play the Fire Spirit and the Skeleton's role for those cycles. But, you know, we talked about the Mega Knight beforehand. I personally think that the Hog Rider is maybe the most perfectly designed card in the history of Clash Royale. But that's one also you get tons of complaints about from the newer, more mid-level players. How do you look at a card like the Hog Rider that is really frustrating to newer players, but I think most people would say is kind of right at the exact right spot?
Yeah, I actually think I would agree with you. I think Hog Rider, how huge of an impact it had on this game and how big it is in the meta, regardless of what happens, leads me really to believe that this is just like the card you look at as like the key piece of what Clash Royale is. And so I think for that one, it would be hard for me to tell you that we want to nerf this. I think for certain cards, they're just too much of a staple to the game.
Yeah, I love that answer too, because 2.6 does feel like it should just always be in the game, because if you're good enough with it, you should be able to climb with it, and I've always loved that about that deck, even if I don't like playing that deck or playing against that deck.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly one of the signs that a card is good or a deck is good, is I don't like playing against it, I don't like playing with it, but I know what its role is, or I respect it in the meta.
Mighty Miner sets up in the back, and you know, talking about tower troops, you mentioned this earlier, Andrew. The Cannoneer, just on that left-hand side, we saw skeletons going up against bats and snowball the bats and get significant damage from the skeletons. What a fascinating interaction.
Yeah, and you know, what I do love about Cannoneer is that it is still good enough to be viable in the current meta. I think Chef is kind of struggling, and I'm sure, Marco, you probably have seen that as well. But, you know, Cannoneer, it is so easy to get punished with Cannoneer when you have fast and swarmy decks.
Yeah, I think Cannoneer's found its place at, you know, a reasonable use rate, has like 2 or 3 decks where it really works well, and then it has its very clearly defined weaknesses. You know, bats are flying in your face. You know, you gotta do something about it. Over commit on the elixir, but that's just what the trade-off you take for the other good exchanges.
15 seconds until double elixir. Lead very slight for Ian, courtesy of the skeleton work on that left-hand tower. 25-69 on Ian's top right-hand tower.
Ian's deck is, again, like, it's this interesting, I mean, it had to be Drill, right, when you see Evo Snowball and he hasn't played anything else. So I'm just really curious about, you know, how passive he's kind of been here in single elixir, knowing that his opponent is running a deck that is obviously much heavier and does have a lot of good responses to that Drill.
Great cannon cart.
Yeah.
And gonna force more control out of Ian against the mortar.
This is trouble, man. That's a very healthy Evo mortar, and he's already back to another mortar, so we'll see if he tries to switch lanes or if he tries to keep the pressure up here, and that should be a lock.
Is there a 1 connection on that? There is.
It is.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, but there's damage coming
Great
through.
sequence.
It's starting. It's starting.
15 seconds left as we get closer to sudden death overtime. Sub continuing to put on quite a run as he's been on the lower side all weekend long. And a chance to blow open a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, almost gets another lock there. I love that aggressive exchange at the bridge from both competitors, recognizing that mortar is really going to be the biggest problem for Ian. And also, we've seen Sub do this before. I mean, he's just he knows it's just like, get him out, get him out. We saw Igor do it yesterday. Sometimes it's just the best defense, the best control of the game is just staying on offense.
Arrows to clean up. Now lead swinging back towards Ian. He has some pressure on the right-hand side, protects the Dart Goblin against the Cannon Cart, and back to Drill once more.
Yeah, Dart Goblin connecting on the right-hand side as well. Here comes that Evo Snowball. You know the Skeleton King is going to be there. I love that he goes Goblins first, Skeleton King second. Not only can you stack souls, but you don't want that Skeleton King to be the one that gets taken away.
We'll be able to deal with all of the
Final
skeletons
minute
coming from the Skeleton King.
Yeah, nice and clean there. I mean, Mighty Miner, it's just such a good counter to that Skeleton King, along with, you know, the fact that he's got the Dart Goblin.
48 seconds left. Triple elixir in effect.
Just a
Still
tiny
pretty tight.
now.
And just flooding the bridge. His sub does not want this to turn into an actual fight at all. Miner doing some work. One little skeleton gets away. 14:07 lead for Sub in the final 25.
Oh, that Tesla. What a good Tesla. But the mortar should lock. I don't think that Dark Goblin was in the way. Yeah.
Not
Oh, it
huge.
does.
Down to 979 now. Very close. The poison coming through on the left side as well. Can Sub defend for long enough or get any more damage on the tower.
Oh! The double Dark Goblin!
Shoot away!
Oh, no.
Oh, the double Dark Goblin gets him.
That is crazy.
And look at Ian. Look at the look that Ian gives the camera when he hit that one. Did y'all see that?
It was
Ian
it was a oh my god, it worked.
Well, then afterward, it was kind of like a yeah, that's right. Look out of Ian, dude. I'll tell you right now, Jim Ian is starting to scare me a little bit. He's flexing the muscles. He's looking into the camera, kind of mean. Man, this is. I wonder if next time we see him, instead of like a smile and a big hug, he's just gonna give like a nod and walk past us.
Man, his shirt. He definitely put on a tighter shirt for grand finals. Can we just we definitely have to let everyone know that shirt is tighter than the one that he was wearing prior in the semis and the quarters. And that was some nice play there, man. That was a great game.
You gotta show off. This is the grand finals. You have to show off everything you've got, both in game and out of game. Why not? One thing I will say is we talked about how like mentally he's just like basically rolled the entire tournament, got to the upper bracket finals, and then losing the first game. I was wondering what this does to his mental. Will he be able to bounce back? But in a very tight situation, game 2, he just manages to get a Dark Goblin lock, if you want to call it that, and just sneak out a win. So I think his mental might be all good.
But let's talk about this situation again, right? We're tied 1-1. Ian has played Zap, Arrows, Poison, Barbarrel, Snowball. That's a triple spell deck. We just saw it of Ian. As long as you don't consider the drill a spell, and then on the other side of things, it's just been Arrows, Log, and the not necessarily to factor in Earthquake. Maybe half necessary to factor in, but just again, we're kind of seeing a similar story to the match against Vitor. What kind of trap is Sub laying for the championship rounds?
No, one thing that I immediately think about is kind of like an RG Lightning deck with Fisherman. We see that there's not a lot of great ways to deal with that. Honestly, if I'm Ian, he's got the Inferno Tower. So if you're Sub and you come out with RG Lightning, the Inferno Tower is going to be a non-factor. Mighty Miner's out of play, Monk's out of play. Dark Goblin's always kind of frustrating if you run into it when you're running RG. So I think there's a lot of good opportunity there to play something that is pretty popular in the meta. And of course, Lightning is going to cover the Inferno Tower. And then maybe if you run into something like a Witch, obviously you might want that Lightning later. But, that's just kind of something to think about when I'm looking at some of the stuff that's out right now for Ian.
Marco, Andrew just mentioned the Witch. I wrote, I don't think I ever published it, but I wrote like a small little piece years ago about cards that could kind of happily live in Noobville, where they were cards you might use in the first few rungs of ladder of playing, and then you would abandon. And at the time, it was like Witch and Wizard were right there. It's one of the interesting things about the evolutions is the ability to kind of resurrect cards that don't get played outside of your first month of playing Clash Royale. Is that kind of an intentional thought when you're thinking about evolutions, or is that not at all a guiding light?
It definitely is. It's not the end-all be-all rule, but the two that you mentioned very specifically, Witch and Wizard, both of them are cards that struggle with the same thing. Any sort of big spell, they are useless, right? So they are a negative trade anytime the opponent has a big spell, and so both of the evolutions kind of were designed in a way to deal with that, giving a shield to the Wizard or a overhealing mechanic to the Witch to both survive a fireball. And I think for the most part, it did exactly that.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it just made him so versatile. I mean, yesterday again, I was talking about that Evo Wizard at the bridge a couple times in games where that's just not a play that you see at the highest level. It doesn't make any sense. It's a card that needs to be supported, but all of a sudden you add the fact that it's an Evo and your opponent only has swarm cards to deal with it, and it just becomes this insane, like, not a wall breaker, but it blows everything up as soon as it crosses the bridge, and then you've got an Evo Wizard on top of your tower, and that was one of the cooler interactions, and it's something that Juicy was pointing out, is like, sometimes in Clash Royale over the years, in a bad matchup or a bad situation, you just don't really have an answer, but the ability to kind of change, rewrite the story because of evolutions and because of champions has actually been one of the positives. Since people are always purists when it comes to Clash Royale, this is one of the moments where we're finding them say, oh yeah, this is actually a really great thing about evolutions.
Yep, and
we go game number 3.
And I would agree.
Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say that I do agree with that assessment. Generally speaking, that's one of the things that really excites me about Evos, and every time we make them, it's like, this is a thing we can think about, is what card is dead and we can revive it. We're looking into the first Tower King activation, obviously from the Firecracker.
Golden Knight on both sides, but fairly different looks as Sub P.E.K.K.A.'s up in the back.
I am loving the fact that the Mother Witch is coming out as soon as you expect any sort of goblins or skeletons on the other side. It's just coming out and being a reasonably popular card throughout CRL, more than you would maybe expect otherwise.
Definitely. I mean, we haven't been seeing a lot of Mother Witch on ladder in general, and then, even I was saying at the top of the show, is yesterday we started to see a lot more Mother Witch just on the second half of the day, right? Because we started to see a lot more graveyards. So it's, again, the ever-evolving meta of a competitive weekend of CRL is always just so fascinating.
Yeah, it has its own meta that lives and dies by the time the tournament concludes, and it's really fun to watch.
90 seconds away, and so far, clean game played by Ian. Should get a shot here. Guts gets 2. 21-38. That might have been a bit more than Sub was anticipating.
And this is just such an interesting deck for the Golden Knight to be in, because the whole point of the Golden Knight is to come in very, very late behind spawn piggies or behind like a P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider Royal Ghost push, where you see and catch your opponent making the mistake of having to defend at their Princess Tower. They've spent an arm and a leg. They have no elixir in the tank. And then you send in the Golden Knight at the very end of the push to connect to the Princess Tower. So kind of an interesting deck here, and, you know, Sub very good with bridge spam style decks. I'm excited to see what he does with it.
Finally connects on that left-hand side. 2,999. Hog will still get shots, and so far the issue for Sub is we've seen Sub P.E.K.K.A. up in the back twice. We have not seen Sub now 3 times. It's going to the outside corner instead. We have not seen Sub use a P.E.K.K.A. in response to a Hog Rider, and so far the Hog damage has been significant.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, too, is that you're looking at this whole thing of the P.E.K.K.A. in the back in the weak lane, and it makes sense. That's what you're supposed to do. Cycle P.E.K.K.A.s in the back when you don't have another option where your weaker tower is. But the problem for Sub is he can't deal with this Firecracker. So all of a sudden, that whole story doesn't really work out because the Firecracker gets so much value over and over.
We got to see it a couple times also with the Mother Witch Rage combo. It doesn't actually quite kill the Firecracker. And I think Sub realized what's happening here.
Oh boy. And there you go. After dropping the first one, Ian, back-to-back wins, and he is now 1 win away from a trip to DreamHack Atlanta for the 2025 World Finals.
Wow.
Crazy,
man.
What a better time to do it than right after realizing where you're going and then just win it and I know where I'm going. Boom.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. No one knew where they were going at the end of the year. Ian might be the first one to take the ticket and go straight to Atlanta. And honestly, that could be really, really scary for everyone that is facing off against Ian. You know, the big question was, can he make it? Will he get a golden ticket? You know, what will his 2025 look like? If he comes out and just dominates here in the first month, then he's just got a whole season to grind with no sweat on his back other than stacking cash and learning more about his opponents. So this is pretty exciting here for the American.
And you might see some of the nerves starting to come up, right? There's something to be said for being right at the finish line and hoping you don't trip over your shoelaces.
Absolutely. But the nice thing for him is he's got that extra life to give, right? He's still in the upper bracket.
Now, Marco, I'm not going to pin you into a corner here, but I am going to say we every single year Clash Royale's always evolving, pun intended, and this year in particular, it seems like the pace of change from the end of World Finals to now has been kind of far outstripping the pace that we've seen in previous years. Not giving me any specific details. How different do you anticipate Clash Royale being in November at World Finals from the game we're playing right now?
Are you talking just the game or the balance or what angle are you getting at?
That's a pretty broad question, but what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be playing, you know, it's in past we've had things where, maybe there's a card or two that changes. You know, the pace of change inside the game, whether it be new cards, new mechanics. But here we have evolutions as possibilities, new cards as possibilities, tower troops as possibilities, other things we might not even know about that y'all are working on as possibilities. The game could be drastically different come October, November from where we are today.
That is true. I will say the game will be different. To what extent, I'm not gonna split it too much. But yeah, there are some things coming in the upcoming months that we have not seen before, and they will change the game. Maybe for better, maybe for worse. Who knows? No, I'm kidding. It's gonna be for better, of course. But yeah, I can't say without spoiling too much. I will say there are certain things that right now are not in the game that will be in the game. And yes, that's all I'll say for now.
Wow. Well, that's, Andrew, that makes me really think about the 2021 World Finals, where we went from a game played without champions to having 3 champions available in 2021, and how dramatically different that was. And here in this, it's one of those ones where you go, wow, what do we have in store for ourselves between now and November?
Yeah, and to give credit to the team, before World Finals this last year, there was a handful of issues that a lot of the pros had that were addressed to maintain the competitive integrity. And so, I got faith that our boy Marco and Donald do a very good job, as they have definitely been over this last little bit. The game has been growing at an exponential rate, and it feels like it's been harder and harder to balance. And I feel like it's, I haven't had that moment over the last, as long as I can remember, where I open the game and I'm just like, man, I cannot stand running it. Like when Witch was absolutely insane before it was Evo Witch, but when Witch got the buff, I remember opening my phone and just being like, oh man, if I play Witch right now, I don't even know if I might break my phone. So you'd like take a little bit of time off, but
Right.
Now with all the champions and the Evos and the fact that you guys are so on top of the balances, it has been nice. So I'm quite curious to see what World Finals will look like once again, and especially now that we know when it's going to take place and where it's going to take place.
Yeah, one thing that you did mention, all the balancing stuff that you mentioned, Donald, that we've done a lot of the testing. One thing I have to take from this is whenever I see, for example, I think it was second match, we saw the Mortar, Skeleton King Mortar deck. I cannot look at that deck anymore. Donald is one of the people that plays it in our playtesting sessions, and I'm just like, yeah, maybe we try something else, eh? So whenever I see it here, I'm a little bit biased, but I'm happy it lost. That's all I'll say.
Going up against me, where it's like my favorite deck ever. So
Well, that's the reality of Clash Royale, isn't it?
Well, you heard it here first. We have Donald is a Mortar player, so that's a nice little reveal for us. Much better than if we'd all learned he was an Expo player. It might have been Arms in the Air.
Yeah,
instead,
that would have been tough for him.
He does play another deck that's not popular, but I won't reveal that one quite yet. Maybe in a future stream.
Oh boy!
Find out at World Finals. As we're waiting for game number 4, here we go. This is a chance for Ian to win his first opportunity to go to the World Finals. Sub here fighting for his life. And remember, if Sub somehow turns this around, we do have an upper bracket finals reset, as Ian has not yet lost a set this weekend.
It's crazy to think that Sub needs to win the next 5 out of 7 matches, but that's where he is.
Yeah, that upper bracket reset is so brutal if you're the person coming from the lower bracket. But it has been done.
Well, especially in a best of 5 now, you think about the momentum shift that happens if you go into a bracket reset. So very, very curious to see how, if we get there, these guys handle the mental. And Ian going with some double rage here, the Lumberjack and the rage spell itself.
Yeah, it's an interesting start here from both players. See another Mud Witch coming through. We mentioned before, it's just good. This meta of this CRL meta is just good.
Yeah, I like what Ian's doing here with the Mother Witch. I think he's recognizing again that he's very susceptible to Graveyard. And now that he's played Mother Witch, I'm very curious to see what Sub does moving forward. And now we're also getting Ian calling good game again, because I don't think he has a way to deal with those Evo Archers, which are going to absolutely shred his Royal Giant. And he also doesn't have a way to deal with the pump. Yep. So this is a very tough one for Ian.
Yeah, this is the situation that happens in a best of 5. That's why I love it so much. It's Arrows is out, other spells are out. Now you just have no way of dealing with it. Well, you should have thought about that.
This looks like pump though, honestly.
Yeah, I mean the pump is crazy.
That's what I was saying. Is you guys are all talking about something. I'm like, the pump is here. Ian just ran the earthquake. We're seeing pump, and my brain is kind of exploding right now. And but that is a nice chunk of damage here. Can Ian get far enough ahead early on to get past pumps being the problem?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he definitely needs to stop feeding these Mother Witches, and there we go. Finally, a Knight gets out.
Just knowing how dangerous a single connection from a Royal Giant later on can be, this damage is very significant early on.
Wow.
Look at all the archers.
This is insane.
Oh.
Evo Archers. One does get onto the Royal Giant. Does it get a shot? It does not.
These Mother Witch Hogs are doing all the work here. It's incredible.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's such a brilliant recognition by Ian to recognize that the only way that he can really abuse his opponent, since he's already calling good game, is by that Mother Witch. There's no good way to deal with the Mother Witch, and then if she can overwhelm you, that changes the Elixir advantage. Although now Ian feeling the pain, 979 to 1679.
Yeah, and a second.
Am I the only one who's just completely flabbergasted that we're seeing Pump Bow right now?
I mean, it's a really great pick by Sub. You know, Earthquake is out, not a lot of other big spells to deal with the pump, you know, doing a good job getting the archers in because arrows aren't in play, and, you know, it's a tough one for Ian here, and luckily for him, he's got more games to play, but this is just a really great deck pick by Sub, and honestly, it's, I think one of the best things about BO5, as you're saying, Marco, is we have not had an opportunity to have a good expo showing at CRL for quite some time, and now we're seeing it work in spades with the BO5.
And it's Pump Expo of all the varieties.
I mean, it's rare that I'm rendered speechless in my job as a commentator, and I am just completely blown away here. Can he get a shot? He can't. Final minute, and Sub's just going to set up in victory formation here.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he has to do. There's just no big spell for the pumps, no big spell for the expos. You get the damage advantage. You know, we stopped the bleeding early with that Mother Witch that was getting a ton of work in, and, you know, Ian knew it. He saw the writing on the wall. He did the best that he could with the situation, but, you know, it's just a tough one.
I mean, I bet you so many people, I'm not reading the chat. I know that you, Andrew, have been seeing it a little bit today, but I imagine the chat is kind of going crazy. Maybe, I don't know, crazy with what, but what we just saw happen to Ian here probably sent a lot of people in chat.
There's a very active Expo community out there, and I think they're all very happy about what just happened.
They have not seen their Expo, they have not seen their win condition in the competitive scene in what could be years. And again, you know, we talked about this since the beginning of the day yesterday, which is just like, Evo archers, when there aren't arrows, get so much value, and we saw it there. They were able to defend the RG. They were able to get a ton of damage in on that left-hand tower. I love the recognition of big spells are out, EQ's not in play. Let's get the pump down. Just a good deck pick.
Yeah, we could talk about, I think, like how well this was done mechanically from Sub's side, but I think reality of the situation is this was really, really smart that he picked this here.
Well, I mean, arrows gone, poison gone, earthquake gone, lightning was still a possibility, fireball was still a possibility, and Ian also just put himself in, I mean, going curse rage, there couldn't have been a better situation for Sub, you know, than for trying to lay down a bunch of pumps than finding yourself against curse rage. Now look, earthquake gone, minor gone as well, so great deck picking, and also, I mean, Ian just basically went into a sword fight with nothing but a pillowcase.
Yeah, well, it's tough because, you know, Ian's doing the smart thing of trying to hedge against the graveyard. I think that's what I was saying early on, is like, okay, maybe you get the Mother Witch in because you have all these other responses to graveyard that aren't available. The problem is just like you're betting whether they're going to run graveyard or something that you get lightning value for. And you're trying to pick, where should I use the Mother Witch so that I can use the lightning later, if that makes sense. And maybe this is the game where Ian's going, okay, I feel like maybe it's the time he's going to run graveyard. I can run Mother Witch here and then counter it, and then I can still have lightning for game number 5 in case he didn't use Witch or Archer Queen or Inferno Tower, you know, because lightning is one of the most popular spells in the game right now. So again, one of the really difficult things about trying to figure out best of 5s is, look, I've got to protect myself against graveyard, but I can't use everything that I have available to protect against graveyard. So let me save lightning and use Mother Witch, and it just doesn't work out.
So Marco, this actually raises, kind of like revisits our first question from the interview, right? The SK asked about matchup, and you talked about polarity. It does. I mean, I don't know how you measure polarity, as you were kind of talking about that being a hard thing to measure, but it can't get much more polarizing than the Elixir Pump. You pretty much either have a way to completely shut it down, or you're in a whole lot of trouble. Like, what do you think about the pump in that polarity question?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great example of it, right? And you could even say maybe in CRL it's not as how how would you say, punishing, because like you can kind of, if it were to become meta, you can predict when it's gonna come in and then counter it, or have multiple counters ready. But if you're talking about POL, like you're queuing up against a random person, you have no idea if they have a pump or not, and so yes, it's definitely one of those really, really polarizing cards. Maybe one of the insights of what stat we do look at is a card's win rate against another card, like very specifically, and from that we can already tell that yes, some cards are just unbelievably countered by other cards. That's just the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
that's the whole kind of bet that you have to pick when you're like, all right, I'm going to run a deck that doesn't have any big spells in it. You know, like there's positives to that and there's negatives to that. Or, you know, I'm going to run only these spells. You know, we see it in all different types. It's just that that is a very, very, you know, glaring one when, you know, Earthquake's such a positive elixir trade, you know, faster cycle, pump then all of a sudden becomes a complete non-factor. So,
Yeah, for
just,
me also, I've experienced this on my, like myself. I run, for example, I only run one anti-air card in my deck. If I'm playing lava,
Right.
if I see lava on the other side, I'm just fine. Yeah, okay, we'll go next. There's nothing to play here, right? Like it's just oops. And I think that's another decision a lot of people make is like how many anti-air cards, or will I have a building to counter Hog Rider? Will I have a building to counter other wing cons? Like you just have to make that decision.
Well, thinking about what decisions they're making here, just to kind of revisit the path we've gotten to this point. Game number 1, it was the Minor Loon deck for Ian against the Hog EQ of Sub. And then we went from there to Ian getting the second game win, running Drill Mighty Miner up against the Miner Mortar deck of Sub. After that, Hog EQ win for Ian against the Bridge Spam deck. And then what we just saw, the Pump Bow against Royal Giant. So what do they have in game number 5? Whose analyst is earning their chunk of these winnings? We'll find out now.
And it's already interesting to see the Mortar because, you know, Mortar is notoriously paired with Miner, which Ian does not have available. But we did see Igor play a very good, you know, AQ Valkyrie Mortar deck yesterday where he was just spamming like crazy. So looks like Ian's going to go with one of these fun Mortar, like, Overwhelm decks. You know, Skeleton King, Skeleton Barrel, a lot of Swarm on the ground. I like these as well, but it is really tough to get damage on tower late game against a good player if you only have Mortars and Skeleton Barrels to do it.
Well, Snowball, Bar Barrel, Arrows, and Log all out for Sub. So that's probably why you're seeing the delivery as part of that. But maybe Ian getting the read here of I can outswarm you because of that, all those small spells being gone.
Yep, just quickly looking at what Sub has, he has a lot of different things that could potentially deal with a swarm, but
Yeah.
the question is it a swarm of 5 or a swarm of 35, right? Like, he has Valk, he has the Ice Spirit, even the Royal Delivery is good for it, but will it be enough?
And that's a great Phoenix to catch the Dark Goblin. I like the Dark Goblin play because it doesn't look like Ian has a great response to it, but a great Phoenix to keep it in right in its spawn spot so the mortar shot hits it.
I saw Ian look at the camera twice during that play. I think he knows that was a lot of damage coming down from the mortar.
Yeah.
So clean sheet for Ian through the first minute 50 as Double Elixir gets closer. And he's taken the left-hand tower of his opponent down almost to halfway. And finally the Goblin Barrel comes out, and a half step late with the delivery is Ian.
Ian, though, now with taking that information, he's got the Goblins to get on top of the barrel, the double barrels. He's got the Goblin Gang plus the delivery, so that is at least a nice benefit for him. But how does he get on top of the Princesses and the Dark Goblins? That's going to be a little harder to maybe figure out.
Fireball trying to clear. Delivery picks up.
I think that mortar's on
And
tower.
that should be it.
Oh!
It might
It
be.
is another connection. Oh, never mind.
No, it had like a weird, like almost shot reset, and then it goes to the guards.
Right.
But the damage on the right-hand lane down to 2041. So, while Ian did take the unfortunate mistimed damage on the right-hand tower, he's starting to put up a lead in both lanes. And this time opts to go Gang to cover.
And still, that beautiful Phoenix from Ian is the separating factor in this game at the moment.
And happy to take that -1 for the Fireball and tower.
Ian
15
right now
seconds
just
passed.
a minute 45 away from potentially being our first golden ticket holder. He's got a strong lead in this matchup.
Yeah, massive.
Strong lead in a deck that
1200
doesn't typically gain a lot of ground. Right? It's not traditionally the best to play from behind with.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not best to play from behind with. And, you know, when you're looking at all the responses and air defense that Sub has, and he also has a building, it's just that Ian has just been playing really, really clean.
So all of these defensive mortars will just help to make sure he takes no more damage while slowly either spelling away or doing the skeleton barrels. You know, it's just going to be pressure on Sub more and more. I think Ian is in a good spot here.
Yeah, that's a great call there, Marco, because he doesn't need to do anything. His opponent has no spell power. He cannot get that damage lead back. Ian is happy to take fireball value wherever and whenever he can, especially now that he's in double and triple. Like, this is, I mean, I don't want to do this again, but it does feel like we might be getting our first golden ticket to the American.
Although
1490. Yeah, although there's definitely been a couple of hiccups there. Controlling both the Princess and the Goblin Barrels and the Dark Goblins, as you highlighted there earlier, Andrew. So
25 seconds
Ian
to go.
needs to make sure that he decides where this fight takes place.
Nice delivery there. This is the hit. I mean, this is it right here. There's the
And it does
delivery. There's the
damage.
cleanup. That's it.
I think Ian knows it.
Wow.
I think we're looking
And
at
Sub
our
knows it.
first golden ticket winner, unless this Goblin Barrel does something last second, but I don't think it even has time. The fireball comes through, and Ian 77 takes it.
There it is. I mean, the kind of the dark horse of the best players in the competition, right? We had two guys that we hadn't heard of before, and then it was, look at that arm, look at that shoulder, look at that definition. We love it. Ian 77 going to World Finals. He called it back in 2024 at Worlds. He's already guaranteed the ticket. Rich, this is amazing for him.
I mean, what a big moment for a guy who, you know, had this reputation from being a content creator, right? And how many people have gone from content creator first to successful pro second? It's a very short list, as opposed to the people who were top tier pro players and then turned into a content career. Ian's done it backwards, and now he's doing it all the way to World Finals in Atlanta in November. And it couldn't happen to a guy who maybe has deserved it more for such a long time.
Just looking at the bracket, I think we kept saying like, oh, well, Ian's here. That's really good for him. Let's see if he can actually keep it going, or who's going to finally stop him. But he just kept proving us wrong, and he just won the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've said this for year after year after year. I said it at World Finals. You know, none of us knew how well Riley was actually going to perform at World Finals, and all four of us commentators, when it was said and done, we were all like, you know what? I am so happy to be wrong about Riley. He came, he showed up, he was great to talk to, he was very mature, he was a gracious loser, he was a great winner, all that. And that's exactly what we're getting now in 2025 with Ian. Mature guy, he's put in the time, he's put in the work, like you said, Rich. He did it backwards, content first. And now we have our very first golden ticket holder going to Atlanta. This is great. This is absolutely great. I love it.
Yeah, to try to make it happen on home soil too. So that'll be a big one for him. And, you know, it's also a big one for, I think, for this part of the world where we had some representation. We've had Air Surfer, who's been in the World Finals mix for a long time. Riley up in Canada for a while. But, you know, it's the kind of the weight of competitive Clash Royale has been so focused in Europe and in Asia, and then here now, Ian people may be saying that the American scene was soft and that it wasn't producing top players like this. Well, Ian coming up and making a big statement here and as our first one. Marco, any as we've gone through, first of all, thank you for joining us for what a fun cast, what a fun grand final. Any final thoughts for you on what you've seen today and kind of what we have in store for us for the rest of this year?
I mean, first of all, I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to join you. It was a great fun to cast with you guys. You guys are amazing. But yeah, I think we just had an unbelievable first monthly final. I hope we get more of the same. I hope we get more upsets. I hope we get more interesting decks. And yeah, I think this whole year is going to be incredible for Clash Royale and CRL as a whole.
Well, thanks again so much. We're going to let you go. I know you've had a long day. Marco, one more time, everybody, give him some love in the chat. for helping take the game into some new and exciting heights. And we'll see more of you, especially this year in Atlanta. Andrew, what a wild day today. A wild weekend overall, and now I'm not looking at the chat, I'm sure you are. The celebrations for Ian must be crazy.
Oh yeah, the chat's been incredibly kind to us all day long, Rich. Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone's excited. Like you said, he's content creator first. He's got a huge fan base. That's what Juicy and I were talking about yesterday. A huge fan base that everyone was kind of waiting for him to get to the next level, and it's a very difficult next level to get to. But Ian was nothing short of impressive all weekend long. I mean, you look at where it started, and like we said, 100% win rate in qualifiers, gets into day one with that first round bye. If you've got the first round bye, that means you're only going to run into great competitors, right? So he runs into Sub again, but this time he runs into him earlier in the bracket, and kind of like this, he ends up winning the set, although it was a lot more dominant when he first ran into him yesterday, going 2-0. And as we can see, this is the lower bracket here, kind of all the journey of the guys that we said goodbye to along the way. And you know what, Rich? It's a great group of players. I mean, we have a whole list of people here who I imagine we will see probably at least 90% of them for the rest of the season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was kind of a who's who of who's done it before. And that's kind of, we talk about the levels to this game. There's no surprises that there's the same people coming out over and over again. It's nice to see some new faces. And curious with this 12-player format, how many more new faces we see as the year goes on. But also with the 12-player format, something I pushed for really hard last year, we've seen the value of earning that first-round bye. How many players, all our first-round bye players won their matchups and got themselves a whole lot of points, got themselves a whole lot of push towards the end. Of course, Sub able to fight his way back in and get that silver ticket to get his shot at the last chance qualifier and maybe beyond. But no surprises here to me that one of those first-round bye players ended up being our first golden ticket winner.
Definitely. I think that's a really great thing to point out. And for Sub, I mean, that is what CRL is all about, man. It's about showing up, taking some hits, dealing them, going through the upper bracket, going through the lower bracket, dealing with best of fives, coming out and having to play back-to-back sets against the best players in the world. And, once again, even though he did so well last year, I am still so impressed by what Sub did here today. I think he's got a great chance of being at World Finals. Obviously, the silver ticket, obviously the leaderboard points, but Ian 77. I mean, I have become a huge fan of Ian over the last year. He's been the guy that I actually watch the most content from. I watch a lot of Juicy when he's streaming. I watch a lot of Ian, on his VODs. And then, every now and then I'll still check out Goten while he's streaming, even if I don't know what he's saying, because these are the guys that I love learning the game from. So I'm really, really excited to see what this does for Ian, what it does for his fans and his content moving forward, and honestly, what it does for CRL in general. This is it's like such a great first event for us, man.
Great first event, and remember, it's the first. We have 3 more of our monthly finals, so if you haven't started yet, get yourself ready and start making those plans, because you could be here next. You just got to make top 1,000 Path of Legends and then fight your way onto our top 12, maybe get a chance for you to come and have a breakout season and maybe go, whether as a spectator or as a player, to our World Finals this October 31st and November 2nd in DreamHack Atlanta. It's going to be an absolute blast to be there with all of you and in one of the most premier gaming events of the year. Andrew, I mean, I'm so excited to get to do another World Finals with you, and this is one that I think is going to be really special.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be back stateside. It's going to be really cool to be at DreamHack. I've never been there before. A lot of the American audience or the U.S. audience, or the North American audience, I should say, have been, having a hard time to get all the way to Helsinki, Finland. I love that we're changing it up a little bit, and maybe we'll get, some of the same and a little bit of a different crowd there. I'm just excited CRL's back. I'm glad that we're seeing the biggest names in the game do exactly what we expect. I'm really excited that we saw 2 new players come into the mix. And also the fact that best of fives have really made this new set of champions and evolutions shine. And so excited for the rest of 2025.
That's it for today, everybody. On behalf of our entire team, including the crew that made the Dragon League Golden Edition possible, thank you so much for kicking us off in such fine form for our opening Golden Ticket event of the year. For my brother Andrew Guy, Joshua, AC Sharon, who we'll see here this summer, don't you worry, and
Yes.
Jackson, Juicy, J. Wall, and everyone that's part of CRL. I'm Rich Slayton. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back here next time on our road to the World Finals.